Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Became the God Slayer. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. After the defeat of Trihexa, Issei Dxd, once a pillar of the Alliance and a hero of the underworld, managed to overcome the formidable foe and rise of him Levon Lucifer, the megalomaniac responsible for the near destruction of the planet. However, this victory came at a cost, and Issei fell into a coma for 2 weeks due to the immense power he used in his Diabolos dragon form. This form was powerful enough to not only match Trihexa but also to overwhelm Rizavim with his sacred gear canceller. Alongside Asia, who had just unlocked her balance breaker using Fafnir, they defeated the threat known as the Cow's Brigade. Exhausted but relieved, Issei finally woke up to find Asia still in a comatose state, though thankfully, she had only minor injuries and was in better condition than before. At the Citri hospital, Issei slowly regained consciousness and looked around, confused about his surroundings. He noticed several machines attached to him and a blonde girl sleeping peacefully beside him. This was Asia Argento, the heroine who had fought alongside him. A smile crossed Issei's face as he saw his adopted sister was safe. Next to Asia, he recognized another woman sleeping. It was his mother, Miki Hai. Issei called out to his mother, urging her to wake up. Miki groggily responded, wanting just a few more minutes of sleep before realizing her son was awake. Overjoyed, she exclaimed that after 2 weeks of endless sleep, he finally opened his eyes, jokingly hoping he hadn't been dreaming anything inappropriate. Issei reassured her that he was fine. Miki then called for Goru, Issei's father, who rushed into the room. Upon seeing his son awake, Goru was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down his face. It was a moment of pure happiness for the Hyudu family. Draigg, Issei's dragon partner, commented on how nice it was to have family around to cheer him up after waking as a hero. Issei then inquired about Rias and the other girls, as well as the faction leaders. Goru explained that they had visited during the first week but had stopped after realizing the toll the battle had taken on everyone. The faction leaders were busy dealing with the aftermath of the battle, which had resulted in catastrophic effects across the factions. Miki added that Azazel and a white-haired boy named Valley had visited, along with his team. A black-haired girl had taken care of Issei while he was asleep, with a blonde girl assisting her in looking after Asia. Draigg remarked on the irony that Issei's rival had come to visit while his own team had not. Determined to surprise his friends and help relieve their stress from college work, Issei decided to visit them. Miki and Goru encouraged him to focus on his studies and assist Rias with her preparations for college as well. As Issei left the hospital, Goru expressed concern about not telling him the truth about the girl's situation, fearing that keeping secrets would only hurt him. Miki insisted that she wouldn't let her son suffer because of the betrayal from those he once considered friends. On his way home, Issei conversed with Draigg, who asked how waking up from a 2-week coma felt. Issei was surprised that his body hadn't weakened, unlike the stories he had heard. Draigg attributed this to the strength of the dragon within him. Reflecting on his journey, Issei marveled at how far he had come, from being weak enough to be easily tossed aside to defeating a super devil. Arriving at the Hyudu residence, Issei noticed the cab driver's surprise at the size of his home. After paying the fare, he entered the house, sensing more than just the presence of the girls inside. Draigg warned him that he had a bad feeling about the situation. Issei rationalized that they might be dealing with other college students, given Rias and Akino's intelligence. As they stepped inside, they heard familiar voices that surprised Issei. He was taken aback by the unexpected sounds coming from within his home. Draig's unease grew, and he hoped that his suspicions were unfounded. The duo proceeded further into the house, with Draigg wishing it were all just a bad dream rather than facing the reality of betrayal from those he once trusted. Previously, Issei awakened from his comatose state, realizing that in just 2 weeks, everything and everyone around him had changed. The people he once knew and loved were not the same as they had been before. Even though a few people still loved and cared for him, the ones he cherished had betrayed and discarded him without hesitation. At least in his final moments, there would still be those who loved and cared for him. Kiba rushed to Issei's side, determined to find help. He called out to Draigg, who sensed the urgency of the situation. Draigg warned Kiba that things had worsened for Issei. The evil pieces were now acting as a catalyst for the dragon's fall disease, which meant that instead of taking several months to affect a dragon, it would now only take a few hours for Issei. Issei, struggling to understand, asked how it had escalated so quickly. Draigg urged him to remove the pieces immediately, explaining that they were the reason for the rapid progression of the disease. Kiba expressed his concern that Issei would die if he went through with it, but Issei insisted that he was already dying. He felt as if his own pieces were consuming him, just as Rias had devoured his emotions. Kiba decided to contact Azazel, hoping he could assist with the purging procedure. At the Grigori headquarters, Azazel was overwhelmed with paperwork, wishing to celebrate Issei's awakening but feeling buried under assignments. Baraquil encouraged him to stay positive, reminding him to be ready for the upcoming celebration. Azazel, frustrated, lamented the endless paperwork. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Kiba's voice came through, filled with urgency. Azazel's concern grew as Kiba explained that it was an emergency involving Issei. He quickly informed Baraquil, who decided to accompany him. As they arrived at the coordinates Kiba had provided, they were shocked by the sight before them. Issei lay on the ground, struggling and coughing. Azazel recognized the symptoms of Dragon's fall, recalling how he had once cured a female dragon of the same illness. He knew how deadly it could be. Baraquil, confused about Issei's suffering, listened as Azazel explained the situation. He felt a deep sense of dread, realizing that the betrayal by Issei's peers had led to this moment. Kiba filled Baraquil in on the recent events, and the elder felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He believed he had failed in raising his daughter to be a better person, wishing he could have intervened earlier to prevent the pain that had befallen Issei. Approaching Issei, Baraquil bowed his head in apology, expressing regret for his daughter's actions. Azazel felt sympathy for his friend, knowing that he had sent Baraquil on a mission that left his family vulnerable. Issei, despite his condition, urged Baraquil not to blame himself, insisting that it was not his fault. He made it clear that he would never help or love Baraquil's daughter or her peerage again. Understanding Issei's feelings, Baraquil accepted his words. Azazel then explained that Issei needed to mark someone as his mate immediately, while he worked on a way to remove the evil pieces. Issei questioned the implications for Sensei, but Azazel reassured him that Sensei would understand, even if it would hurt him to hear about his sister's actions. Azazel decided to call Issei's parents and the Valley team, knowing they would come quickly upon hearing of Issei's condition. When Valley and Kuroka arrived, they were alarmed by the situation. Lu Fei identified the illness as Dragon's Fall, a notorious disease affecting dragons and their wielders. She realized that Issei was in an advanced stage of the disease, exacerbated by the evil pieces. If they were not removed soon, Issei would face a dire fate. Arthur inquired about the disease, and Lu Fei explained that it stemmed from betrayal, manifesting in physical symptoms as the heart cracked and the body weakened. Kuroka, understanding the implications of Lu Fei's words, felt a surge of anger towards her sister for her betrayal. However, she restrained herself, knowing that Issei would not want her to act out in vengeance. Kuroka wept for her lover's dire condition and her sister's actions toward him. She realized that she should have brought her sister along, hoping it would lead to her becoming a better person. She expressed her sorrow for what had happened to Issei, feeling guilty for not being there when he needed her the most. Issei, despite his pain, reassured her that he did not blame her for her sister's choices, acknowledging that she was old enough to make her own decisions. He made it clear that he could never love or forgive her sister for the betrayal but promised not to harm her. Kuroka felt a flicker of relief knowing that Issei did not completely despise her. The old Issei she had fallen in love with still existed within him, but she felt helpless witnessing his suffering. She would do anything to ensure his survival. Miki, Issei's mother, lamented the situation, explaining why she had withheld the truth from him. She feared that revealing the betrayal would break his heart, especially after he had just awakened from his coma. Goru, Issei's father, added that they believed keeping the truth from him would spare him pain, knowing how deeply he had loved those girls, despite their betrayal. Issei reassured his parents that they had acted with good intentions. He understood that knowing the truth would have hurt him, but his condition would have remained unchanged. Albion from Val's Divine Dividing suggested that a mating ritual would be necessary to save Issei. Kuroka immediately volunteered, surprising everyone with her readiness to undergo the procedure for Issei's sake. She affirmed her love for him, declaring that she would never betray him even if her sister had. At that moment, another portal opened, revealing Rias, Gasper, and a now-awakened Asia. They were shocked and distressed to see Issei in such a vulnerable state, coughing and struggling. Asia rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face, while Gasper followed closely, both desperate to help him. Asia attempted to use her healing powers, but they proved ineffective. Rias, maintaining her composure, sought answers from Azazel, who explained everything that had transpired. The trio was filled with anger and disappointment, especially Asia, who felt betrayed by Rias Gremory, the sister figure she once admired. She contemplated summoning Fafnir to confront the girls who had wronged Issei, but Gasper calmed her, reminding her that Issei would not want such violence. Rias, though calm on the surface, was seething inside at the actions of her king and his peerage. Kiba and Gasper felt helpless, wishing they could do something to alleviate Issei's suffering. They fantasized about confronting their former king's peerage, wanting to make them understand the pain they had caused. Arthur and Valley shared their frustration, eager to teach Rias Gremory a lesson. Meanwhile, Biko comforted Kuroka, who was grappling with the realization of her sister's betrayal. Luffy assisted Azazel in finding a way to remove Issei's pawn pieces to slow down his transformation. Fenrir sat beside Issei, offering silent support in his final moments. Suddenly, a portal opened, slowing time for everyone except Issei and Draigg. Two figures emerged, one of whom Issei recognized as Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse. He prepared himself for a confrontation, but Trihexa assured him that he was not an enemy, at least not in Issei's final moments. Issei demanded to know Trihexa's intentions. The beast explained that he had never wanted to be feared and that he had been sealed away by God, who had feared his power. Draigg confirmed that God had once feared dragons. Trihexa revealed that he had once been a dragon himself. Issei questioned why Trihexa would help him, considering their past. Trihexa explained that since Issei had freed him from Rizavim's control, he felt compelled to repay the favor by offering his power to help Issei eliminate the evil pieces within him. Issei hesitated, concerned about trusting Trihexa, but ultimately decided he had nothing to lose. With that, the procedure began. It was an agonizing process, far more painful than anything Issei had experienced before. Eventually, the pain subsided, and he felt a sense of freedom as the evil pieces were purged from his body, leaving him feeling lighter and unburdened. That's when another entity decided to show up, sensing a very rare soul trait inside of the brunette. Chara Dreamer introduced themselves to Issei Hayadu, inquiring about his encounter with the Beast of Apocalypse. Trihexa, the beast, asserted that Issei had no right to receive an answer, but Chara dismissed the beast's provocation. Issei intervened, urging both to calm down, and Chara agreed with it. Curious about how Chara knew his name, Issei learned that they operated in mysterious ways. Chara explained that Issei possessed a very rare soul trait known as the Soul of Determination, which was the rarest of all soul traits, with only one born every 100 years. These souls were incredibly powerful, capable of withstanding fatal injuries while retaining the memory of their pain, even if the wounds were not visible. Chara elaborated on the 7 soul traits: bravery, patience, integrity, kindness, perseverance, justice, and determination. They pointed to the red soul within Issei, shaped like a heart and glowing in the void, revealing that they shared the same trait. This connection granted them the ability to alter timelines and perform a reset, which allowed them to return to a fixed point in time, while a true reset would completely erase the timeline. Issei inquired about the soul traits of supernatural beings, and Chara explained that they typically had white souls, while hybrids inherited traits from their human parent. They pointed out Asia, who possessed the soul of kindness, and noted that the fallen angel Azazel had a white soul, indicating his supernatural nature. Chara remarked on humanity's potential, explaining why supernatural beings sought to recruit humans. Issei declared that his goal remained unchanged, to protect the weak from the strong, but he would no longer aid those who had betrayed him. Chara was curious about his reasoning, prompting Issei to recount his journey from reincarnation into a devil to the betrayal he faced from the ORC. Chara was furious at the betrayal but recognized that seeking revenge would only lead to a cycle of violence. They recalled a promise made to a certain skeleton to never kill again, and they were relieved that Issei chose not to pursue vengeance in the new timeline. Chara expressed their admiration for Issei, noting that despite his flaws, he saw the good in others, even those who had once been his enemies. They decided it was time to rejoin the others. As the time barrier dissipated, everyone was shocked to see the pawn pieces on the floor and began asking questions. Issei explained that the beast had granted him a favor by helping him remove the pawn pieces. Azazel was astonished, recalling that he had been told Trihexa was mindless. Issei revealed that God feared Trihexa's power, which surpassed his own. Azazel, realizing the significance of Issei's achievement, asked what he planned to do next. Issei announced his intention to reset the timeline. Both Azazel and Barakweel were taken aback, understanding that only a being with the soul of determination could accomplish such a feat. They noticed Issei's red soul and recognized his ability to perform a true reset. As if confirming their thoughts, a reset button appeared on Issei's left hand. Mickey questioned Issei's intentions, while Azazel explained that only a soul of determination could reset the timeline. Given Issei's experiences and his lack of desire for vengeance, Azazel was not surprised by his decision. They concluded that it would be best for this timeline to remain nothing more than a nightmare. Barakweel expressed concern, asking his son if he was truly sure about his decision. Issei affirmed his resolve, stating that this time he would not assist them, especially in the new timeline. Those present understood that Issei had made up his mind to reset the timeline, even though they would remember it as a dream. His parents, Azazel and Barakweel, questioned whether they would ever see him again, to which Issei confidently replied that they would. As everyone bid him farewell, Issei assured them he would see them in the next timeline. With a true reset initiated, the individuals in the forest would remember everything as if it were a lucid dream, while others would retain no memories at all. Previously, Issei found himself surrounded by those who genuinely loved and cared for him during his final moments. Suffering from the dragon's fall, exacerbated by the evil pieces, he realized his time was drawing near. Suddenly, he was pulled into a dimension where time did not exist by two entities, Trihexa and Chara Dreamer. The former granted him power while the latter explained the necessity of fighting against stronger opponents and emerging victorious, embodying the soul of determination. After much contemplation, Issei decided to commit to a true reset, leading to the complete erasure of the timeline and the beginning of a new one. Now, Issei was sleeping in his old bed, the one he had before everything began, before he became a tool. He felt as if he had truly returned home, not the home that had changed when Rias and the female members of her peerage moved in, but his original house, where he was now the only teenager living. As he yawned and greeted his companions, Draigg and Trihexa returned the greeting. Issei noted that the reset had indeed worked. He was back in his old room and house, marking the beginning of the timeline anew. Draigg confirmed that it appeared to be his old house, prior to Surzek's remodeling it into a celebrity residence. Issei admitted he never liked the remodeled house, finding it too large for his taste, preferring a smaller space. Looking out, Issei felt nostalgic as he recognized his old house, a feeling he had longed for but could never fully experience due to the girls often taking over his bed. Despite this, he had allowed them to do as they pleased until they discarded him without remorse or consideration for his feelings. He resolved that this new timeline would be a fresh start, free from anyone who would use or toy with him again. Issei expressed to Draigg his desire to change his behavior, declaring he would rid himself of his perversion. Draigg was taken aback, surprised by this decision. Issei explained that his previous behavior had allowed the girls to manipulate him, and he vowed it would never happen again. Draigg felt a sense of relief, knowing he would no longer have to endure the constant references to his past. Just then, a call came from downstairs. It was his mother, calling him for breakfast on a regular school day. Mickey informed Issei that breakfast was ready, and he quickly made his way down, surprised at how early he was prepared for school. His mother was astonished, as she usually had to wake him up. As he greeted his parents, Goru jokingly asked if he had woken up early for a new girlfriend. Issei flinched at the teasing, but Mickey playfully hit Goru's arm, prompting him to ease up. Chuckled at their antics, missing such moments. He explained that he had decided to change his behavior. Goru inquired about the specifics of this change, and Issei revealed his intention to cut down on his perversion. Mickey and Goru were taken aback, looking at him as if the world had ended. They sensed that something significant had occurred to prompt this transformation, likely related to the events of the previous timeline, including the betrayals he had faced. Mickey asked if this change was due to those girls, and Issei confirmed that he had made a promise to himself in the previous timeline to avoid manipulation driven by lust. He acknowledged that his past actions had hurt them. Goru expressed pride in Issei's decision to improve himself, encouraging him to remain determined and resilient despite the challenges he faced. Grateful for his father's support, Issei glanced at his watch and realized he was running late. He quickly bid farewell to his parents and rushed out to his bike, ready to embark on his new life. As Issei rode toward school, he reflected on the new chapter that lay ahead. He was determined to avoid being easily manipulated again, recalling how he had been deceived by the girls in the past, who had only used him for their own gain. During his thoughts, Issei parked his bike in the school parking area. He entered the classroom and headed towards two friends, a bald teenager and a spectacled teenager, both engrossed in magazines. Issei sighed, realizing that some things never change, especially with these two. Although tempted to read the magazines, he managed to control his desire, knowing that it had led him to trouble in the past. He greeted his friends, Matsuda and Motohama. Matsuda asked if Issei wanted to sneak a peek at the kendo club changing today, but Issei declined, stating he was fine. His refusal shocked the perverted duo, especially since Issei was usually the most eager to join them. This unexpected behavior stirred curiosity throughout the school, prompting endless questions directed at him. Two kendo captains, Murayama and Keitase, took particular notice. They had previously despised Issei for peeking at them while they changed, often punishing him severely when caught. However, upon hearing Issei's refusal, they sensed something was amiss. Murayama felt hopeful that Issei might be changing for the better, while Keitase remained skeptical. Previously, Issei had experienced a significant moment in his life when he lost his virginity, an event he had not anticipated. The fallen angel who had once acted without remorse was now someone who genuinely loved him. Issei had resolved to change his past habits, particularly his perversion, and had succeeded by refraining from peeking at girls, which helped him build a small amount of trust with the kendo girls who had once despised him. Issei and Yuma, who had gone on a date that went surprisingly well, were now resting together. Issei had lost his virginity unexpectedly, and Yuma had accidentally revealed her wings while sleeping, which made Issei chuckle at her carelessness. The dragons within him were pleased to see Issei finally finding happiness after a long time. Earlier, he had convinced his parents that he was staying at a friend's house, ensuring them it was not with Matsuda or Motohama. Issei reflected on how he never thought he would lose his virginity in such a way. Draigg, his dragon partner, commented that it was not a bad thing, considering Issei had remained a virgin despite being surrounded by women in his previous life. Trihexa expressed surprise that Issei had been a virgin, stating he would have acted differently in that situation. Issei explained that he did not want to take advantage of anyone and believed that not mating with them had been the right choice. When Yuma woke up and saw Issei awake, she realized they had shared a wonderful night together. Noticing her wings, she stuttered, trying to pass it off as cosplay. The three of them shared a moment of silence, acknowledging her poor attempt at lying. Yuma grew anxious, sensing Issei's calm demeanor. She asked if he knew about the supernatural and if he was part of any devil's peerage, fearing that was why he had wanted to get close to her. Issei reassured her that he was aware she was a fallen angel but was not part of any devil's peerage. He even admitted to having a grudge against them. He emphasized that despite her being a fallen angel, she had a heart of gold. Hearing this, Yuma stopped crying and asked if he truly did not care about her being a fallen angel. Issei affirmed that he loved her for who she was, not her bloodline. Yuma was overwhelmed with joy at his words. She had longed for someone to love her for herself, especially since no one had looked at her that way after she fell from grace. When Azazel had sent her to watch over Issei, she had fallen for him at first sight, despite her reservations about his perversion. Now, hearing his heartfelt declaration, she realized her feelings had deepened beyond infatuation. She was ready to follow him anywhere to be with him. Grateful, Yuma expressed her desire to officially be his girlfriend, and Issei happily accepted. She embraced him tightly, feeling as though he meant the world to her. As they settled into their new relationship, Issei asked Yuma how she had fallen. She flinched at the question but decided he deserved to know. She asked if she could call him Issei, to which he smiled and said she didn't need permission. Yuma revealed that her real name was Raynare, and she was a fallen angel of Grigori serving the Governor-General Azazel. She assumed Issei was familiar with the Great War, to which he nodded. Raynare explained that she had fallen because she followed a former angel who had become one of the founders of the fallen race. Raynare felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she admitted to having a crush on Issei, even during her time as an angel. Issei, curious, asked if the man she had feelings for was Azazel. Raynare nodded in confirmation, prompting Issei to make a mental note to discuss this with Azazel later. Raynare expressed her surprise that Issei accepted her without hesitation. She noted that fallen angels were often more despised than devils, as their existence was not a choice, unlike that of angels who fell from grace. Issei reassured her, stating that he did not hate her and loved her more than anyone else. He then remembered he needed to head to school, realizing he could teleport there whenever he wanted. As he opened it portal, Raynare watched in awe at his magical ability. She questioned him about his knowledge of magic, wondering if it meant he had lied about not being part of any devil peerage. Issei quickly calmed her fears, insisting that he was not affiliated with any devil faction and never would be. Raynare sensed Issei's discomfort regarding the devils and asked if he hated them. He admitted that they had a troubled history together. Memories of betrayal from the previous timeline flooded his mind, but Raynare took his hand, promising to always be there for him, which brought him comfort and joy. As Issei made his way to school, he noticed a familiar beauty who appeared confused and frustrated by his untroubled arrival. Rias had expected him to meet an unfortunate fate, allowing her to reincarnate him as her loyal servant. Unbeknownst to her, Issei had already learned of her plan from a friend. In a flashback, Issei recalled heading to a date with Yuma, now Raynare, when he encountered Yudo Kiba, a knight and his loyal friend from the previous timeline. Kiba warned him about Rias's intentions to have him killed, ensuring his eternal servitude. Issei was frustrated that Rias had not changed her ways. Kiba, feeling helpless, received reassurance from Issei, who reminded him that he had done his best to protect him. They discussed the situation, with Kiba questioning why Issei had accepted Rias's date proposal, given her past actions. Issei reflected on his feelings, admitting that he had once been afraid to confess his love to Rias, as a part of him still held feelings for her. Kiba was surprised to hear this, realizing that Issei had once struggled with expressing his emotions, even to those who genuinely cared for him. Kiba inquired about the changes in the timeline, and Issei speculated that Rias seemed more honest in her motives this time around. Kiba expressed concern about what would happen if Rias tried to harm him and Asia again. Issei stated that he would confront her if necessary, although he doubted he would have the heart to do so. Kiba then mentioned Gasper, who missed Issei. Issei guessed that Rias had confined him under the pretense of controlling his powers. Kiba confirmed this and shared that he had been keeping Gasper company, preventing him from leaving. Issei felt relieved that Gasper had not run away and suggested that Kiba aimed to become a high-class devil, just as they had done in the previous timeline. This would free him from Rias's control and allow him to recruit Gasper into his peerage. Kiba agreed, trusting Issei's judgment and urging him to stay safe. As the flashback ended, Issei resolved to confront Rias, knowing that no one would assist her with her problems. He refused to help her defeat Riser, believing she deserved to face the consequences of her actions. Entering the classroom, Issei was met with an attempted attack from his friends Matsuda and Motohama. However, he easily caught their fists and playfully slammed them together, causing them both to wince in pain. Issei sighed and then asked why Matsuda had tried to attack him. Matsuda explained that they had been beaten up by the girls for peeking, and Motohama added that if Issei had been there, they could have faced the punishment together. Issei declined, stating that he would rather not be beaten for no reason. He felt more like a scapegoat than a friend to them in the past and assured them he would no longer peek, reminding them he had made that clear before. Matsuda tried to argue, but Issei cut him off. Deciding to take a seat, Issei noticed a teacher arriving to introduce a new student. The teacher announced the transfer student, and Issei was shocked to see Raynare among them. She introduced herself as Yuma Amano from the Kanto region and asked the class to take care of her. The male students cheered at the sight of a new female student, but one girl asked if she had a boyfriend. Raynare confirmed she did, explaining that she had joined the school to be with him. The male student's excitement turned to disappointment, and Issei felt a sense of dread about the situation. He had just managed to avoid trouble with the school, and now he was likely to find himself in hot water again. He was particularly concerned about the devils in the school who could easily target her, especially with a rival who seemed entitled and could pose a threat. Matsuda asked who Raynare's boyfriend was, and she pointed to Issei, who lowered his head in resignation. He felt as though he had kissed his school life goodbye, knowing the male students might now resent him. Keitase expressed disbelief that Raynare would be with someone like Issei. Although Issei understood her anger due to his past, it irritated him that she spoke about him to others. Raynare defended him, stating he was a gentleman, especially towards her. The day turned chaotic, with the male students lamenting that a former pervert had managed to get a girlfriend, while the female students were shocked that the notorious Issei had found someone. Issei just wanted the day to end so he could go home. The teacher instructed Raynare to sit next to Issei, noting his efforts to change his behavior. Raynare asked Issei if he was happy to see her, and he admitted he was more worried than anything. He explained that the school was a hotspot for supernatural activity, mentioning the presence of two devil heiresses, Rias and Sona Citri, who were both students there. Raynare was surprised and asked why they hadn't attacked him yet. Issei speculated that they either couldn't sense her presence or were waiting for the right moment to confront her. Raynare began to panic, fearing for their safety, but Issei comforted her, promising to protect her from any threats. He declared that he would not hesitate to defend her, regardless of her connection to Rias. Draigg, his dragon partner, agreed, stating that they would ensure no one would harm a dragon's mate. Later, during lunch at Kuo Academy, Issei was surprised when Akino approached him instead of Kiba. She asked if he was Issei Hayadu, and he remarked that everyone recognized a former member of the perverted trio. Akino informed him that her president wanted to see him in the club. Issei questioned whether she would force him to come, suggesting it would ruin her reputation. Akino was at a loss for words, knowing she couldn't compel him to join, especially with Raynare, a fallen angel, by his side. The two exchanged glares, Akino harboring resentment towards Raynare's kind due to her mother's. Issei requested that Akino stop glaring at his girlfriend. Akino decided to stop glaring and headed towards the occult research club. The students were furious with how Issei had treated one of the four queens of Kuo Academy. One student exclaimed in disbelief at Issei's actions, while another remarked on the miracle of someone as beautiful as Akino even speaking to a person like him, only to have Issei dismiss her without a second thought. Matsuda expressed his feelings, stating that the Issei they once knew seemed gone, as it took a lot of courage to disrespect their queen, something Issei had never shown. A female student commented that Issei had become a certified anti-simp, while another speculated that having a girlfriend had changed him, making him focus solely on Amano. Murayama, who had overheard the conversation, felt heartbroken and angry. She was upset that Issei had dismissed Akino, the woman she admired, without hesitation. It pained her to think that he had found someone else to be with, and she wept on her friend Keitase's shoulder. Keitase understood Murayama's feelings, knowing she had once had a crush on Issei. If only Murayama had confessed earlier, perhaps things would have been different. Back at the Occult Research Club at 2:30 p.m., Rias was furious upon hearing that Issei had refused to come. She radiated a dangerous aura, and Kiba realized that Issei must be facing a lot of backlash from the other students, especially since Akino had a good reputation among them. Kiba felt pity for Issei, knowing that Rias, being the spoiled princess she was, struggled to accept rejection. Kiba suggested that Issei might have been busy with someone he truly cared for and pointed out that Issei had not bothered them despite Rias's earlier aggressive attempts to bring him to her side. Rias assumed that Issei would be loyal to her if she had handled things differently. Kiba warned her that Issei would only resent her more and advised her to leave him alone for her own well-being. Frustrated, Kiba left the room to cool off, realizing that talking to Rias was futile due to her prideful and unreasonable nature. Rias, still fuming, was interrupted by Akino, who urged her to calm down and suggested there might be a way to convince Issei to join them. Rias's expression shifted to a devilish smirk as she formulated a plan involving Issei's parents. She was determined to have him by her side, no matter the cost, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures. Kiba, having overheard Rias's intentions, realized she had become desperate and needed to inform Issei. He recalled how Raizavim had once attacked Issei's parents to weaken his resolve, a tactic that had worked temporarily. However, Issei's parents had ultimately accepted him, which had given him and Asia the strength to defeat Raizavim. Kiba knew he had to warn Issei before it was too late, before Rias's actions turned him against the devils and possibly led to dire consequences. He resolved to inform Sensei about Rias's behavior, hoping to prevent her from becoming the sociopath she had been in the previous timeline. He may be a bit too attached to his sister, but he knows his limits when it comes to DSPN. He won't let Rias cross a line she shouldn't. At Kuo Academy, the day had been quite overwhelming for Issei. His friends had been questioning him as if he were a criminal, especially after he had dismissed Akino Himejima, a girl whose beauty was admired by many. This incident had made him somewhat infamous at school for all the wrong reasons. He decided it was time to leave, as he needed to introduce his girlfriend to his parents, who were still unaware of his whereabouts the previous day. Just then he noticed an unexpected door on one of the walls. He chose to ignore it for the moment and focus on other matters. To his surprise, the door vanished before his eyes. Issei shrugged it off, attributing it to the stress his classmates had caused him. At that moment, he saw Kiba approaching him in a state of panic. Kiba urgently informed Issei that he needed to hear something important. Issei realized they were in a very open space without any of the ORC members noticing them. He decided to stop time, allowing only himself and Kiba to move. Kiba then expressed his concern about Rias. Issei acknowledged that Kiba was right. Rias must have done something. Kiba revealed that Rias was planning to go after Issei's parents in an attempt to persuade him to join her. This revelation ignited a fierce determination in Issei. He wanted to teach Rias a lesson for even considering harming his parents. He released a hint of his aura due to his anger but chose to remain calm. He remembered that he had placed a barrier around his house to prevent any supernatural interference. He reassured Kiba that Rias would know what was right if she wanted to stay safe. He warned that if his parents were harmed in any way, Rias would face dire consequences, though he had no intention of killing her. Kiba then raised a concern about Sensei, suggesting that he would come after Issei if anything happened to Rias. Issei countered that if Sensei understood right from wrong, he would know whom to support. He had always been a leader first and a family man second, and even Grafia would agree that they would punish Rias if she harmed any innocent bystanders. Kiba mentioned that he intended to inform Sensei about Rias's plans. He then brought up the rumors that Issei had humiliated Akino in front of everyone, asking if it was true. Issei confirmed it, noting that he had become unpopular with the male students because of it. Kiba expressed disbelief that Issei had remained unaffected by Akino, given her reputation for being stuck and flirty. He also remarked on Issei's unexpected relationship with someone who had previously caused him harm. Issei explained that he was still adjusting to the changes. He suspected that Kokabeel had manipulated Raynare in the past, but he believed Azazel had intervened to prevent that influence. Kiba agreed, stating that Kokabeel would always be troublesome, but their mentor would always support them. Issei realized it was time for Kiba to go, as Rias would be looking for him, and Raynare would be searching for Issei if he didn't return soon. They parted ways, and Issei dispelled the time barrier. He then met up with Raynare, who informed him that several girls were trying to warn her about Issei's antics. Issei sighed, having anticipated this reaction. He told her it was important for her to meet his parents, which made Raynare anxious, as meeting a boyfriend's parents, especially his mother, was a daunting prospect. Issei reassured her that everything would be fine and asked her not to mention what had happened the previous night, to which she agreed. At the Hyudu residence, Issei opened the door and announced his arrival. His mother was the first to greet him, visibly shocked when she saw he had brought a girlfriend home. Raynare introduced herself as Yuma Amano to Issei's mother, who initially thought it was one of his friends in disguise. This caused Issei to give a bewildered expression while Raynare chuckled at the antics of his parents. After confirming with both of his parents that she was indeed a girl and his girlfriend, Issei's mother decided to have a long conversation with her. Miki informed Issei that someone special had come to meet him. Curious, Issei asked who it was, and Miki revealed that it was a surprise. They had decided to adopt her as their daughter. Draigg chimed in, suggesting that it might indeed be someone significant. When they entered the room, they saw a girl wearing a heart locket, with short brown hair, dressed in a simple green striped shirt and black pants. Issei recognized her immediately. Chara introduced herself as Chara Hayu, the adopted child of Goru and Miki Hyudu, and younger sister of Issei. She expressed her surprise at being alive after the incident and explained how she had managed to retain her soul. She described the concept of fun value, a mechanism that determined the outcomes of events based on a random number chosen during resets. Chara speculated that Issei's chosen value had been high enough to prevent a fatal encounter, allowing her to find him again. As they spoke, Miki called everyone for dinner, prompting Issei and Chara to head to the table. Chara expressed her longing for the feeling of being with family, missing their parents and Israel, and wondered if they remembered her. The next day, Issei found himself in a precarious situation with Rias Gremory, who had entered his home uninvited and attempted to hypnotize his parents. Chara stood protectively beside them, ready to defend her new family with a knife in hand. Issei was furious, recalling his disdain for Rias from both his past life and the current timeline. While he felt a strong urge to confront her, he refrained from doing anything that might endanger his family, especially since his parents were unconscious due to Rias's spell. Issei confronted Rias, expressing his outrage at her audacity to invade his home and manipulate his parents. Despite her attempts to resist, Rias found herself unable to overpower him, even with her devil strength. Issei declared that he trained hard every day, unlike her, who relied solely on her destructive powers. As the tension escalated, Issei tightened his grip on Rias, warning her that this was a serious warning. He opened a portal to the school, insisting that she leave and never return. Rias attempted to plead with him, but Issei made it clear that she had lost her chance to talk. He warned her that if she ever threatened his family again, the consequences would be dire. With a swift motion, Issei sent Rias through the portal and closed it behind her. He then rushed to check on his parents, relieved to find that they were unharmed thanks to Chara's reassurance. Raynare reminded Issei that this incident could lead to larger conflicts, especially with Lucifer, given that Rias was his sister. Issei remained resolute, stating that while he could forgive those who harmed him, he would not tolerate anyone who hurt his family or friends. He would protect them at all costs, and both Raynare and Chara understood the depth of his commitment to their safety. They decided to remain quiet, and that was when Miki and Goru woke up. Miki groaned, wondering what had happened. Raynare explained that Rias Gremory had come to their home. Panic set in for Miki as she realized she had forgotten to buy a cross for protection against Rias's attacks. They now feared her, knowing what kind of person she truly was. Just then, Issei approached them, reassuring them that nothing would happen as long as he was there to protect them. Chara chimed in, expressing her determination to keep her adoptive parents safe, no matter what. Issei felt a mix of surprise and happiness when Chara referred to him as her big brother, appreciating her resolve to protect their family. They needed to get ready for school. At the Hyudu residence, Goru informed Issei that Miki had filled him in on the situation, emphasizing the need for caution with Rias around. Issei confidently stated that he had enhanced the barrier around their home, ensuring that no one below Satan class could enter without his permission. If Rias dared to try, she would face severe consequences. Miki thanked Issei for always looking out for them, to which he responded that protecting them was something he would always do, regardless of their feelings toward him. Goru then mentioned that they planned to enroll Chara in Issei's school that very day. Issei asked Chara if she was ready for school, and she eagerly confirmed her excitement to learn. After getting ready, Issei and Raynare headed toward school. On the way, Issei noticed a strange door on the wall. Raynare asked if something was wrong, but Issei told her to go ahead, he would join her soon. As Raynare walked away, Issei approached the door, and that was when the two dragons began to speak. Draigg complimented Issei for showing the true dragon of domination earlier. Issei thanked him but was advised to stay away from the door, as Draigg sensed something unusual emanating from it. Trihexa added that the energy from the door seemed to transcend their world, but ultimately, it was Issei's choice. Curiosity got the better of him, and he opened the door, revealing a skeleton with no facial features, dressed in a black jacket and regular pants. As Issei approached, the skeleton jolted, and two white dots appeared in its eye sockets. The skeleton greeted Issei, who was taken aback and went on high alert, ready to defend himself with his boosted gear. The skeleton reassured him that it did not intend to fight but simply wanted to talk. It introduced itself as Dxd, the former royal scientist of the monsters and the creator of the core. Issei asked why Dxd had appeared in Japan, to which Dxd explained that the void had strange interactions with their dimension. Curious, Issei inquired about how Dxd ended up in his current state. Dxd recounted how, during his experiments on the core and human determination, he accidentally opened a portal to the void. He managed to save two of his assistants from being Essikiyin but was ultimately trapped in the void himself, which drained his sanity and body over time. Despite this, he found solace in knowing that his assistants were still alive. Dxd expressed doubt that anyone remembered him, given how long he had been trapped. Issei felt sympathy for Dxd, realizing that the scientist's desire to pursue his dreams had led to unintended consequences. Dxd reassured Issei that he should not feel guilty, as it was his own doing. Suddenly, the void began to close, prompting Dxd to remind Issei that he needed to leave for school. Issei expressed concern for Dxd, but Dxd assured him that he would be fine and that they would meet again. With that, Issei left, wanting to help Dxd but knowing that even the dragons believed it was a hopeless situation. They warned him that staying longer could lead to corruption, just like Dxd. Issei then reunited with Raynare, and together they made their way to school. In the following days, nothing particularly noteworthy happened, except that 3 of the 4 ORC members were glaring at Issei, which was becoming increasingly annoying. He knew that Rias was too prideful to apologize for her earlier actions against his parents. Issei and Raynare were not only under scrutiny from the ORC but also from the student council president, who was keeping an eye on Issei due to his previous victory over Rias and his ability to open a portal to school without anyone noticing. Tsubaki asked Sona why they were there, and Sona explained that she wanted to assess Issei's strength to determine whether he would be an ally or an enemy, noting that Rias had made a mistake in her desperation to recruit a new member. Given the potential for an attack at any moment, caution was essential. Tsubaki suggested that Sona should call her sister, but Sona dismissed the idea, knowing her sister would charge in recklessly, causing chaos that they needed to avoid. Issei, observing the situation, saw an opportunity for a prank. He quickly contacted Raynare and Chara, planning to knock them out and transport them to Freddy Fazbear's pizzeria. When Sona and Tsubaki regained consciousness, they found themselves disoriented in an unfamiliar place. Tsubaki explained that they had been knocked out and brought there, with their teleportation magic disabled, leaving them trapped. It was then that they noticed a phone, with Issei playfully imitating the voice of Phone Guy, ready to engage them in a game. As Issei, in the guise of Phone Guy, welcomed them to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. He warned them about the animatronics that roamed the place at night. Sona and Tsubaki exchanged glances, feeling a headache coming on from the mention of God. They decided to check the security feeds, only to find that Bonnie and Chico were missing, their eyes fixed on the duo with an unsettling intensity. Sona urged Tsubaki to secure the doors, and Tsubaki complied, but they were both puzzled by the animatronics' apparent fixation on them. They continued to fend off the animatronics until the lights suddenly went out, and an eerie sound filled the air. In a moment of panic, Sona exclaimed their dire situation, and just then, Freddy made a sudden appearance, startling them both. The trio watching their antics erupted in laughter after witnessing their fright. Issei, sensing it was time to end the fun, teleported them back to the student council club. At the student council office, Saji was bewildered by the sudden appearance of the two ladies who fell from a portal. He quickly snapped out of his daze and helped them up, concerned about what had happened to them. Sona and Tsubaki remained unconscious for the rest of the day, giving Issei a temporary reprieve from their usual antics. Saji, already burdened with responsibilities, found himself looking after them. Meanwhile, Issei and Raynare enjoyed their time together. Raynare expressed her delight at the entertainment they had just experienced. After bidding farewell to Chara, who had to head home due to her incompleted mission, Issei and Raynare returned to their classes. Unbeknownst to them, Rias watched with growing resentment. She felt powerless against them, especially after Issei had taken the time to train Raynare. Rias feared that any confrontation could lead to dire consequences, as Issei had made it clear that he would not hesitate to protect his family. Aquino inquired about their next steps, and Rias warned her to stay away from Issei and his family. Kiba cautioned Rias against provoking Issei, emphasizing that she should have taken the chance to build a positive relationship instead of jeopardizing it. Kaneko, however, believed that Issei would not act against Rias, but Kiba vehemently disagreed, asserting that Issei would show no mercy if they threatened his family. Frustrated, Kiba left to cool off, intending to apologize to Issei's parents for Rias's behavior. Rias, taken aback by Kiba's outburst, along with Kaneko and Aquino, decided to end the day and head to their classes. 3 days later, Issei was seen training Raynare, utilizing his experience from a previous timeline. Chara was nearby, happily enjoying her favorite chocolate. During their sparring session, Issei identified several weaknesses in Raynare's fighting style, noting her over-reliance on light spears and her lack of physical strength. He resolved to help her improve her magical abilities and stealth skills, given her reputation for stealthy maneuvers. Issei informed Raynare that he had assessed her skills and had both good and bad news to share. She opted to hear the bad news first, which Issei delivered bluntly, stating that her physical skills were lacking. Raynare pouted at his honesty, finding it somewhat endearing. When she asked for the good news, Issei revealed that her magical reserves were exceptional, comparable to a high-class devil. With proper training, her magic could rival that of a cadre-class fallen angel. Despite her physical shortcomings, her stealth tactics impressed him during their sparring match. Issei explained that she resembled a glass cannon, capable of inflicting significant damage but vulnerable to even minor attacks. He suggested that she modify her light spears into more versatile forms, like a light sword or knife, to enhance her defense. He encouraged her to think of light energy as malleable, capable of creating blinding flash grenades that could incapacitate enemies while damaging devils. Raynare decided to start her training, while Issei chose to train independently. He asked his friends for suggestions on how to improve. Draigg mentioned that he had discussed it with Trihexa and suggested focusing on increasing Issei's durability and magical abilities. Trihexa noted that given Issei's strength, it was only a matter of time before stronger beings would challenge him. Although Issei was strong enough to keep up with heavenly dragons, he still had a long way to go if he were to face beings like Ophis or Great Red. With determination, Issei agreed to begin his training. As Issei trained with the dragons, he worked hard to boost his durability to that of a Satan-class being, even without his balance breaker. He learned several new techniques, including Extinction Ray, Extinction Sphere, Annihilate, and Blazing Inferno of Scorching Flames. Later, While shopping with Raynare, they heard a girl's scream. Issei immediately recognized the voice and rushed toward the sound, leaving Raynare puzzled by his sudden action. When he reached the source, he found Asia, who expressed her clumsiness. Upon hearing Issei's voice, Asia jumped and embraced him, excited to see her adopted brother after a long time. She remembered everything from before the reset and had been waiting to reunite with him. However, the moment was interrupted when Raynare approached, causing Asia to panic. She recalled that Raynare was the one who had harmed her and forced her into becoming a devil. In fear, Asia hid behind Issei, but he reassured her that she was safe. Raynare tried to calm Asia, insisting that she never intended to hurt her. Issei explained that Raynare was his girlfriend, which surprised both Asia and Raynare. Asia was overwhelmed by the revelation and fainted from the shock. Issei and Raynare quickly took Asia to a nearby park to rest. As she lay on Issei's lap, Raynare tended to her until she regained consciousness. Asia struggled to process the situation, especially the unexpected relationship between Issei and Raynare. Issei felt it was time to explain everything that had happened since their last meeting, including his awakening in his old house, his relationship with Raynare, her enrollment at Kuo Academy, and his pranks on Sona and Tsubaki. Asia felt out of the loop, realizing how much had changed. Just as she was trying to comprehend everything, 3 fallen angels appeared, demanding to take her away. Raynare confronted them, expressing her loyalty to Issei and refusing to join Kokubile. Danasik threatened that they would perish together if Raynare did not comply. Suddenly, Chara arrived, having been sent by their mother to bring them home. As Danasik attacked Chara with a light spear, Issei shouted a warning. Chara's eyes turned red, and she effortlessly sliced the spear in half with her knife. She confidently asked why they had attacked her. Calawarner dismissed her, but Mitlet charged at Chara. Issei decided to handle the other 2 fallen angels while instructing Chara to deal with Mitlet and Raynare to protect Asia. Chara skillfully dodged Mitlet's attacks, demonstrating her experience from previous battles, while Asia watched, feeling a twinge of jealousy at Raynare's affectionate term for Issei but focusing on the fight at hand. Mitlet was seeing red. This human, who appeared weaker than her, was easily evading all her attacks. Growing bored, Chara decided it was time to end the confrontation. With a smirk, Chara mused about how a wingless angel would look, prompting Raynare to cover Asia's eyes. Chara then drew a knife and severed both of Mitlet's wings. Mitlet screamed in anguish, now transformed into the very thing she once despised. She looked at Chara with a mix of fear and hatred. Chara declared it was time to finish things, warning Mitlet not to underestimate humanity in her next life, or she would face a much worse fate. With that, Chara delivered a swift strike, and Mitlet burst into a flurry of feathers. Meanwhile, Issei had been preparing for his own battle. He warned his opponents that they had one chance to leave, or they would meet a grim end. Calawarner dismissed his threat, but Issei was unfazed. Transforming into his red armor, he frightened Calawarner and Danasik, while Raynare and Asia watched in awe, knowing the fallen angels were in serious trouble. Calawarner urged Danasik to flee, but Issei lunged at Danasik, using his power to eliminate him instantly. Calawarner, gripped by fear, attempted to escape, but Issei swiftly incapacitated her. She pleaded for mercy, but Issei reminded her that he had given her a chance. He unleashed a powerful attack, ending her life as well. With the battle concluded, Issei noticed Chara approaching the group unscathed. Raynare, filled with admiration, asked if he was the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei confirmed her suspicion, and Raynare was overjoyed, realizing her boyfriend's true strength. However, she reassured him that she loved him for who he was, not just for his title. Issei blushed at her words and turned to Asia, assuring her that he had not forgotten about her. He mentioned that his parents missed her and would love to meet her. Asia expressed her longing to see them again. Later, at the Hyudu residence, Miki called for Issei and Raynare. Issei introduced Asia, who greeted Miki warmly. The Hyudu couple embraced Asia, their adopted daughter, after a long separation. Issei, Raynare, and Chara decided to leave the loving couple to catch up while they headed to their rooms to rest. 3 days later, The Hayadu couple enrolled both Asia and Chara at Kuo Academy. Asia had no trouble with Japanese, as she remembered her past life well. Meanwhile, Issei and Raynare were on their way to school when they were approached by Sona and Tsubaki. Issei instinctively guarded Raynare, but Sona assured him they only wanted to talk. He agreed to accompany them, provided they wouldn't harm him or his family. Sona asked Issei if he played chess, to which he replied affirmatively. She invited him for a game, and they headed to the student council office, where the members were present. Sona asked if he preferred to play as black or white, and Issei chose black. As they began, Issei utilized his Draigonic intellect to anticipate Sona's moves. When she moved her bishop, he countered with his knight, putting her bishop in jeopardy. Sona inquired about his earlier confrontation with Rias, to which Issei explained that she had attempted to use his parents as hostages to manipulate him, but her plan had failed. Sona then moved her pawn to protect her bishop, but Issei had already predicted this, positioning his bishop to threaten her queen and cut off her escape. Sona moved her pawn in response, but it was too late. She lost her queen in exchange for Issei's bishop, missing the opportunity to castle. She wondered if Issei was a threat to them. Issei clarified that he only posed a threat to those who attacked or threatened his friends or family. Rias had done just that, and Issei made it clear that he offered only one chance. After that, there would be no mercy. Saji, who knew Issei well, understood that the Issei who had joined the school was no longer the same. Sona had ensured that he would not provoke Issei without reason. After a few more moves, Issei had lost only his bishops and a few pawns, while Sona had lost her queen, both rooks, both knights, and one bishop. Sona expressed her intention to find out if Issei was an enemy of the devil faction and apologized for Rias's actions. Issei reassured her that it was all good and that she didn't need to apologize for Rias. Then he declared checkmate. Sona looked at the chessboard and realized her king was surrounded. Issei's queen controlled one lane while his rook covered the other two, sealing her defeat. She understood the implications, and even her peerage recognized what it meant. Issei complimented Sona on the game and suggested they could play again later if she wanted to. Sona agreed, albeit hesitantly. After Issei left the student council room, Saji, a member of Sona's peerage, asked if what had just happened was true. Sona confirmed it and instructed Tsubaki to contact her parents, revealing that they had found a suitor for her, someone smarter than herself. Previously, the aftermath of Rias's actions had left Issei with intensified feelings of hatred toward her. He had met an enigmatic visitor named Dxd, discussing his fate and promising to meet him again in the future. As Issei headed to school, he dealt with the consequences of his actions toward Rias, with both the ORC and the student council following him. He decided to train Raynare in her light magic 3 days later, while he trained with the 2 dragons residing within him. The next day, they encountered Asia, another friend of Issei's, who remembered everything from the past timeline. They also faced 3 fallen angels who sought to reclaim Raynare and capture Asia for her sacred gear, only to meet their end. The 4 of them returned home with Chara, who had joined them for some fun. The following day, Issei played chess with Sona and won, resulting in his betrothal to Sona Citri. In the halls of Kuo Academy at 11:30 a.m., Issei reflected on recent events, the reset, changes in the timeline, and the chess match. Draigg decided to speak to him about the game. Issei insisted he hadn't cheated, and Draigg confirmed that he knew that. Draigg then mentioned the aftermath of the game, reminding Issei that he was now officially Sona Citri's fiancé. Issei lamented the impact this would have on his relationship with Raynare. Draigg jokingly said it was nice knowing Issei before deciding to leave. Issei protested, feeling betrayed. He resolved to inform Raynare about what had happened when he was called to Sona's office. Thankfully, he arrived early for class due to a hunch, avoiding being late. The teacher announced that 2 new students would be joining the class. Chara introduced herself as Issei's adopted sister, while Asia introduced herself as a transfer student from Italy. Issei noted that they had finally arrived, and Raynare expressed her anticipation for Chara's arrival at school. Murayama questioned Chara's connection to Issei, prompting Chara to clarify their relationship. Issei glared at Murayama, frustrated by her judgment of his past mistakes, while she sensed the tension and wisely chose to remain silent. Keitase noticed Murayama's unease and inquired about it. Hayudu wondered what had happened. Issei was simply sitting there, doing nothing, and he truly didn't understand Keitase's problem. He suggested that she mind her own business and take care of her friend, who was clearly frightened. Keitase understood Issei's point and agreed to console her friend, recognizing that Issei had changed for the better, so there was no reason to provoke him. Raynare approached with a menacing smile, prompting Issei to realize he was in for a tough time if he didn't respond correctly. He insisted that he hadn't done anything, just looked at her, and she had started trembling. Despite his disdain for his former self, he felt a familiar fear towards Raynare, reminiscent of his feelings for Rias, who meant everything to him. He would do anything to protect her, even if it meant facing a god. Raynare smirked and declared that she had her eyes on him, to which Issei responded obediently. Their teacher then intervened, asking everyone to settle down as they had a class to finish. She instructed Asia and Chara to sit in front of Issei and Raynare. Issei, curious, asked what had caused Murayama to shiver. Trihexa explained that Issei's glare was akin to that of a god, which would naturally intimidate anyone of lower rank, such as a human. At Ko Academy, Issei was seen in the cafeteria enjoying his meal since his class had ended early. It was then that Momo Hanakai, a member of the student council, arrived to summon him to the student council office at Sona's request. Issei greeted her and asked what he could do for her. Momo informed him that the president wanted to speak with him about something important and personal. Issei had anticipated this moment and asked her to lead the way, dropping the formalities and inviting her to call him by his name. Issei Haidu, unchanged in appearance across timelines, was a young man with a complex past. After being betrayed by most of the occult research club, except for Kiba, Asia, Gasper, and Roswies, he had decided to leave. However, he suffered from a dragon's fall before meeting Trihexa, where he witnessed the people he cared for, including 3 girls who genuinely loved him. Discovering he possessed the soul of determination, he managed to reset the timeline, erasing the previous one and starting anew. Chara Hyde, formerly Chara Dreamer, had a tragic past of her own. Having died centuries earlier due to consuming buttercups, she had once belonged to a loving family, particularly close to their son, Asriel, until his untimely death. After meeting Issei, who shared her selflessness despite his betrayals, she decided to help him reset the timeline. In this new reality, she found herself welcomed by the Hayudu family, who embraced her as one of their own. Chara enjoyed being with Issei and his family, as well as his harem, especially Asia. She also cherished her former family and friends. However, she held a strong dislike for those who harassed her loved ones, particularly the ORC, with the exception of Kiba and Gasper. Her abilities included determination, which, while not as potent as Issei's, was still formidable enough to challenge powerful beings. Previously, Issei had discussed his engagement with Sona, indicating that he was fine with her canceling it. To his surprise, Sona confessed her feelings for him and suggested they go on a date. This left Issei feeling caught off guard, as he had only wanted a single relationship. However, the idea of being a harem king was revived, and he eventually accepted it. They successfully defeated a stray devil, which angered Rias, but in truth, Issei had found a way to eliminate an evil piece without harming the soul. The stray, Visser, was grateful to Issei for giving her a second chance at life. The next day, Issei enjoyed a successful date with Sona, which included a kiss, and later encountered her sister, Seraphal, who, despite her intimidating demeanor, took a liking to him and reassured him about their parents. That was when Seraphal's stomach began to growl, joined by the sounds from the other 2 watching the duo on their date. Issei decided to treat them, respecting their dedication. The date night, 8:30 p.m. After finishing their meal, everyone said their goodbyes and prepared to head home, unaware that a mysterious entity was watching them from a distance. The figure grinned, contemplating the situation. If he eliminated Issei, Sona would be his, and there would be nothing her sister could do to stop it. He thought to himself that Issei should enjoy his last moments with her, as she would soon belong to him. The man then teleported away, heading toward the underworld. 2 days later, Issei and the others were on their way to school when they learned about an important announcement regarding their new homeroom teacher. Curiosity filled the air as they wondered who it might be. Raynare expressed her thoughts, questioning why the old teacher had been replaced. Issei shrugged, noting that this school often enrolled students in the blink of an eye, so a new teacher was not surprising. Chara sensed that this new teacher might be strong, while Asia encouraged Raynare to give her a chance. Raynare remained quiet, realizing that perhaps the new teacher would be just as good, if not better, than the previous ones. She decided to stay positive. As they approached their classroom, they were about to receive the biggest shock of their lives. The new teacher was none other than Satan's Seraphal Leviathan. She greeted the class with enthusiasm, introducing herself as Sarah Levi, and inviting them to call her Professor Levi. Issei and Asia were taken aback. They never expected a Satan to be their new homeroom teacher, especially since they knew she was there for Sona. Issei felt a mix of emotions, realizing how interesting his life had become, but he also felt pity for Serzex, who had always disliked paperwork. Earlier, he had shared his relationship with Sona with Asia and his parents, who surprisingly accepted it well. In his previous life, his parents had never opposed his dream of being a harem king, and Asia was unfazed, knowing about his natural charm with women. She remembered that in his past life, he had gained true affection from 3 women, Kuroka, Roswies, and herself. All 3 understood that he would do anything to keep the women in his life happy. The boys cheered at the sight of such a beautiful professor, excited to attend her classes. Meanwhile, the girls sighed at the boys' antics, having always hoped for a female homeroom teacher to admire. Seraphal, on the other hand, enjoyed the lively atmosphere of the class. Issei asked what she would be teaching them. Seraphal replied that she would be teaching history. The class was stunned when she called Issei by his first name. He lowered his head, trying to avoid attention, while the girls chuckled at his embarrassment. A student questioned why Seraphal had addressed Issei so informally, and she explained that it was because they were good friends. Issei sighed in response, feeling the weight of the attention on him. An uproar ensued as students clamored to know Issei's secret for attracting so many girls effortlessly. One student challenged him, demanding to know how he managed to gain the attention of another girl. Others offered money in exchange for his secret, but Issei kept his head down, feeling overwhelmed by the unwanted attention. The girls attempted to calm the boys down, while Issei made a mental note to talk to Seraphal and Sona later. In the student council room at 12:30 a.m., Issei spoke to Sona, acknowledging that her sister was his homeroom teacher. Sona expressed her frustration, realizing that Seraphal's presence would complicate her life. She decided to adjust to the change, reminding Issei that he was not responsible for it. Sona reassured him that her sister would only act like a true Satan when necessary, and she needed to remind Seraphal to behave like a teacher around others. Previously, they had witnessed the aftermath of Issei and Sona's date, which led to Seraphal joining the academy as a teacher under the name Sarah Levi. This revelation shocked many, especially Sona, Issei, and Asia. Later, an unexpected visitor attempted to enter the Hyudu residence but was repelled by Issei's force field. The visitor was Rias, who had tried to nullify an arranged marriage by seeking Issei's affection, but he had firmly refused her advances. The next day, Rias and her friends were surprised to see Sona, Issei, and his friends, just as another being named Riser appeared, causing a stir by disrespectfully approaching Rias. He taunted Issei, who stood his ground, humiliating Riser in front of everyone. Riser vowed vengeance against Issei before leaving. In the aftermath of the situation, Issei resolved to fight for Rias, not out of forgiveness, but because he despised the thought of her freedom being taken away. He believed that such a fate would be far worse than death itself. Following the events in the Occult Research Club room, the ORC, along with Issei's group, made their way to the Grammary mansion to train for their upcoming battle. Issei found it easier to prepare himself, knowing he might face enemies from other realities and timelines. For now, however, his focus was on training the ORC. Issei urged his teammates to pick up the pace, comparing their speed to that of a snail. Rias pleaded for him to go easy on them, explaining that they couldn't match the speed of others. Issei reminded them that without training, they would never grow stronger. He pointed out that Kiba and Kaneko had already completed their uphill training, emphasizing that even basic training could lead to significant progress. Kaneko, determined to prove herself, accepted the challenge of running 25 laps while wearing a weighted bag, refusing to let the past corrupt her as it had her sister. As the training session commenced, Issei outlined the plan. Chara would train with Kiba, focusing on his durability, while Raynare would work with Akino. Kaneko and Rias would train alongside Issei. Akino raised her hand, questioning why she had to train with Raynare. Issei understood her reluctance, knowing she harbored resentment towards fallen angels due to her past. He encouraged her to overcome that hatred, believing it would benefit her in the long run. With Chara and Kiba, Chara acknowledged her knowledge of the past timeline but insisted she would not go easy on him. Kiba, appreciating her determination, prepared for their training. As they began, Kiba adopted an offensive stance while Chara took a defensive one. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, with Kiba's speed pushing Chara to her limits. She struggled to keep up, realizing just how fast he had become. Kiba shared his motivation for training, revealing how Issei had helped him in the past. He expressed his desire to protect Issei and his family, vowing never to abandon them again. Chara, inspired by his resolve, encouraged him to continue their training without slacking. Meanwhile, Raynare began her training session with Akino, who seemed distracted. Raynare reminded her that they would focus on enhancing her holy magic. Akino initially resisted, claiming she already knew enough. Raynare emphasized that Akino's power was hers alone and that avoiding her fallen side would only hinder her growth. Raynare's words struck a chord with Akino, prompting her to reflect on her feelings for Rias. Raynare pressed her to defend Rias at all costs, urging her not to let fear hold her back. Akino's determination solidified as she vowed not to allow anyone to harm Rias. Raynare then guided Akino to refine her magical attacks, suggesting she transform her raw magic into more effective forms, like devices or weapons. She explained how combining different types of magic could enhance their effectiveness, encouraging Akino to embrace her abilities fully. With renewed focus, the group continued their training, each member determined to grow stronger and protect those they cared about. Then light could be used as a sort of electro-web, not only to ensnare enemies but also to inflict damage, particularly against devils and fallen beings. Additionally, a light grenade could be utilized to daze enemies or even harm devil foes, which would be advantageous in the upcoming raiding game. It could also serve as an escape route if situations turn dire. Akino realized that she had learned much more about magic than she had previously known and never imagined she could use it in such a manner. Raynare understood Akino's reluctance to accept her fallen heritage, acknowledging that something traumatic must have occurred in her past. However, she urged Akino not to shy away from using her powers due to that trauma, stating that it would be foolish to do so. Akino felt a tick mark of frustration but kept it to herself. Despite her heritage, she had received considerable help from Raynare and began to realize that perhaps not all fallen beings were bad. Raynare suggested they begin their training, addressing Akino as the priestess of thunder. Akino agreed, and the duo started practicing the modulation of magic into various forms, such as grenades and mines. With Raynare's assistance, Akino also learned how to create perfect light spears. Meanwhile, Issei, Kaneko, Rias, and Asia were preparing for a sparring session. Issei decided to assess their abilities personally and instructed the two girls to spar with him without holding back. Asia, acting as the referee, signaled the start of the mock spar. Kaneko, being a close combat brawler, charged at Issei first. He anticipated her move, sidestepping easily and delivering a swift punch to her stomach, sending her flying. Undeterred, Kaneko attempted to strike at his jaw to slow him down. Rias, on the other hand, unleashed her power of destruction at Issei, but it only caused collateral damage without significantly affecting him. Issei adeptly countered Kaneko's punches while dodging Rias's attacks. Frustrated, Rias demanded Issei to stay still, but he playfully refused. Seizing the moment, Kaneko used her strength to bind him temporarily, allowing Rias to charge her power of destruction. She shouted the name of her attack, and a powerful blast was unleashed. Smoke filled the area, obscuring their view. Asia called out to Issei, and Rias wondered if they had succeeded in their attack. Issei, emerging from the smoke, acknowledged their teamwork and admitted they had caught him off guard. However, he declared that they would need to try much harder to injure him. With newfound power surging through him, Issei charged at the duo, delivering gut punches that sent them flying. He then prepared a magic attack, surrounding them with fire. As they recovered, he declared the spar was fun, but it was time to end it with a fiery storm. The flames engulfed them, and they screamed as they were overwhelmed. Asia announced Issei as the winner, and he expressed his admiration for the duo's performance. He believed that with proper training, they could succeed. Draigg noted that he was initially disappointed in Rias but recognized her quick thinking and strategic skills. Trihexa, while indifferent to the duo, decided to increase Issei's training intensity, impressed by their tactical thinking. After some time, Rias and Kaneko awoke to find their injuries healed, thanks to Asia. Rias asked what had happened, and Kaneko inquired about their performance. Issei expressed his surprise at their ability to catch him off guard and praised them. However, he emphasized that it was not enough and asked if they were ready for serious training to defeat Riser. Both girls eagerly agreed. Issei informed them that he would show no mercy during their training. He instructed Rias to make her extinguished star more compact and denser while charging for longer durations. Kaneko learned to avoid taking too many hits and to evade attacks. Issei decided to rain fire from above to help her practice dodging, especially against powerful opponents. 8 days later, Issei walked through the halls of the Gremory mansion, reflecting on how far he had come. He noticed many differences between the timelines, including unexpected events like getting a girlfriend on the first day after the reset and meeting people like Rias and Aquino, who were more honest than their counterparts. He accepted Chara as his little sister and was surprised by Sona Citri, one of the strictest women, falling in love with him. Instead of attracting the attention of Surzek's Lucifer, he found a good friend in Seraphal Leviathan much earlier than in the previous timeline. Issei noticed that Rias was also unable to sleep due to the stress of the raiding game. He understood that this game would determine her fate and her future actions. He greeted her with a cheerful demeanor, surprising Rias. She acknowledged his presence and remarked on his sleeplessness. Issei shared that he had a lot on his mind and asked her what was bothering her. Rias expressed her excitement about the upcoming raiding game, admitting that she wished there were no consequences for losing. She felt it was a lose-lose situation for her, as Riser had nothing to lose. Issei countered that Riser was indeed losing something significant, his pride, which was crucial for any high-class devil. Rias agreed, and a comfortable silence enveloped them before she posed a thoughtful question. She asked Issei what he wanted his partner to admire about him, or how he wished to be seen by someone he loved. Though confused, Issei answered honestly. He wanted his partner to love him for who he truly was, without any pretense. He desired to be accepted as Issei Hayadu, not just as the Red Dragon Emperor. Rias was taken aback by his revelation, realizing that he was indeed the Red Dragon Emperor. She then shared her own wish to be seen as Rias Gremory, not merely as the heiress of her family or the sister of Lucifer. She wanted her partner to love her for who she was, just as Issei desired to be loved for himself. Issei acknowledged her sentiments, sensing a difference in her compared to someone else he knew. Rias then asked for his thoughts on their performance so far. He encouraged her, stating that she was improving steadily and could defeat Riser Phoenix. Grateful for his support, Rias also felt the need to apologize for her past actions, including hypnotizing his parents. Issei was surprised by her admission, feeling a sense of relief that she was not the same Rias from the previous timeline. He indicated that if she wanted his forgiveness, she would need to earn it. Rias accepted this challenge, and Issei complimented her intelligence, causing her to blush before regaining her composure. He mentioned that he had forgiven her partially, which Rias found encouraging. He encouraged her to keep up the good work, assuring her that complete forgiveness was just a matter of time. Suddenly, Rias experienced a headache while Issei laughed, initially annoying her but ultimately bringing her joy at his lightheartedness. He then mentioned that he needed to prepare for the raiding game the next day, and Rias bid him farewell. Issei reflected that perhaps he didn't hate her after all. Draigg, his dragon partner, commented on Issei's forgiving nature, expressing pride in him. Issei contemplated the differences between Rias and someone from his past, prompting Draigg to remind him that the timeline had changed, and the Rias he knew was not the same. Meanwhile, at an undisclosed location near the mansion, a figure observed Issei's compassionate nature. Another voice called for Ialava Amon to return, hinting at a sinister intent. Ialava laughed maniacally, declaring that he would enjoy defeating his opponents and claiming Sona for himself before teleporting away. Back at the ORC, Rias gathered everyone and confirmed their readiness for the game. They were teleported to the raiding game arena, a replica of Crow Academy, where Graphia, the head maid of the Gremory family, announced the game. Rias requested a map from Kiba, who promptly obliged. She explained the strategy. Their base would be the ORC building, while Riser's base was the principal room. The objective was to defeat the opposing king to win the match. Everyone nodded in agreement and began planning. Rias instructed Aquino to set traps using light and electro webs to ensnare Riser's pawns, emphasizing that despite their weaknesses, their numbers could pose a threat. She noted their overconfidence and pride, vowing to prove them wrong. Kiba and Kaneko headed to the gym room, knowing they had to either capture or destroy it to prevent the opposing team from using it as a base. Both acknowledged the mission with a nod. Rias instructed them to take to the skies and eliminate any threats in the gym area. Once Kiba and Kaneko dealt with any potential enemies, they were to destroy the gym base before it could be utilized by the opposing team. Aquino expressed her eagerness to assist, while Rias directed Issei to handle any pawns that might approach the ORC building, ensuring they triggered the traps set in place. Issei assured Rias he would manage the situation. Rias encouraged everyone to win the game and return home for some well-deserved rest. As Kiba and Kaneko arrived at the gym, Kiba sensed 3 presences nearby. A voice called out, revealing that they were aware of the Gremory duo's presence. Kiba smirked at the challenge, while Mira, one of the opponents, demanded to know the whereabouts of a dragon, expressing her desire to confront him. Kiba stepped forward, declaring himself her opponent. Mira, determined to crush Kiba and pursue the dragon, lunged at him in anger. Kiba took advantage of her reckless attack, sidestepping and swiftly cutting her pole with his sword. He noted the effectiveness of his training, while Mira insisted that she could still fight without her weapon. Kiba welcomed the challenge, and as the battle unfolded he skillfully dodged Mira's attacks. Growing bored, he executed a decisive move, eliminating her from the fight. Graphia announced that 1 pawn of Riser Phoenix had been taken out. Kaneko congratulated Kiba and prepared for her turn. 2 more opponents attempted to corner Kaneko, demanding she stop dodging. Kaneko, smiling, playfully refused and quickly dispatched both of them with a roundhouse kick, knocking them out with ease. Kiba praised her efforts, and they moved on to the next phase of their plan. As they evacuated the building, Rias ordered Aquino to unleash her lightning. Aquino created a powerful light bomb that easily destroyed the gym room. Graphia confirmed that 2 more pawns of Riser Phoenix had been eliminated. Kiba felt satisfied with their progress and suggested they find the others. Just then, Kaneko sensed a magic attack and quickly moved herself and Kiba out of harm's way. A beautiful purple-haired lady approached them, revealing herself as Eubelina, the queen of Riser Phoenix. They realized they needed to escape before they faced elimination. Eubelina confidently stated that they could not escape. Aquino intervened, asserting that she would not allow Eubelina to eliminate them. The 2 ladies took to the skies, engaging in a fierce battle of spells. Aquino conserved her energy, knowing Eubelina would not waste her mana. Suddenly, Graphia announced that 3 pawns of Riser Phoenix had been eliminated. Eubelina was taken aback, demanding to know how this had occurred. Aquino revealed that their strategy had been planned, and Issei had already dealt with 3 of her pawns. Frustrated, Eubelina attempted to regroup but was struck by a light attack, sending her crashing to the ground. Aquino taunted her for letting her guard down. Meanwhile, 15 minutes earlier, Issei had confronted Marion, Shuria, and Burent, 3 pawns who thought they were clearing traps. A larger light trap had ensnared them, neutralizing most of their abilities. Marion questioned how the trap had been triggered, while Shuria expressed confusion over their supposed progress. Issei appeared, cracking his knuckles and greeting them. Burent remarked on Issei's reputation as the infamous trump card for the Gremory peerage, suggesting he would make a fine boyfriend if they weren't on opposing sides. Issei declined the compliment, stating he already had a girlfriend, and unleashed a powerful fire blast. The flames, as fierce as a dragon's, engulfed the weakened girls, leaving them unable to dodge or escape. Soon the flame engulfed them. Grafia noted that 3 pawns of Riser Phoenix had been eliminated. Issei found it impressive and wondered what the others were doing, guessing that Akino was likely dealing with the purple-haired lady. Meanwhile, Kiba and Kaneko observed the situation. Kiba remarked that Issei had taken down 3 pawns single-handedly, while Kaneko expressed curiosity about his strength. Kiba hoped they wouldn't have to face Issei's true power. Just then, Issei appeared, greeting them with enthusiasm. Kiba congratulated Issei on his success, acknowledging the effort it saved them. Kaneko asked what their next move would be when Rias communicated with them, announcing a change of plans. She explained that since Riser had sent out his queen, she would bait him to give the others a chance to defeat the rest of his peerage. Issei protested, worried for Rias's safety, but she insisted that it was necessary. Issei sighed in resignation, and Kaneko urged them to move, believing Rias must already be out there. Kiba commented on their president's reckless nature, and Issei agreed, determined to win this battle. As they made their way toward the building, Akino faced Eubelina, who revealed a vial of phoenix tears that restored her health and magic. Akino, initially gritting her teeth, then smiled, ready to unleash her full power. Eubelina questioned her smile, but Akino declared her intent to enjoy the fight. As Eubelina grew angry, Akino prepared to end the confrontation, using her signature move, Holy Lightning, which struck Eubelina with tremendous force. Eubelina screamed in shock and pain, and Akino relished the moment. Eventually, Eubelina collapsed, enveloped in a green light, and Grafia confirmed that Riser Phoenix's queen had been eliminated. Everyone was stunned by Akino's victory, except for Issei, who had faith in her abilities. Meanwhile, Kaneko, Kiba, and Issei approached the principal's office, only to find themselves surrounded by the rest of Riser's peerage. Issei quickly devised a strategy, instructing Kiba to take on the knights and 1 pawn while Kaneko handled the rooks and the other pawn. He would confront the bishops. Kiba hesitated but understood Issei's determination, especially since he had a score to settle with Ravel, who had betrayed him in the past. Issei declared that his fight was with the bishops of Riser Phoenix, swiftly using his dragon fist ability to eliminate Maihi before she could pose a threat. Grafia announced that 1 bishop had been eliminated. Issei then approached Ravel, recalling the pain she had caused him in the previous timeline. He lunged at her, delivering a powerful uppercut that left her bewildered. He followed up with the Welsh Dragon Flare, overwhelming her flames and securing her defeat. Grafia confirmed that both bishops of Riser Phoenix had been eliminated. Riser, furious at the loss, vowed revenge for the harm done to his sister and plotted to confront Rias. Outside, Riser prepared to deal with the chaos. Meanwhile, Kiba and Kaneko had managed to fend off the knights and rooks, even eliminating the pawns early on to reduce the threat. Kiba signaled to Kaneko, who leaped into action. He unleashed his sword birth technique, summoning countless swords that overwhelmed their opponents, leading to their elimination. Grafia reported that 1 rook, both knights, and 2 pawns of Riser Phoenix had been eliminated. Issei praised their teamwork, noting that now they only needed to deal with Riser. Riser emerged, angrier than ever, and Issei greeted him mockingly. Riser, enraged, fired a flame at Issei, who effortlessly deflected it. Rias urged Riser to give up, but he refused, insisting he would not relent until he claimed her. In a desperate move, Riser used his flames to throw Rias aside, next to the unconscious body of his rook, Shuelon. Kiba stepped forward, asking Issei for permission to fight Riser. Issei agreed, and Kiba charged at Riser, determined to overwhelm him and prevent his regeneration. Utilizing his ice sword, Kiba froze any flames that approached, rendering Riser's fire ineffective. Drawing on his training, he created a holy sword and jabbed it into Riser's stomach, hindering his regeneration. Kiba demanded Riser surrender, but Riser, with a sinister smile, taunted him about his choice of attack. Issei's eyes widened as he noticed Riser holding a rook piece, realizing Riser's intent. He tried to warn Rias, but it was too late. Rias attempted to escape, only to be struck by a flame sword from Riser, who had taken advantage of the situation. Kiba was initially shocked but quickly became furious at Riser's treachery. Rias was enveloped in a green light, confirming her elimination. No one was expecting this to happen. Xuelin praised her king for a job well done before falling unconscious. Grafia announced that Rias Gremory had been defeated by Riser Phoenix, marking Riser's victory in the match. Previously, Issei had decided to train the Occult Research Club for their raiding game against Riser Phoenix. After assessing their strengths and weaknesses, he focused on enhancing their abilities to become strong enough to defeat Riser and reclaim their freedom. Issei personally trained Kaneko and Rias, while Kiba received guidance from Chara to improve his durability and stance. Akino made significant strides in her magic and overcame her fears, learning to embrace her powers. After 8 days of rigorous training, Issei was impressed by their determination to defeat Riser once and for all. The day before the raiding game, he and Rias had a serious discussion, both preparing to give it their all. On the day of the raiding game, Riser had an overwhelming advantage. Despite the odds and Rias's careful planning, they managed to eliminate all of Riser's pieces, failing to notice one remaining player. In a surprising turn, Riser executed a last-ditch effort by using a move called castling, switching places with his rook to strike Rias from behind, ultimately eliminating her and securing victory for his team. Everyone present, including the announcer Grafia, was shocked by the sudden outcome. They had expected Rias to win and were outraged by Riser's underhanded tactics. Among the most furious were Rias's older brother Sensei and Sona's older sister Seraphal, who recognized that bringing more than 3 rook pieces into a raiding game was a foul move and should have been deemed illegal. Saji expressed his confusion, questioning how they could have lost despite their apparent advantage. Tsubaki explained that Riser had used the castling move, which allowed a king and a rook to switch places, but only if the user had an unused rook. She speculated that Riser had taken advantage of this rule. Saji pointed out that Riser had a full set of pieces, to which Tsubaki admitted she was also puzzled. Sona theorized that, similar to how Issei had been loaned to Rias as a reserve member, someone must have provided Riser with an extra rook piece, enabling him to execute the switch. Saji questioned the fairness of this tactic, and Sona agreed, acknowledging that it was indeed unfair. However, she also commended their performance, noting that they had managed to eliminate Riser's entire peerage through strategic thinking. Even without Issei, they had been on the verge of victory until Riser's last-minute maneuver changed everything. Sona felt a deep concern for both Rias and Issei, worried for Rias who had been betrayed in such a manner, and for Issei who had fought tirelessly for her freedom. She did not want Issei to lash out in anger at Riser's underhanded move, as that could turn him against the devils, something she desperately wanted to avoid. Sona felt a wave of concern for Issei. With Seraphal and Sensei present, Sensei radiated a dangerous aura, enough to make any furniture or walls tremble. Grafia, on the other hand, raised her own aura to counter his, ensuring that no innocent devils would be harmed in his rage. Seraphal, though calm, was equally furious at Riser's actions. She wanted to punish him, but as a Satan, she had to remain impartial. Sensei was furious, questioning how Riser could dare to act in such a way. Grafia urged him to calm down, reminding him that he didn't want to destroy the devils around them. Hearing his wife's voice of reason, Sensei realized he was losing control of his emotions. He immediately lowered his aura, mentally thanking Grafia and vowing to maintain his composure in the future. He expressed his gratitude to her, acknowledging her support. Grafia reassured him that they would have a serious discussion about this later, giving him a pointed look. Sensei nodded, knowing even the Devil King had to respect his wife. He pondered how Rias had been performing so well, even winning at times, yet Riser had somehow managed to turn the tide in his favor. Grayfia shared her confusion about how Riser had obtained an extra piece. Just then a portal opened, revealing an elderly man. This was Zekrom Bale, the oldest devil still alive and the current leader of the Great King faction, as well as the former head of the Bale family. Surzex remembered how his aunt-in-law Misla Bale had been shunned by this man's clan, yet he still respected Zekrom for his contributions to Devil Society. Surzex asked Zekrom for an explanation. Zekrom admitted that he had given the piece to Riser Phoenix under pressure from the council. He felt regret for the injustice, knowing that pure-blooded devils were suffering, but he also understood the need for love in relationships. He was aware of Rias's animosity toward Riser and felt trapped by the council's outdated views and the pressure from both families. Surzex encouraged Zekrom to hold his head high, assuring him it was not his fault. Zekrom acknowledged his mistake and expressed a desire to fix it, seeking the help of a Satan and a dragon. Surzex agreed to assist him, feeling grateful to Issei for helping his sister and freeing her. After the match concluded, the team was teleported out of the dimension, all of them visibly upset, especially Issei, who was furious at Riser's cheap tactics. He felt helpless, recalling how he had hoped Riser would lose after training the ORC. He questioned why this was happening again. Draigg reminded him that it wasn't his fault Riser had resorted to desperate measures. Issei calmed down slightly, contemplating if there was a way to save Rias. Draigg pointed out that Issei had previously refused to help her. Issei admitted he had given up on hatred and vengeance, realizing that such feelings only perpetuated a cycle of negativity. He wanted to end that cycle, believing that forgiveness was the best path forward for both sides to find peace. In the student council room, Momo asked Sona how to get her crush to ask her out. Sona advised her not to be herself, offering a playful twist on the common advice. Saji humorously pointed out Issei as one of the most famous illegal aliens, only to provoke a comical reaction from Issei, who retaliated with a dragon shot aimed at Saji. The chaos in the room led to laughter from Tsubaki and Sona, while Momo remained shocked. Asia lamented her lack of friends, prompting Chara to jokingly remind her of her presence. Akino and Chara exchanged playful insults, leading to a moment of contemplation for Akino as she processed the banter. As Saji sang a catchy tune, he was interrupted by Issei bursting through the door, exuberantly declaring it a lovely day. Chara casually mentioned her plans to either get ice cream or commit a minor crime, leaving the decision open-ended. Rias demanded Gasper unlock the doors, but he stubbornly refused. In a moment of frustration, Rias used her powers to break through, causing Gasper to scream in surprise. Saji struggled to access his phone, frustrated by his forgotten password. Issei looked at him and remarked that the new password was too short, questioning what Saji had entered. Saji, feeling embarrassed, looked down while Sona and Tsubaki exchanged amused glances. He hesitated before admitting he had used something inappropriate. Sona and Tsubaki burst into laughter, while Momo tried to contain her giggles. Later, Rhea was singing a playful tune about personal boundaries when Tsubaki entered, her laughter echoing throughout the room. Issei arrived, proudly announcing he was ready. Sona and Tsubaki chuckled at his appearance, while Momo looked confused and Saji appeared frustrated. Sona exclaimed her surprise at Issei's outfit, and Saji scolded him for not being tactical. Issei, unfazed, insisted they should respect his style, prompting laughter from the others while Saji fumed. Issei decided to confront his dark multiverse counterpart, who introduced himself as a version of Issei with a notorious reputation. Sona observed Seraphal, who stood ominously, and she couldn't help but scream while singing a familiar tune. Issei pondered why life could be so challenging. Sona comforted him, reminding him that they also had good days. Suddenly, Issei produced a gun, leaving Sona bewildered. He then pulled out another, and Sona exclaimed in disbelief. Issei continued to conjure more guns, and they both screamed as an endless supply appeared in his hands. Previously, a wedding had taken place due to Rias losing the rating game, resulting in her marriage to Riser. Rias was devastated, not just by the marriage itself but by the way she had lost, which infuriated her. Just as she seemed to be winning, Raynare executed an unexpected move that secured his victory. After a while, Raynare began to announce the wedding between him and Rias when Issei interrupted, just as he had in the previous timeline. Raynare, already infuriated by Issei's previous humiliations, decided to confront him. At that moment, an unexpected foe appeared, Anlava, the second son of the House of Amon, who had kidnapped Sona Citri and placed her in a cage, intending to harm her after dealing with Issei. Raynare and Anlava formed an unlikely alliance, both eager to make Issei suffer. However, Issei quickly dealt with Raynare, managing to subdue him before sending him to Revel for medical attention. With Raynare out of the way, Issei turned his focus to Anlava, who had previously tried to force Sona into SBMson. The hatred Issei felt for Anlava was overwhelming, leading him to embrace a twisted, malevolent version of himself that sought to make Anlava pay for hurting someone he cared for. After a brief struggle, Sona intervened, snapping Issei back to reality. Anlava was then sent to the depths of Cocytus for his actions. In the aftermath, Sona decided to start living with Issei. An unseen entity observed the scene, noting that another soul had nearly succumbed to self-hatred. They recognized Issei and remarked on the power of hate as a weapon, cautioning him not to succumb to it, lest he become like those who misuse the juggernaut drive for power. The entity vanished, intrigued by Issei's struggle. At the Hayaду residence at 7:30 a.m., after the confrontation with Anlava and Raynare, Issei returned home to find Sona with his family. They welcomed her warmly, and his mother took Sona aside for a girls' talk. Issei recounted the events of the wedding party, and while some were shocked, everyone felt relief that both girls were safe. Chara, however, wore a disturbed expression. When Issei approached her, she explained the nature of hate and how it could trigger destructive power, sharing her own experiences as a victim. Issei recognized the similarity to his juggernaut drive and resolved to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. As Issei reflected on the events of the previous night, he realized he was holding something only to discover it was Raynare, his first girlfriend, who had fallen asleep next to him. He was surprised but even more astonished that she seemed unfazed by the situation. Raynare stirred and asked if it was morning. Issei confirmed it and questioned why Sona was sleeping beside him. Raynare explained that, due to a lack of pillows, they had decided to use his hands as makeshift pillows. Issei chuckled, attributing the sudden weight on his body to this arrangement. Sona then woke up and greeted him warmly, calling him Honey, a nickname she had started using since he saved her from danger. Raynare pouted, feeling left out, but resolved not to lose to Sona. A knock interrupted their moment. Asia called out, announcing that their mother had called them down for breakfast. Issei urged her to wait, but Asia entered anyway, spotting Raynare and Sona with him. Issei quickly insisted that it wasn't what it seemed. Asia, determined not to lose again, began to remove her clothing, prompting Issei to sigh, knowing this was just another day in his lively household with Sona now part of his life. At the breakfast table at 8 a.m., the atmosphere was lively as everyone conversed. Mickey complimented Issei on his impressive fight but noted he had gone a bit overboard. Issei acknowledged her comment. Sona then asked if her student council could come over that evening for an important discussion. Issei inquired about the topic, and Sona explained it was about the contract amounts each member had gathered, framing it as a friendly get-together. Issei asked if Kiba could join, and Sona saw no issue, though he needed to ask Rias for permission. Mickey assured Issei she had no problem with his friends visiting. With breakfast concluded, they prepared to leave for school, eager not to be late. Gora bid them farewell as they headed out, all 5 of them entering the school gates together. Fortunately, the campus was relatively empty that day. They spotted Saji searching for something, and Issei called out to him, prompting Saji to rush over. Issei approached Saji, curious about what was happening. Saji informed the president that they needed him at the council. Sona sighed and agreed to follow Saji. Issei called out to Saji, asking about his progress on a certain matter. Everyone present understood the implication. Saji revealed that he had located the individuals they were searching for, as they were in his class. Issei praised Saji for his efforts, confident that he would find them soon. Previously, a new chapter had begun for Issei, marked by significant changes. Raynare had become his girlfriend, Sona Citri was now his fiancée, and Chara was his younger sister. He had also completely abandoned his previous perversions. At school, Issei faced two shocking revelations. Keitase and Murayama had apologized to him, leading to a newfound friendship, despite their earlier hostility towards him. The second shock came when he learned that Venelina Gremory, Rias Gremory's mother, was the new principal. She wanted to understand Issei's reasons for breaking off his engagement and was aware of Rias's desperation, which had nearly led to a confrontation with Issei's parents had he not intervened. Venelina made a mental note to speak with both Rias and her husband. After informing Rias about her mother's new position, Issei requested permission to bring Kiba to his house for a meeting with the student council regarding a contract summary. During the meeting, Sona received a call from Rias, who wanted to speak to Issei about a certain individual requesting the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei recognized who it was and decided to meet him. Later that evening, Issei arrived at the apartment complex of the mysterious man. He had a hunch about the man's identity, recalling a faction leader from his past life who had cared for him like a father, which had contributed to his good life in the underworld. He approached the building and knocked on the door, which was opened by a man with golden bangs wearing a yukata. The man greeted Issei, calling him Dragon Boy. Issei responded, teasing him about the nickname. The man, Azazel, acknowledged that Issei remembered him. Issei confirmed this, recalling their history. Azazel then welcomed Issei inside and embraced him warmly, expressing how much he had missed him. Issei, overwhelmed with emotion, returned the sentiment. They settled down to catch up, and Issei shared the significant changes in his life, including his relationship with Raynare. Azazel reacted with surprise, recalling Raynare's past actions. Issei explained that this time, she had genuinely fallen in love with him, and he felt the same way. Azazel reflected on his decision to keep her away from Kokabeel, who had previously turned his orders into chaos. He then inquired about Draigg and Trihexa, who confirmed they were doing well and were happy to have Issei as their host again. Issei expressed gratitude to Azazel for preventing Raynare from falling into darkness. Azazel asked about Rias Gremory, and Issei noted that she had improved significantly, being more honest and true to herself than before. Azazel, surprised by Issei's transformation away from his previous perversions, realized he needed a drink to process the news. Issei warned him that there were many changes to discuss. As they began to talk, Issei recounted everything that had transpired, from his engagement to Sona to his sister Chara's transformation, meeting Asia and saving her life, and the shift in how he was perceived at school. He detailed his training of the Gremory peerage, his battles with Riser and Unlava, and how Sona had helped him overcome his self-hatred. He also mentioned the apologies from Murayama and Keitase and the surprising news of Venelina becoming the principal of Kuo Academy. Azazel acknowledged the need to be cautious now that Venelina was in charge. He speculated on the factors that had led Issei to experience hate, attributing it to the actions of others in the past timeline. He explained that bottling up those feelings had made Issei a ticking time bomb, and if Sona hadn't intervened, he could have become another victim of his own emotions. Determined souls often become targets of hate, as they tend to endure the most suffering. Human souls have succumbed to their own self-hatred, transforming into beings that even gods fear. In essence, hate resembles the juggernaut drive but operates on a slightly weaker scale without the life-draining consequences. Issei felt a sense of dread regarding this new form of his, as it reminded him of the juggernaut drive, a power he had nearly unleashed upon the underworld following Asia's death at the hands of Shalba Beelzebub. He understood that he must avoid using that form again, no matter the circumstances. Azazel, eager to shift the mood, remarked that since Issei had overcome his previous perversion, he was curious about Issei's new interests. Issei revealed his newfound passion for video games and memes. Azazel's eyes sparkled with excitement as he led Issei into a room filled with an impressive collection of gaming consoles, ranging from the SNES to the infamous Wii U, along with every Xbox and PlayStation. Issei was taken aback by Azazel's extensive collection, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Azazel then opened shelves filled with games for all the consoles, showcasing every Mario game, Call of Duty title, Gears of War installment, Sonic Adventure, and FIFA edition. Issei was left speechless. He had known Azazel was a collector, but this was beyond his imagination. Curious about Issei's favorite game, Azazel was pleased to hear that it was Five Nights at Freddy's. He agreed that it was a good choice and asked Issei what he wanted to know about it. Issei inquired about the identity of the purple guy, to which Azazel confidently guessed it was William Afton. Issei was surprised, recalling that it had been the phone guy before. Azazel clarified that it had always been William Afton, a psycho who returned from the dead to harm children. He jokingly wished he had such power, as it would have been useful. Issei then shared a prank he had pulled on Sona and Tsubaki by placing them in a Five Nights at Freddy's setting. Azazel asked if they were aware of the prank, and Issei replied that they would be furious if they found out. Azazel chuckled, curious about their experience. Issei recounted how they instinctively knew to deal with Bonnie and Chica by closing the doors before they could attack. They were bewildered by the relentless animatronics and eventually lost track of the power, leading to a dramatic moment when Freddy appeared, accompanied by the Toreador March. The two girls had been startled and clung to each other, pleading for mercy from Lord Freddy. Azazel laughed heartily at the thought of the usually stoic Sona begging for mercy, imagining Freddy's bewilderment at their antics. Issei then mentioned that he had teleported them back to the student council, and Azazel acknowledged the amusing turn of events. Shifting topics, Azazel informed Issei that Kokabeel was making his move again, targeting the heiresses Sona and Rias and even stealing the Excaliburs to provoke the angels. Issei felt a surge of anger but maintained his composure, knowing this had happened before. He understood he would have to confront Kokabeel at some point. Issei inquired about the plan, and Azazel explained that if they couldn't handle the situation, he would send someone to deal with it. Issei asked about that individual and his team, learning they were part of the Cows Brigade but acting as spies this time. Azazel mentioned that Valet and the others missed Issei, and Issei expressed his longing for them, especially Kuroka. Azazel reminded Issei that it was getting late and his family would be worried about him. Checking the time, Issei realized it was 11 p.m. He bid farewell to Azazel and teleported home. The next day, Sona Citri was on her way to meet her peerage when she encountered two girls in church outfits, a blue-haired girl and an orange pigtailed girl who were approaching with intentions that piqued her curiosity. After returning home, Sona noticed the girls heading toward Issei's house and questioned their presence. One of the girls responded, expressing a similar curiosity about Sona's presence. The other girl hesitantly revealed that Issei might be associated with the devils in town. Despite this, she affirmed that her friendship with Issei remained unchanged. They introduced themselves as Zenobia Quarta and Irina Shidu, exorcists from the Vatican. Sona introduced herself as the heiress to the Citri house and one of the two kings of the town. She suggested discussing matters in the student council the following day when both heiresses were available, indicating that their visit was unnecessary. Irina explained that she had come to meet her childhood friend, and Sona quickly deduced that her friend was Issei Hayu. Irina was surprised by Sona's knowledge, and Sona speculated that Irina must be the girl in the photo, the one Issei disliked for a valid reason. Sona invited them inside, where they were greeted by Issei's mother, Miki. She was initially shocked and displeased by their presence, given their past actions toward Issei. However, she remained calm, aware that circumstances might differ in this timeline and recalling her promise to Issei not to make decisions without consulting him first. "Hayu, didn't you recognize me? I am Irina Shidu." Miki asked if she was Tuji Shidu's daughter, to which Irina confirmed. Miki then invited her in, hoping Issei wouldn't react too harshly to their presence. Inside, Issei, Asia, Raynare, and Chara were unwinding after a long day. Issei expressed his hope that Sona had made it home safely, while Asia mentioned her exhaustion and desire to sleep. Chara encouraged everyone to hang in there, assuring them they would be home soon. Raynare remained quiet, feeling the weight of the day as well. Azazel had suggested she attend school to keep an eye on Issei, and she was grateful for the opportunity. As Issei opened the door, he spotted his mother bringing in snacks. He sensed the presence of Irina and Miki, the girls who had previously betrayed him. Chara recognized them too, while Raynare and Asia remained unaware of the tension. Upon entering, Issei was greeted by Irina, and he felt a wave of discomfort at her presence. Irina, noticing Issei's reaction, wondered what had happened to her childhood friend during their time apart. Asia and Chara exchanged glances filled with disdain, recalling the past. Sona greeted everyone warmly, and Issei responded casually. Irina's heart sank when she heard Issei refer to Sona affectionately, realizing their closeness. Zenobia glared at the group, her expression filled with animosity. Sensing the hostility, Issei redirected his aura toward her, causing her to feel a chill of fear. She decided to remain calm to avoid provoking him further. Irina asked Issei why he had called Sona honey, and he explained that they were officially engaged. This revelation prompted Zenobia to declare her intention to confront Issei, seeing him as a threat due to his relationship with Sona. Issei challenged her, ready to defend himself. Tension filled the room as Miki worried about the escalating situation. Sona and the other girls attempted to defuse the conflict, while Irina stepped in to pull Zenobia back, hoping to prevent things from worsening. Irina apologized for Zenovia's behavior, and Issei acknowledged it, suggesting he show them the door. Confused, Irina complied, sensing that they needed to leave. Miki interjected, reminding Issei of their threats, but she understood there was more to his feelings about Irina and her friends. Irina decided to leave, bidding farewell to Ms. Hayadu and Issei, who turned away, unwilling to engage further. Zenobia urged Irina to go, noting that the next day would be significant. As they departed, Irina wore a sad expression, struggling to understand Issei's rejection. She had hoped he would be happy to see her, but now she questioned why he seemed to resent her. Raynare remarked that Issei's behavior was harsh, expressing her confusion about his feelings toward Irina. Issei explained that their presence brought back painful memories but promised to share more when he was ready. Raynare assured him of her trust. Raynare then approached Asia and Chara, seeking to understand what troubled Issei so deeply. She had never seen him like this and felt compelled to help. Issei, noticing her concern, decided to join her. Raynare asked Asia and Chara why Issei held such animosity toward Irina and Miki. Asia's heart sank at the thought of revealing the truth about their past, fearing it would be too much for Raynare too. But Chara had a neutral yet sad expression, knowing that those memories still hurt her brother, even now, despite being from a different timeline. Asia remarked that it was so bad that he desperately wanted to forget it. She believed there was a good reason for him not telling Chara everything and advised giving him time to open up. Chara expressed her concern, stating that those memories continued to haunt her brother, and his nightmares plagued him repeatedly. Raynare listened intently, understanding the weight of the situation. Issei reassured Raynare that he would share when the time was right, but Raynare felt a pang of fear about how this might affect their relationship. Raynare, visibly upset, expressed her desire to help Issei, noting that he had not been the same since those two had appeared in his life. She wanted to be there for him and keep him happy. Issei, sensing her concern, asked her to stay by his side and not leave him, wanting to hold her for a while. Raynare felt the fear in his voice and agreed, willing to offer him comfort. Just then, Sona entered the room, causing Issei and Raynare to separate. Sona inquired about what she had missed, and Issei quickly dismissed it, though Sona shot him a glare before moving on. She announced her intention to sleep and asked if they were joining her. Issei pointed out that the bed wasn't big enough for all four of them, prompting Chara to say her goodbyes, happy to have her own space. On the roof of the apartment complex, Azazel enjoyed the fresh air and acknowledged Vala's arrival. Vala asked if Azazel had called him, to which Azazel confirmed that he wanted Vala to handle Kokabeel if necessary. Vala recalled a similar situation from a previous timeline and expressed his eagerness to test Issei's strength, but Azazel advised him to be patient. The next day, in the student council room, the Devils sat on one side while the Occult Research Club occupied the left. The student council in Asia were on the north side, and the Exorcists were on the south. Rias questioned the exorcist's intentions, and Zenobia stated they wanted the devils to stay out of their business. Sona asked for clarification on the issue, and Irina explained that 4 of the 7 Excaliburs had been stolen, a situation stemming from the original Excalibur's destruction. Sona realized they were seeking assistance, but Zenobia insisted they wanted the devils to keep their distance. Rias and Sona raised their auras, sensing the tension. Issei sighed, knowing Zenovia's hot-headed nature could provoke conflict. Irina intervened, apologizing for Zenovia's behavior and reiterating that this was a church matter. Zenobia revealed that Kokabil was the one who had stolen the swords, prompting Saji to ask who Kokabil was. Issei explained that he was a fallen angel general known for his warmongering. Zenobia assumed the devils would want to destroy the Excaliburs and work with the fallen angels, but Rias firmly rejected that notion, stating she would never sully Lucifer's name by collaborating with them. As Zenobia and Irina prepared to leave, they noticed Raynare and Asia. Zenobia recognized them as a fallen angel and a witch, respectively, which caused both of them to sulk. Issei felt anger rise within him at the insult directed toward his companions. Zenobia questioned whether they still believed in God, and Asia affirmed her faith while Raynare stated she still prayed. Zenobia, in the name of God, declared her intent to execute them. Before she could act, Issei rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch to her stomach, causing her to cough. Surprised by his speed, she struggled to comprehend how he had moved so quickly. Before she could react further, Issei seized her throat, lifting her off the ground and expressing his outrage at her threats against Asia and Raynare. Issei glared at Irina, silencing her with his intense gaze. He demanded that she apologize immediately, his eyes glowing red with anger. Zenobia felt a chill of fear. She realized she was dealing with someone she shouldn't have provoked. Despite Issei's threat, she stood her ground, refusing to back down. As Issei tightened his grip, Zenobia struggled to breathe. He insisted she apologize, but Sona intervened, pleading with Issei to reconsider. She reminded him that hurting others wasn't who he was. Gradually, Issei's eyes returned to normal, and he released Zenobia, who vowed revenge, calling him a heretic. Issei dismissed her threats, expressing his disdain for her beliefs. He argued that true faith should embody forgiveness, and since she couldn't forgive Asia and Raynare, she was no better than a corrupt government. Kiba, sensing the tension, suggested a sparring match. Zenobia, confused, asked who he was, to which Kiba replied that he was her senior. Rias and Sona exchanged knowing glances, anticipating the clash that was about to unfold. Outside the ORC building at 6 p.m., the girls revealed their swords, Excalibur Destruction and Excalibur Mimic. Kiba summoned his sword while Issei prepared his claws, readying for battle. It was decided that Kiba would face Zenobia while Issei would confront Irina, a smirk forming on his face. Draigg, watching the scene unfold, expressed concern, while Trihexa excitedly anticipated the action, offering popcorn to Draigg, who remained unimpressed. Irina, sensing the tension, asked Issei why he harbored such hatred for her and the church. Issei explained that they had threatened him and his friends, and he would never allow anyone to threaten his family. Irina attempted to strike him with Excalibur Mimic, but he effortlessly caught her blade with his hand. In a swift motion, Issei punched Irina, nearly breaking her nose, and followed with a powerful kick that sent her flying. As she struggled to react, Issei slammed both fists down onto her stomach, taunting her for being too slow. Irina fell to the ground, gasping for breath, and Zenobia cried out in alarm. Kiba reminded Zenobia that her fight was with him, but she was determined to help her partner. Understanding the situation, Kiba and Issei exchanged nods, preparing their next move. Issei summoned the boosted gear, channeling power to Kiba, who called forth his sword. Kiba executed a maneuver that forced Irina and Zenobia into a corner, where they had no escape. Issei then descended from above, striking with both fists and sending them crashing through the swords, leaving them with minor cuts. Their coordinated effort proved effective, leading to the defeat of the church duo. In the aftermath, Issei and Kiba celebrated their victory with a fist bump. Issei turned to Irina and told her to leave, not wanting to see her again. Tears filled Irina's eyes as she confronted the change in her childhood friend, questioning why he hated her so much and what she had done to deserve this. Rias and the others were taken aback by the teamwork displayed by Issei and Kiba, but Rias felt happy that Kiba had found a friend. Sona was amused by Issei's tactical approach to the situation. Issei knew Kiba would want to pursue the Excaliburs, but he convinced him to stay back, promising to let him know when the time was right to act. The chapter concluded with the anticipation of revelations from the previous timeline, leaving readers eager for what was to come. They decided to spar, with Kiba joining Issei. Together, they used their past knowledge and coordination to isolate the church duo, ultimately defeating them. The church duo relented, agreeing to seek help from the devils. Issei expressed his desire not to see their faces again, which brought tears to Irina's eyes. Some onlookers were puzzled by Issei's hostility toward the church duo, except for those who remembered the past timeline. They understood the depth of Issei's hatred, knowing that Irina had not only discarded their past friendship but had also betrayed him with someone who looked like him. Sona was the first to inquire about his feelings. Sona asked about his hostility toward the duo. Issei explained that they had insulted Sona and attempted to harm Asia and Raynare, despite their prayers and respect for God. He pointed out that one of the church's virtues is forgiveness, and if they could not embody that, he could not see them as true followers of God. Instead, he viewed them as a cult spreading their beliefs. The others considered his statement somewhat harsh, but they recognized the truth in his words, especially given the church's recent aggressive actions toward other factions. They needed to tread carefully to avoid provoking a war. Issei decided to call it a day, feeling tired, and headed home, with the others following. Once home, he gathered Chara and Asia to share his decision. Issei announced that he intended to tell Raynare and Sona about the past timeline and his experiences. Asia expressed concern, wondering if they would be able to handle the truth. Issei reassured her that it was necessary to share everything. Chara added that secrets should not be kept from loved ones, and Issei hoped Asia would understand. Asia nodded, agreeing with Chara's sentiment, but she still hoped that Raynare and Sona could handle the revelation. Issei and the others informed their parents about his plan, and they accepted it, knowing it was only a matter of time before he would share. Issei called Sona and Raynare downstairs for an important discussion. Sona and Raynare sensed the gravity of the situation from Issei's tone and took a seat to listen. Issei began by asking if they knew about his soul traits. When they shook their heads, he activated his soul trait, revealing a red heart shape, symbolizing determination. Sona, being the more perceptive one, quickly grasped the implications and asked if he had performed a true reset. Issei confirmed that he had, leaving Sona shocked and apprehensive about the reasons behind such a drastic decision. She asked why he had done it, and Issei insisted that no one else could know, as he planned to inform the faction leaders himself. He then recounted every significant event from the previous timeline, from his death at Raynare's hands to his reincarnation as a devil servant of Rias Gremory. He described his battles, his love for Rias and the other girls, the Kokabeel situation, and the peace treaty that followed numerous conflicts. He shared the pain of falling into a near coma after facing an apocalyptic beast, only to be betrayed by Rias and her peerage, including Irina, who had abandoned him without hesitation. After detailing the loved ones who had stood by him until the end, Issei explained that he had committed the reset, with only those special individuals retaining memories of the previous timeline. Sona and Raynare were left in shock and sorrow, realizing the extent of Issei's suffering. Raynare was particularly affected, unable to fathom the idea of hurting Issei, let alone causing his death. She felt a strong urge to confront her past self for the pain inflicted on him. Sona, too, struggled with the news, unable to believe that Rias could betray someone so cruelly. She felt a desire to confront Rias and her peerage, except for Kiba, knowing that revealing the truth would break Issei's heart. Thus, she decided to keep quiet until Issei felt it was the right time to share. Overwhelmed by emotion, both women embraced Issei, crying for the pain he had endured. Raynare apologized profusely, expressing her sorrow for what had happened, insisting that she would never betray him. As she cried on his chest, Issei held her tightly, realizing that she was not the same person as the one who had hurt him in the past. He understood that the Raynare before him was different, embodying a love that was genuine and heartfelt. Issei embraced Raynare, feeling her love for him despite the past. He reassured her, telling her not to cry and that it was not her fault for what had happened. The past version of Raynare was long gone, and he had never hated her then, nor would he ever hate her now. He vowed to love and protect her with all his heart, promising he would never leave her, no matter what. Raynare, overwhelmed with emotion, continued to cry on Issei's chest. He held her tightly, making a mental promise to never abandon her again. Meanwhile, Sona struggled to hold back her own tears. She never imagined such a situation could unfold in Kuro. She felt a pang of guilt for not checking on Rias more closely, believing she could have prevented this from happening. Sona was determined to ensure that such a tragedy would never occur again in this timeline, vowing to maintain Issei's trust and always stand by his side. Sona expressed her sorrow to Issei, regretting what had happened and wishing she could have stopped it. She was shocked by the heartlessness of those who had abandoned him without a second thought. Yet, she felt a glimmer of happiness knowing that there were still people who genuinely loved him and remained by his side. Issei reassured Sona, telling her not to blame herself. He knew she would have done everything in her power to prevent the situation if she had known what was happening. They had manipulated her trust, but he understood her true nature. He admired her for always caring deeply for those she loved, whether it was Rias, her peerage, or her older sister Seraphal. Despite her strict demeanor, she had a kind heart and stood by her loved ones until the very end. He acknowledged that while Rias had changed, Sona remained true to herself, and he loved her for that. Sona, unable to contain her emotions, also cried on Issei's chest. She recognized that despite his suffering, he held no hatred towards those who had wronged him. Issei could have chosen a path of vengeance, but instead, he sought peace for everyone. Sona felt eternally grateful for his pacifist approach, which spared others from suffering. Both Sona and Raynare cried on him for a long time, and Issei realized that they would love him no matter what. Outside the room, Chara, Asia, and his parents listened, feeling happy that Issei had found people who would love him unconditionally. They decided to leave him with Raynare and Sona for the night. Chara invited Asia to sleep in her room, knowing Issei's would be crowded. As Issei noticed both girls had fallen asleep on his chest, he gently picked them up with his dragon strength and placed them on his bed. He then lay down beside them, feeling their warmth as they called his name in their sleep. He embraced them, promising to love them no matter what. The next day, Issei and Raynare went shopping and encountered two familiar figures on the street, begging for money. Issei found it amusing, while Raynare struggled to suppress a laugh, enjoying their predicament. Zenobia and Irina were begging for money, claiming they needed it to survive and that their god would bless those who helped them. Issei approached them, curious about their situation. They explained that they had spent their allowance on a painting from a fraud, leaving them with no choice but to beg. Issei offered to treat them to a meal instead, but Zenobia refused, stating they did not accept meals from heretics. Just then, their stomachs growled, betraying their hunger and need for food. Raynare was struggling to maintain her composure. Issei suggested they head out, and Raynare agreed. Irina interrupted, reminding them that they needed to eat. Zenobia pointed out that they couldn't go on a mission on an empty stomach, and Irina emphasized that starvation was a painful way to go. Zenobia fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Irina's words. They arrived at a restaurant where the girls quickly devoured plate after plate of food. Issei and Raynare exchanged glances, astonished by the girls' appetites as they polished off 10 plates each. Issei wondered how they managed to eat so much without gaining weight. Irina expressed her gratitude for the girls, while Zenobia lamented that they had sold their souls to hunger. Issei, still perplexed by the church duo's behavior, decided to ask them some questions. He wondered why they were pursuing Kokabeel, considering his immense power. Zenobia replied that they would sacrifice their lives for the holy swords, and if they couldn't obtain them, they would destroy them. Issei cautioned them, suggesting they seek help, as many preferred peace over violence. He urged them not to alienate potential allies. Irina asked Issei for his suggestion, and he proposed a temporary alliance since they shared the same mission. Irina agreed, and they discussed who else might join them. Issei decided to call Rias first. When Rias answered, Issei requested a favor regarding the stolen holy swords. Rias was intrigued and wanted to know how she could help. Issei explained that he needed Kiba and Kaneko to join him. Rias expressed her boredom and insisted on joining, but Issei assured her that her time would come soon. Rias confirmed that Kiba and Kaneko would meet them at the fountain in 30 minutes. Next, Issei called Sona, who was busy cooking. He asked if he could borrow Saji, recalling their previous adventure without informing her. Sona sighed but requested that he drop off the groceries before leaving. Issei promised to do so and asked Raynare for the items to take home. After teleporting back to his house to drop off the groceries, he returned to Raynare. Back with Issei, he informed Raynare that everything was set. She inquired about the plan, and he explained that he would share it with everyone once they gathered. At the park at 5:30 p.m., everyone Issei had contacted arrived, except for Kiba, who was already aware of the plan. Issei outlined his strategy, revealing that he believed the Excalibur fragments were hidden in one of the local churches, where they would confront the rogue priest Kiba had encountered. Irina was curious about how he had gathered so much information so quickly, and Issei explained that he had done his research to identify potential hideouts related to the theft. He suggested they head out at night when the priests would be less active, noting their advantage as devils in the dark. Kaneko asked what their roles would be, and Issei detailed the plan. Kaneko would sense the priest's presence, Kiba would engage one in battle, and the exorcist would assist him, while he and Saji would pursue the priests. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zenobia then spoke up, revealing that Valpurgal Eli, the Archbishop of Annihilation, was responsible for the Holy Sword Project and had committed heinous acts in the past. Kiba shared his traumatic memories of being experimented on as a child, recalling how many had perished during the project. He described the chaos as they were abandoned and hunted down, culminating in a moment of despair when he thought he would die. It was then that Rias had found him, vowing to help him realize his potential. As Kiba finished recounting his story, Saji was visibly moved to tears, while the church duo felt a deep sense of shame for the inhumane actions of their faction, realizing the gravity of their past. Raynare felt a sense of disgust as they approached the church, while Issei kept his hand on his friend-turned-brother, ensuring he was not alone. He would always be there to support him, no matter what. Zenobia explained that the man responsible had been excommunicated for his actions. Issei expressed his frustration, questioning the church's response to such a heinous act. He found it infuriating that instead of arresting or punishing the man, they simply expelled him, which led him to lose faith in God. Zenobia remained silent, acknowledging that Issei had a point. Irina wanted to speak up but held back, knowing he made valid arguments. She too had wished for the man's demise after what he had done to the children. Issei then shifted the focus, stating that they should not dwell on past mistakes. They needed to confront the man responsible once and for all. Saji, initially uninterested, felt motivated after hearing Kiba's stories and agreed that they should take action to prevent anyone else from suffering. Kiba felt a surge of happiness at the support he received, realizing that this time would be different from the past. He confirmed that everyone was on board with the plan. They agreed to meet at 8:30 p.m. Issei revealed he had acquired exorcist clothing to help them infiltrate the church without being detected. Raynare found it ironic that devils and fallen angels would wear church attire. Zenobia informed them that there were 2 churches, and they would split into 2 groups. Kiba, Issei, Raynare, and Kaneko would form one group, while Zenobia, Irina, and Saji would make up the other. Issei rallied everyone, encouraging them to move forward. The groups then split, heading in different directions toward the church. Each member had a phone to maintain communication in case they encountered any exorcists. Issei's group arrived at a dome-shaped church, where they spotted Fried Selzen, the stray exorcist guarding the entrance. Fried greeted them with disdain, recognizing them as devils and fallen angels in disguise. Kiba called out to Fried, who responded with a taunt, eager to confront them. Kiba and Issei engaged Fried in battle, with Raynare providing support from behind. Despite their efforts, Fried managed to hold his ground even as he was pushed back. Kaneko informed the other group of their location, and they promised to join them soon. Fried recognized Raynare and lamented her choice not to side with him, suggesting she would have been valuable to his master. Raynare felt a chill at his words, prompting Issei to react with anger and strike Fried, causing him to bleed. Fried threatened Issei in retaliation, but Kiba seized the opportunity to attack, inflicting wounds on Fried. Realizing he was in trouble, Fried attempted to escape but was hindered by Saji and the others who had arrived to assist. Saji declared that Fried would not be going anywhere, and Fried cursed their interference, frustrated by their tactics. Saji explained that his gear prevented anyone from escaping, even divine beings. Just then, an old man in priest robes emerged from the church, wearing a cap to conceal his baldness. He smiled, but there was a devious glint in his eyes. Fried recognized him as Valper Galilei, and Kiba's expression turned to one of pure hatred. Valper suggested that Fried fuse the elements of the new Excalibur into his sword to escape the trap. Fried quickly understood and activated the sword, knocking Saji back as he slashed at the appendage holding him. Issei urged Kiba to join him in the fight, but Kiba insisted on taking on Fried alone. As Kiba charged at Valper, he was repelled by a force field, revealing burn marks on his body from holy magic. Issei wanted to retaliate against Valper but knew he had to help his friend first. Valper taunted them, reminding Issei that light was harmful to devils, and confronting him in a church was unwise. Issei vowed that Valper would pay for his actions, and Valper responded with a sadistic grin, seemingly unfazed by Issei's determination. Valper decided it was the best time to flee. He suggested to Fried that they should leave before more reinforcements arrived. Fried agreed, and then threw a flash grenade, stunning everyone except the exorcists. Irina noticed where the rogue priest was heading, and Zenobia insisted they handle the situation, as it was a church matter. They both left to pursue the rogue priest and exorcist, leaving the others feeling defeated for failing to deal with the exorcists. Saji wondered what they should do next, and Issei suggested they leave the rest to the exorcists and return home, noting that their masters would be worried about them. Kaneko agreed, stating she would take Yuto back to the president, believing he would recover by the time they reached home. Issei confirmed their plan, and they set off. The next day, Issei and Raynare encountered Zenobia and Irina, who were in distress after Irina had fallen victim to a scam and spent all her money on a painting. Seeing their plight, Issei decided to offer them some food, which they gratefully accepted. He then proposed a temporary alliance to retrieve the swords and convinced them to accept his offer. He called Saji, Kaneko, and Kiba to assist, knowing they would be needed to confront the exorcists. That night, they set out to track down the exorcists and managed to confront them for a time. However, Valper Galilei, the mastermind behind the Holy Sword Project, arrived to assist Fried and provided him with a way to escape. Kiba, fueled by anger, attempted to rush Valper but was pushed back by a force field, sustaining an injury. Realizing they were outnumbered, Valper and Fried fled, with Zenobia and Irina in pursuit. After the confrontation, Issei instructed his team to return to their homes, acknowledging that they had at least slowed down the exorcists' plans. He encouraged them, stating that despite their setbacks, they had done well to hinder the exorcists before they could initiate their plans. He also informed them that the two exorcists were still on the run and would contact them before it was too late. Upon returning home, Issei and Raynare found Chara, Asia, and Sona waiting for them, visibly worried. Sona asked how things had gone, and Issei explained that they had only managed to slow the exorcists down. Raynare added that their situation had been going well until Valper joined the fight, allowing Fried to escape. Asia questioned why they hadn't had the advantage, and Issei explained that the exorcists had fled out of cowardice. Sona inquired about their next steps, and Issei noted that the exorcists would begin their plans sooner or later, so they could relax for a bit. He reassured them that none of them had been injured, and they had all made it back safely. Chara reminded them to be cautious about the exorcists' plans, emphasizing the need to stay vigilant, especially with Valper around. Issei agreed and suggested they all get some rest. The following morning, the group headed to school, where they witnessed the kendo club chasing Matsuda and Motohama for peeking at the girls changing, yet again. Everyone looked at Sona, who sighed and stated she would deal with the situation. She expressed her frustration with the two boys, noting that despite being beaten up, they continued their antics, showing a determination similar to Issei and Chara. Issei was taken aback by her comments while Chara chuckled at her brother's reaction, confident that Matsuda and Motohama would never dare to peek at her. Raynare pondered what drove them to such lengths for a glimpse of girls, while Asia remained unimpressed, recalling their past mischief. As they entered their classes, Matsuda and Motohama attempted to engage Issei, but he ignored them, knowing they had little to discuss beyond their perverted interests. He recognized Matsuda as the brawn of a jock and Motohama as a nerd with good grades, lamenting their wasted potential. Issei suggested that if they stopped peeking, they might find girlfriends just like him. Matsuda declared they would never give up on looking at women, while Motohama proclaimed that BRSTS were life and everything. Issei felt a sense of determination as he prepared for his biology class, where he would be dissecting a frog. Although he found the task annoying, he understood the importance of doing well in school to secure a good college. He joined his classmates, and while most of the girls were apprehensive about the frogs, they knew they had to push through. The biology teacher reassured the students, explaining that they would be working with a fake frog, which brought relief to the girls. When the teacher asked who wanted to go first, Issei raised his hand and began the practical. With focused precision, he successfully dissected the frog, impressing the teacher with his skill. The teacher praised Issei for his remarkable control, awarding him full marks for the practical. As the others completed their tasks, even those who struggled managed to pass. After the practical, the students expressed their gratitude to the teacher and left the classroom. Later, at Kuo Academy, Sona and Tsubaki were walking around the school grounds when Sona's familiar approached her with urgent news. Sona instructed Tsubaki to call Issei, Raynare, Asia, Chara, Rias, and her own peerage immediately. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Tsubaki complied without hesitation. They rushed to the location where they found Irina injured on the ground. As two magic circles opened, Rias and her team emerged from one, while Issei and his friends, along with Sona's peerage, appeared from the other. Issei rushed to Irina's side, concerned for her well-being. Sona explained that someone had attacked them, and Irina, barely able to speak, revealed that they had been ambushed while pursuing two exorcists. She mentioned that Zenobia had managed to escape but was wounded. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted their conversation, and a silver-haired priest named Fried Selzen stepped out from the shadows. Sona instructed Tsubaki to take Irina to the mansion for treatment. As they prepared for a confrontation, Fried revealed that he was there to deliver a message to the two heiresses. Kokabeel, a fallen angel, appeared above them, looking down with a sinister smile. He greeted Rias and Sona, expressing his boredom with peace and his desire to instigate a war. He mentioned his failed attempts to provoke heaven and hinted at his intentions to harm them to draw out their powerful allies. Issei, filled with rage, warned Kokabeel to stay away from his friends. Kokabeel acknowledged Issei, recalling his previous encounters with him. Tensions escalated as Issei fired a dragon shot at Kokabeel, who effortlessly deflected it. Kokabeel declared that they would fight, but not at that moment, and he flew away with Fried, heading toward Kuo Academy to execute his plan. Sona realized their destination and warned the group that they intended to destroy the town and its residents. The weight of their family's safety pressed heavily on everyone, igniting a fierce determination in Issei and Saji to protect their loved ones. They clenched their fists, resolved to stop Kokabeel before it was too late. Issei declared that they needed to act quickly to prevent Kokabeel from causing harm. Saji echoed his sentiment, expressing his commitment to protect his siblings. The group prepared to confront the threat head-on. In the courtyard of Kuo Academy, Sona and her peerage worked diligently to create a barrier, aiming to shield the town from the impending explosion. Meanwhile, Issei and his friends, along with Rias and her peerage, steeled themselves for the battle against Kokabeel. They knew that this was their moment to act before it was too late. Sona called out to Issei, urging him to stay safe and return alive. Issei assured her that he would. With determination, he and the others entered the barrier, ready to face Kokabeel and put an end to his plans once and for all. They then saw Freed patiently waiting for the procedure to begin. Kokabeel wondered who would arrive first, Serafal or Surzex. Rias assured him that they would come eventually, but for now, he would have to contend with them. Kokabeel sighed, dismissing their strength, and summoned 2 Cerberus to entertain himself by observing their fight. Issei and his friends decided to take on 1 Cerberus, while Rias and her peerage faced the other. The first Cerberus lunged at Chara, who skillfully dodged the attack and countered with a slash from her knife. Her training with a Royal Guard captain proved invaluable as she outmaneuvered the hellish creature, landing a precise strike to its face. Raynare supported her by launching light spears that inflicted significant damage, then used a flash of light to daze the beast. Issei contributed by using his strength to push the Cerberus back. Asia focused on healing her allies while keeping a safe distance from the creature's attacks. Chara then unleashed her knife storm ability, delivering a flurry of cuts that hindered the Cerberus's momentum. Chara declared that it was time to finish the fight, prompting Raynare to wield a light sword and sever the remaining 2 heads of the Cerberus. The creature howled in distress as it lost its heads. Issei then unleashed an extinction sphere, putting the Cerberus out of its misery. Meanwhile, the second Cerberus faced Rias and her peerage. Rias instructed her team to stall the creature while she charged a powerful new move she had been developing. Aware that it would take a toll on her, she prepared to use it wisely. Kiba engaged the Cerberus, maintaining his distance while dealing damage. Kaneko acted as bait, skillfully dodging its claws and landing punches that shattered some of its teeth. The Cerberus growled in frustration, attempting to snatch Kaneko, but Aquino intervened with a blast of holy lightning. Aquino playfully scolded the Cerberus, punishing it with continuous strikes of holy lightning and using bombs to paralyze and daze it. As the creature struggled to recover, Rias completed her charge and unleashed her new move, Extinguished Star. A supernova of pure energy engulfed the Cerberus, drawing it in like a black hole before reducing it to nothingness. Kokabeel observed the battle with growing interest, noting Issei's restraint. Before he could comment, Valper announced that he had successfully fused the Excaliburs into one. Kokabeel taunted them, stating they had lost, but Issei remained determined, insisting they would find a way, as they always did. Kokabeel then summoned multiple portals, from which armies of fallen angels emerged, eager for battle. The overwhelming presence of the fallen angels sent a wave of dread through Issei and his friends, especially the devils, who were taken aback by the sheer number. Just then, Zenobia arrived to assist them. Outside the barrier, Saji and the other peerage members began to feel the strain of maintaining their protective barrier. Saji struggled to focus, prompting Sona to remind him to stay alert. She noted that everyone except her and Tsubaki was exhausted and questioned what was happening inside the barrier with Issei and Rias. Back with Issei and the others, Chara expressed her concern, echoed by Raynare. Issei quickly organized their strategy, directing Rias and her peerage to take on a portion of the fallen angels while he and his friends handled another group. Rias playfully insisted on taking on an extra angel, showing her determination. They fought valiantly against the fallen angels, easily dispatching the lower-class ones. Rias, Aquino, and Issei took on the middle-class angels, swiftly eliminating them. Kokabeel was astonished that these so-called weaklings could defeat so many angels in such a short time. Realizing they were worthy opponents, he decided to intervene. Kiba approached Valper, his eyes filled with determination as he confronted the man responsible for so much suffering. He recalled the children Valper had harmed and demanded to know if he remembered them. Valper acknowledged the Holy Sword Project, revealing that it had fueled his research. Kiba's anger intensified as Valper explained that their lives had not been in vain, as he had sought to find worthy wielders of Excalibur. Kiba questioned why Valper had resorted to murder, to which Valper coldly replied that their research had stalled, leaving them no choice but to dispose of those who were of no use to them. The others listening were horrified by his reasoning, seeing him as a megalomaniac. Chara felt a deep disdain for such individuals, recalling times when power-hungry people had harmed others for their selfish ambitions. Valper then revealed a blue diamond-like crystal, claiming it was part of his research. He threw it to Kiba, who caught it while grappling with his worthiness to live, reflecting on the dreams of the children Valper had harmed and questioning whether he deserved to be alive. The crystal began to glow, and something within Kiba stirred his soul. Ghostly figures appeared beside him, each one filled with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes as they witnessed the unfolding scene. They urged him not to lose hope, to understand that it was not his fault, and to cherish his life. Their messages resonated deeply within him, igniting a desire to protect his friends and comrades, and to never repeat past mistakes. Chara observed the transformation and noted that Kiba had finally unlocked his soul trait, which had been dormant for so long due to his desire for vengeance. Now, he had achieved his balance breaker alongside this newfound power. Issei acknowledged Kiba's accomplishment, praising him for unlocking his soul trait. Draigg remarked on the knight's remarkable spirit, while Chara expressed awe at witnessing the first hybrid soul. Kiba reflected on the wishes of his friends, realizing they did not want him to seek revenge but instead to confront the demon before him. Valper, confused, questioned how two opposing forces could coexist, calling for Fried's assistance. Fried responded, but Valper criticized him for not allowing himself to be defeated. Kiba stood firm, asserting that he was no fool. At that moment, Zenobia joined Kiba, ready to assist him. She confirmed their alliance but expressed her disdain for the sword before them, stating it no longer resembled Excalibur. Instead, she revealed her own powerful weapon, Durandal, summoning it through a portal. Valper was incredulous, questioning how she had obtained it. Zenobia explained that she was a natural-born wielder, but Durandal had a will of its own. Together, Kiba and Zenobia charged at Fried, who initially overwhelmed them. Kiba utilized his soul trait to create an orange barrier, protecting himself from Fried's attacks. They eventually gained the upper hand and defeated Fried with relative ease. Kiba then turned his focus to Valper, who realized the implications of their combined powers. Before Valper could finish his thought, he was disintegrated by a spear thrown by Kokabeel, who had arrived with a sinister presence. Kokabeel taunted Valper for his intelligence, revealing a dark secret about the deaths of the four Satans and even God during the war, which shocked everyone present. Asia fainted from disbelief, caught by Raynare, while Zenobia staggered at the revelation. Rias challenged Kokabeel's claims, but he continued, explaining the consequences of the war, including the decline of angels and the birth of evil pieces. He expressed his frustration at Azazel for retreating when he should have pressed the advantage. Zenobia questioned how they could regain divine favor, to which Kokabeel replied that the Archangel Michael had been acting as a substitute for God, maintaining the system but with diminished effectiveness. Issei, indifferent to God's fate, expressed his view of God as a flawed being who had made mistakes but still sought to correct them. He criticized Kokabeel for being a war fanatic with nothing else to occupy his life. Kokabeel's anger flared at Issei's words, and he prepared to attack. However, Kiba and Zenobia intervened, only to be brushed aside. Issei noticed Durandal in Zenovia's hand and decided to seize it, surprising everyone, especially Zenobia. He charged at Kokabeel, who blocked the attack with his hands, acknowledging Issei's power. As they began to fight, Kokabeel summoned spears, but Issei deflected them with Durandal. He lunged at Kokabeel, who shielded himself with his wings. Issei unleashed the Welsh dragon flare, igniting Kokabeel's wings, causing him to scream in pain. Issei taunted him, asking how fried bird sounded. Kokabeel, furious, vowed to kill Issei and launched a series of powerful punches and kicks. Issei skillfully countered and evaded, then retaliated with his own strikes. As the battle intensified, Issei stepped up his game, shattering Kokabeel's light spears and relentlessly slashing at him, easily piercing his armor. Kokabeel's cries of triumph turned to desperation as he faced Issei's overwhelming strength. "This is the fight I was looking for, the battle I always wanted. Thank you, Hayadu Issei. I will not disappoint you. Now perish." Issei decided not to hold back against Kokabeel, determined to make his final moments absolutely glorious. He donned the red armor he had previously used to fight Rias, now with a slightly darker design. Charging at Kokabeel, Issei unleashed a flurry of strikes. Kokabeel grinned, feeling more alive than he had since the war ended. He craved this battle, this reason to fight. Issei slashed at him with Durandal, initially meeting resistance as Kokabeel blocked with 2 fingers. However, Issei increased the pressure, forcing Kokabeel to use his hands before he ultimately had to dodge, realizing the sword could be lethal. Seizing the opportunity, Issei fired a dragon shot, but Kokabeel shielded himself with his wings. When he opened them, Issei struck him with a powerful punch, shattering several of his teeth. Kokabeel gritted his teeth in pain as Issei then fired 2 precise extinction rays at his legs, crippling his mobility. Issei lunged at Kokabeel, delivering a relentless assault that left Kokabeel unable to use his hands. Kokabeel let out a pained scream. Issei taunted him, noting that he seemed to have the advantage. Just as he was about to continue his assault, a white light appeared, and a man in white armor broke through the barrier effortlessly. Issei recognized him and acknowledged his arrival. Valley explained that he had been sent by Azazel to take Kokabeel away, who would face punishment in Cocytus for his crimes. Kokabeel accepted his fate, knowing he had fought valiantly. Valley then asked Issei to accompany him for a moment. Issei informed his friends that he would be back shortly, and the 2 of them flew away to an undisclosed location, deactivating their balance breakers. Issei remarked that it had been a while since the reset. Valley expressed his usual desire to fight but noted that he needed to deal with Kokabeel. He mentioned that Lefei and Kuroka missed Issei, adding that they had to use their full power to keep Kuroka in check. Issei chuckled, relieved that Valley had saved him from a potential situation. Curious, Issei asked if Valley was still part of the Cow's Brigade. Valley confirmed that he was, but as a spy. Issei inquired about the brigade's next plan, and Valley revealed that they were searching for a way to reach another world since the beast was not contained within its seal. Issei felt this would buy them some time. Draigg and Albion exchanged words, surprised that Albion remembered the previous timeline. Draigg credited Issei for that. Albion then expressed his longing for ramen from a particular place, and Issei assured him that his wish would soon be fulfilled. Issei asked Valley if he had experienced any changes after the reset. Valley mentioned that he knew many changes had occurred on Issei's side, including Issei's new girlfriend, which surprised him. Issei confirmed that he had told her about the previous timeline, and Valley guessed that she had not taken it well. They discussed the well-being of their friends, Arthur and Biko, who had been training since the reset. Valley had to leave to report to Azazel, and Issei bid him farewell. They fist-bumped before Issei returned to his friends, who were eager to check on him after his encounter with the White Dragon Emperor. Issei reassured Sona, Raynare, and Asia that he was fine and that nothing had happened during the encounter. Sona expressed her concern about Valley being his rival, but Issei promised to explain everything later. He admitted he was growing weary of the constant fighting. Sona sighed, acknowledging that no matter the timeline, their chaotic nature remained unchanged. Raynare chuckled at Sona's concern, while Asia remained amused, knowing Valley posed no threat to them. Issei praised Kiba for unlocking his soul trait, bravery, and Kiba realized the significance of his new orange armor. Rias expressed her pride in Kiba for overcoming his hatred and becoming stronger than ever. Chara echoed Rias's sentiments, commending Kiba for his growth. Kiba thanked Chara, who blushed lightly, prompting Issei to consider some playful teasing. Issei then suggested they call it a day and head home for some much-needed rest. Everyone agreed, ready to return after a long day of battles and revelations. After the time stop, when Issei performed the reset, Kiba understood that this timeline was destined for deletion. He accepted it, hoping it would remain just a nightmare, nothing more and nothing less. Kiba had a deep appreciation for Issei, his friends, and family, particularly the Gremory family, with the exception of Rias, whose status might change as the story unfolded. He felt neutral towards the Occult Research Club, aside from Gasper, as well as most fallen angels, devils, angels, and other supernatural beings. He held a strong dislike for anyone who harmed or harassed Issei and his loved ones, exorcists, Excalibur, and the Church. His hatred was reserved for Valper and Freed, though he had conquered his animosity towards them. He despised RPSTs, criminals, and Rizavim Levon Lucifer. Kiba had a fondness for cake and possessed abilities such as Sword Birth, Sword of Betrayer, and the Glory Dragon Troop, which was locked. His sole trait was bravery, represented by the color orange. Asia Argento, during the battle with Rizavim Levon Lucifer, fought valiantly alongside her adoptive brother and beloved Issei. In the aftermath, both were left in a comatose state due to the intensity of the conflict. Upon awakening, Asia was devastated to discover that her older sister figure and the other women of the Occult Research Club, except for Roswies, had betrayed Issei by being with other men. Witnessing Issei in such a broken and vulnerable state, she realized he was suffering from the dragon's fall. She remained by his side, where her love for him had always been. After learning that Issei possessed the soul of determination and following his decision to reset, she vowed to meet him in the new timeline, no matter the cost. Asia cherished Issei, his parents, and friends, including Kiba, Gasper, God, the angels, except Irina, Azazel, Baraquiel, Fafnir, Chara, and anything Issei liked. She felt neutral towards Kuo Academy, other supernatural beings, Ophis, and Great Red, though her feelings might evolve as the story progressed. Asia disliked anyone who insulted Issei or Chara, those who harmed her parents, the Cows Brigade, Warmongers, the Kendo Club, and Rizavim Levon Lucifer. She held no hatred in her heart, embodying a kind and gentle spirit. Her sacred gear was Twilight Healing, and she possessed the Downfall Dragon Spear, given by Azazel later on. Her abilities included Twilight Healing Affection, which was locked, and her sole trait was Kindness, also locked. Previously, the aftermath of the battle against the stray exorcist Freed and the stray priest Valper Galyeli had unfolded, resulting in the priest's escape into darkness, with Zenobia and Irina pursuing him. Issei and the others returned home, feeling there was nothing left to do. The following day, while patrolling the school grounds, Sona's familiar discovered Irina, who had been defeated and lay on the ground. Upon hearing this, Sona immediately summoned everyone to the location. They arrived just in time to confront Freed, who claimed that their master was responsible for Irina's condition. Looking up, they saw Kokabeel, a cadre angel of Grigori, appear before them. After sending Irina to the Citri mansion for treatment, Kokabeel greeted them and revealed his intention for war, stating that he was bored with peace. He had stolen the swords to provoke the church and aimed to harm Sona and Rias to incite the Satans. He then flew towards the school to initiate the final phase of his plan, prompting Issei and the others to follow him. Kokabeel awaited the arrival of the Satans, and upon learning they would be delayed, he summoned Cerberus to entertain himself. He watched with interest as Issei and Rias battled the creatures, finding them worthy opponents. After defeating the dogs, Kiba approached Valper, filled with anger. Upon discovering the true purpose of the test subjects, everyone looked at Valper with disgust. Kiba, grappling with the harsh truth, questioned whether he should be the one to survive. In that moment, the souls of those who had perished due to Valper's actions encouraged him, pushing him to unlock his balance breaker and his sole trait, bravery. Valper then realized the reason behind the merging of holy and devil powers, leading to his demise at the hands of Kokabeel. Kokabeel revealed the shocking truth about God's demise to the group. However, Issei remained unfazed, as he had never been a strong believer and only desired to protect his family from threats like Kokabeel. The two engaged in battle, with Issei nearly overpowering Kokabeel. Just as Kokabeel was about to finish him off, Vale intervened, stating he needed to take Issei away at Azazel's order. Vale and Issei retreated to a secluded location, where Vale explained the Cows Brigade's plans to find another way to destroy and access other dimensions. He also mentioned his team and Kuroka missing Issei before departing with Kokabeel. Afterward, Issei and the others decided to return home, reflecting on the tumultuous day they had endured. They celebrated their victory over Kokabeel, acknowledging the intense battle that had pushed each member to their limits. Despite managing to defeat Kokabeel, the experience had taken a toll on them, with Kiba unlocking his soul trait and balance breaker, and the revelation of God's death weighing heavily on some characters. Zenobia pondered how a heretic could wield Durandal so efficiently and without drawbacks. The death of God had not shocked her as much as this realization. She needed to return the sword to the church, and as she reached for it, she asked if she could have Durandal back. Issei readily agreed, but when Zenobia attempted to touch the sword, it reacted violently, resulting in a minor cut on her hand. Issei was surprised that he could retrieve Durandal this time instead of Ascalon, leaving Zenobia in a state of confusion as she contemplated her life choices. She then left, realizing she had nowhere to go, along with the rest of his team returning to their homes. Sona remarked on how it had been quite a day to end the week, prompting Rias to express her longing for someone to love her as Issei loved Sona. Sona encouraged Rias to remain positive and advised her not to let go of someone who loved her unconditionally. Rias promised she wouldn't. Sona noted that Rias was different this time and decided to give her a chance. Issei pondered how he would carry the sword home since he couldn't access the dimension Zenobia used to summon it. Sona suggested he try incorporating it into his sacred gear. Issei agreed and, with Draigg's guidance, focused on merging the sword's wavelength with his gear. He successfully incorporated the sword into his boosted gear, allowing him to call upon it at will. Issei then suggested they head home and celebrate their hard-fought victory. Saji complained about being stuck creating a barrier and not getting to enjoy the battle with the Cerberus, especially after the White Dragon destroyed his barrier. Issei reassured Saji that he would have his fun later. The next day at 2 p.m., Issei and Asia walked toward the ORC, having been summoned by Satan Surzek's Lucifer for an important discussion. On their way, they spotted a skeleton leaning against a pole next to a house. The skeleton, dressed in a blue hoodie, white shirt, and black and white shorts, greeted Issei, who remained on guard, sensing a potential threat. The skeleton introduced himself as Sans, a member of the monster faction, and clarified that he wasn't there to fight. Issei inquired about Sans' intentions, and Sans explained he wasn't affiliated with Hades, humorously noting he was too lazy for that. They shared a laugh about Hades needing some sunshine. Sans mentioned he had befriended Issei's mother, which caused Issei to react angrily, leading to a brief confrontation. Asia intervened, urging Issei to calm down. Sans, still in pain, explained that he meant no offense, and that he simply valued friendship. Issei acknowledged his overreaction and apologized. Sans informed them about a peace conference involving devils, fallen angels, and monsters, where he would represent the monster faction alongside the king of the monsters. Issei was curious about who else would attend, and Sans mentioned he had a connection to W. Gaster, a renowned scientist who had become trapped in the void due to an experiment gone wrong. Asia felt sympathy for Gaster, who had only wanted to achieve his ambitions. Sans encouraged Asia not to dwell on it and prepared to leave, mentioning that he had to meet someone. As they shook hands, a humorous sound interrupted the moment, causing Issei embarrassment while Sans chuckled. After saying goodbye, Issei and Asia made their way to the ORC, where the others were likely waiting. In the ORC room at 3:30 p.m., Rias expressed her impatience over Issei's absence. Kiba reassured her that he would arrive soon, and Surzek playfully urged patience. Rias felt a mix of embarrassment and affection at her brother's teasing nickname. To pass the time, Surzek asked Kiba to demonstrate his soul trait and the Sword of Betrayer. Kiba complied, activating his soul trait as Surzek instructed Graphia to create a small dimension for the demonstration. Kiba summoned his sword and charged at Surzek, who effortlessly caught the blade with 4 fingers, acknowledging Kiba's improvement and commending him for facing his aura head-on. Kiba felt a swell of pride at Lord Lucifer's words. Surzek then instructed Graphia to nullify the dimension. Just then, the doors opened to reveal Issei and Asia arriving. Issei casually remarked that he seemed to have missed the show. Rias questioned his absence, and Aquino added that they had been waiting for a long time. Issei apologized, explaining that he had encountered someone on his way. Surzek reassured them that it was not a problem and mentioned that he had been testing Kiba's strength. He noted that Kiba was significantly stronger than some high-class devils and considered allowing him to take the middle-class examination for promotion. Asia expressed her excitement, congratulating Kiba, who thanked her in return. Dxd then turned to Issei, asking what he wanted to discuss. Issei suggested they speak in private, and Dxd agreed, teleporting the four of them to his dimension. Back in the ORC, everyone wondered why Issei wished to speak privately with Dxd, though Kiba had an inkling about the serious nature of the conversation, knowing it could impact Rias and Dxd in the future. Once in the new location, Dxd inquired about Issei's intentions. Issei brought up the topic of soul traits, prompting Dxd to ask about Issei's own. Issei revealed a red soul, causing both elderly devils to gasp in shock, as the soul of determination was exceedingly rare, appearing only once every century. Dxd was curious about how Issei had activated such a soul. Dxd acknowledged the rarity of the soul and asked if Issei had performed a true reset. Issei confirmed that he had, leaving Dxd and Graphia astonished. They understood that for Issei to undergo a true reset, something significant must have occurred in his past. Dxd asked for the reason behind it, and Issei proposed activating their memories of the previous timeline to explain. Asia expressed concern that Dxd might not be able to handle it, but Issei insisted it was necessary. With a wave of his hand, Issei activated the memory recall for both Dxd and Graphia. They were flooded with memories of the past: Rias's marriage to Raynare, Issei's love for Rias, the peace conference, the hero faction, Loki, the vampire civil war, and the attacks by Raynare and Trihexa. They realized that Issei had always been there for them, and they had failed to recognize him at first. Overcome with emotion, they embraced him, missing him dearly. Dxd referred to Issei as his little brother, while Graphia expressed how much she had missed him. Issei returned the hug and invited Asia to join, creating a heartwarming moment for the four of them after such a long separation. They all understood that something terrible must have happened in the previous timeline to compel Issei to reset. Issei expressed how much he had missed them, referring to Dxd and Graphia as his big brother and big sister. Asia reminisced about the family moments they once shared. Dxd then asked why Issei had chosen to reset. Issei warned that the revelation might tarnish Rias and her peerage's image, except for Kiba and Gasper, as Rias had committed a grave mistake in the past. Dxd reminded Issei that he had always prioritized being a leader over being a brother, as was expected of a Satan. Issei urged him not to punish them for their past actions, stating that those memories were now just remnants of a bad time for him. Curious, Dxd asked what the mistake was. Issei inquired if they were familiar with Dragon's Fall disease. Dxd's expression shifted as he connected the dots, realizing the implications. Graphia, too, felt devastated as they pieced together that Rias and the other girls had betrayed Issei. Dxd grappled with the urge to punish them, while Graphia's aura radiated her desire for retribution. Issei continued, explaining that during his suffering from Dragon's Fall, Kiba had called upon Azazel, Baraquil, Vala's team, his parents, Gasper, Roswiz, and Asia, all of whom had been there for his final moments. Dxd listened intently, torn between his desire to hold Rias accountable and the belief that the timeline should remain a painful memory. Issei revealed that he had been contacted by the beast known as Trihexa, as well as Chara Dreamer, now Haidu, his younger sister. Dxd was puzzled, having always believed the beast to be mindless. He questioned how it could communicate. Issei explained that the notion of the beast being mindless was a lie, and he would let it speak for itself. Suddenly, Trihexa's voice filled the room, startling both Dxd and Graphia. They understood that the beast was not to be underestimated, and its ability to speak was unexpected. Trihexa introduced itself, explaining that it had once been a dragon that grew stronger over time, rivaling the power of Ophis, the dragon god. The gods and the four Satans had feared it, much like they feared Great Red and Ophis. Trihexa recounted how it had been attacked out of fear and sealed away, with Raynare using its soul to maintain control. Issei longed for freedom, and after Issei and Asia confronted Raynare, they liberated him from his corruption. This pivotal moment led him to Issei, where he met Chara, and the rest became history. Draigg confirmed that the old man had a deep-seated disdain for serpents, particularly dragons. Dxd acknowledged the gravity of the situation, warning Issei that many powerful beings, especially the Greek and Hindu gods, would come after him. Issei planned to remain hidden, much like Ophis, to avoid detection. He believed Trihexa deserved a chance at a normal life. Sensei noted Issei's growth and asked about the differences between this timeline and the previous one. Issei mentioned the fallen angel who had once killed him. Graphia guessed it was Raynare, and Issei confirmed that she was now his girlfriend. Sensei and Graphia were taken aback, while Asia looked on, realizing this would be a new normal for them. Sensei questioned how Raynare hadn't harmed Issei this time. Issei explained that she had genuinely fallen in love with him and had become his first mate. Graphia observed the blush on Issei's cheeks, recognizing that he had truly fallen in love this time. They felt protective of him, believing that Rias and the others who had betrayed him didn't deserve his affection. Issei asked if there was anything else to discuss. Sensei expressed disbelief at Issei's willingness to forgive Rias, stating that he would have sought revenge if he were in Issei's position. Issei reflected on his initial desire for vengeance but realized it would only perpetuate a cycle of hatred. He understood that hurting others wouldn't change the past and that the cycle of hate must end. Sensei acknowledged Issei's perspective, noting that neither he nor Graphia could love someone who betrayed them. Graphia affirmed Issei's remarkable nature, recognizing his ability to forgive and offer second chances. Issei felt grateful for their support. As they prepared to leave, Issei noted that the others might be worried. Upon their return, Rias and the others were curious about their conversation. Sensei and Graphia kept Issei's power a secret, aware that if revealed, it could be used against them. Rias inquired about their absence, and Sensei casually mentioned they had been chatting. He reminded her of the upcoming Parents' Day, revealing the reason for their visit. Rias was surprised and asked if Graphia had informed him. Sensei maintained that he had his ways and asked if he could stay at Issei's place, to which Issei agreed, though he warned that Sona and Raynare might not appreciate it. At the Hayadu residence, Sona and Raynare were shocked to see Sensei, and even Issei's parents were taken aback. Sensei offered an apology for Rias's actions, expressing regret for not raising her properly. Issei nodded in agreement, and his parents, though confused, accepted the apology. Goro reassured Sensei that they did not hold him responsible for Rias's mistakes and considered him family. Sensei expressed gratitude, and Miki invited him inside to celebrate. As the evening progressed, Issei and Sona found themselves in a quiet moment. Sona questioned Sensei's presence, but Issei reassured her that it was not an issue. He recognized Sona's need to maintain her stoic demeanor, while Raynare appeared nervous around Sensei. Issei took Sona's hand, noticing its warmth, and offered comfort, reminding her that he would always be by her side. Raynare expressed her gratitude, and Issei promised to always be there for her. Sona, feeling a bit left out, pouted, prompting Issei to kiss her forehead, calming her. He then embraced Asia, who melted into his hug, grateful for his support. That was when Sensei arrived, smiling warmly at the scene. He hoped he wasn't interrupting anything. Sona assured him that nothing was happening. Sensei expressed his pleasure at seeing them and noted that Issei had managed to bring Sona back to her usual self, rather than the strict persona everyone else saw. Sona blushed and remained quiet. Sensei then turned to Raynare, mentioning that Azazel had informed him she was staying with Issei. He remarked that it seemed she truly loved him, unlike before. Raynare confirmed her feelings, reflecting on her past self as a fool for abandoning Issei and vowing to make her regret it if she ever found her. Sensei acknowledged her sentiment and thanked Asia for standing by Issei. However, he had come to inform them that Rias could release her bishop, as she was strong enough to handle him. Issei chimed in with Gasper's name. Sensei confirmed this, explaining that Gasper had been sealed away because Rias couldn't control him back then, but now she could. He then mentioned needing to speak with Issei and would be borrowing him for the night. The three girls protested, but Sensei assured them it was just for one night. Eventually, they relented, leaving after kissing Issei. Sensei sighed, acknowledging that he would always attract girls, no matter how hard he tried. At the Hayadu residence, Issei was wide awake at 3 a.m., unable to sleep due to the many changes happening around him. Dxd noticed his restlessness and asked if he couldn't sleep. Issei mentioned the numerous differences and an encounter with Gaster. Dxd inquired about Gaster, and Issei explained that he had met him once in the void. Dxd stood up, curious about how Gaster ended up there. Issei explained it was due to an experiment gone wrong. Dxd reflected on their past friendship with Gaster, describing him as an ambitious man who cared deeply for his students. He reminisced about discussions with Gaster and Ajuka about science, noting that Gaster was from a different era. Issei remarked that Gaster seemed like a nice guy who still held hope of escaping the void. Dxd agreed, and they both decided to get some sleep, as a big day awaited them with an upcoming meeting. The next day at 9 a.m., Dxd announced he was heading to school to watch over Rias. Issei bid farewell to his brother and sister as they left for school. It was also Parents' Day for Issei and his friends, prompting them to prepare for the day. Issei encouraged everyone to get ready, excited about the event. Chara expressed her unfamiliarity with the concept of Parents' Day, and Issei assured her she might enjoy it. At Kuo Academy in Issei's classroom at 10:30 a.m., Serafal announced a clay design activity for Parents' Day, encouraging everyone to do their best. Issei pondered what to create while Mickey encouraged Chara and Asia to participate. Goro cheered for his son, urging him to avoid repeating past mistakes. Issei and his friends noticed their parents holding a camera, recording the event, which caused Issei to sigh at their antics while Asia and Chara chuckled. They would never change, no matter the timeline. As Issei imagined a specific Welsh dragon, Serafal called out to him, asking if he had created something. He looked at his clay model and realized he had made a life-size representation of Draigg, the Welsh dragon, purely from his imagination. The dragon appeared proud, shedding tears of joy, reminiscent of a certain hero from another universe, relieved that Issei had not made a life-size model of Rias this time. Students around him marveled at his craftsmanship, praising his skills. Some even offered money for the model, which surprised Issei. Chara expressed her delight at the lively atmosphere of Parents' Day, while Asia noted that it usually wasn't this exciting. Mickey remarked on their son's growing popularity, and Goro commented that change attracted attention. At the student council meeting at 12:30 p.m., Sona complimented Issei on his impressive model. Tsubaki asked if he could create a model of Kiba, but Issei sensed her hesitation, knowing she had a crush on him. Suddenly, a commotion arose as students from the photography club rushed to capture photos of a familiar magical girl. Sona groaned at the sight of Serafal dressed as a magical girl, fearing the embarrassment it would bring. Issei suggested they intervene before it got out of hand. In the gym room at 1 p.m., students were snapping photos of Serafal, who was enjoying the attention. However, Saji arrived and attempted to disperse the crowd, warning Serafal about the inappropriateness of her posing. Serafal playfully defended herself, insisting it was who she was. Sona, feeling embarrassed, pleaded with her sister to stop. Issei found himself caught between the two, unsure of how to resolve the situation. Sona expressed her frustration, stating that she could not allow her big sister to pose in that manner. She had already given her one chance, and that was enough. Serafal, persistent as ever, hovered around Sona, pleading for her to reconsider. Eventually, Sona reached her breaking point and, in tears, declared that she could not endure it any longer. She ran away, with Serafal chasing after her. Issei sighed, realizing he needed to intervene. He told Saji to handle the mess Serafal had created while he took care of Sona. Chara wished him well as he set off, knowing it would be a long day filled with chasing and comforting Sona while dealing with the antics of Satan Leviathan. On his way, he encountered his parents and Asia. Mickey asked Issei why he was in such a hurry, and he explained that Serafal had upset Sona. Goro mentioned that they had just met Rias's mother, Venelina, who happened to be the principal. She had apologized for her daughter's behavior and informed them about the changes in Issei's life, noting that he had gained quite a following. Goro also mentioned that they had invited Rias's brother and Sona's sister to a party that evening. Issei needed to find Sona and Serafal, and he was relieved to discover them talking with Rias and Aquino. They felt sympathy for Sona, knowing that Rias's brother was also quite protective of his sister. Sona greeted Issei, who inquired about Serafal's whereabouts. Sona admitted that she had lost her, expressing her relief. Issei then delivered the unfortunate news that Serafal would indeed be attending the party at his house. Sona, realizing the embarrassment that awaited her, lamented her fate. Rias felt relieved that she would be spared from embarrassment, having been informed beforehand about her brother's plans. Later that night at the Hyudu residence, the families gathered to watch videos of their children. They first viewed clips of Asia, Chara, and Issei, who were happy that their parents did not overly indulge them. The couples felt proud of their children's performances during Parents' Day. Next came Serzex, showcasing Rias's efforts, much to her chagrin as she urged him to stop recording. Finally, Serafal shared footage of Sona's performance, which overwhelmed Sona, prompting her to retreat home. She felt as if she were in a realm of endless embarrassment. Issei followed Sona into her room, where he found her curled up in a corner. He offered to let her into his room, and she accepted, lying face down on the bed. Issei watched her in silence, feeling pity for her distress. Sona eventually spoke, asking if he was glad to have met her. Issei affirmed that he was, expressing how much she had taught him and how he appreciated every part of her, even her flaws. He encouraged her to understand that Serafal's way of showing love was through her actions, and that Sona meant the world to her sister. Sona promised to try and get along with Serafal. She then leaned in and kissed Issei, who reciprocated with a passionate kiss. Just then, the lights turned on, revealing a grinning Raynare and a jealous Asia. Sona, embarrassed, insisted that it wasn't what it looked like. Serafal entered the room, commenting on the lively atmosphere. Sona took a deep breath and apologized to her sister for ignoring her and not trying to understand her. Serafal reassured Sona that she forgave her, expressing happiness at seeing her sister so joyful, crediting Issei for helping Sona open up. Sona thanked her sister, and Serafal left the group to enjoy their time together. As she watched Sona laugh and have fun with Issei and the others, Serafal felt a pang of longing, wishing for something she had not experienced in the past 500 years. She thought about her sister's happiness and wondered why it hurt her heart so much. The chapter concluded with a promise of more adventures to come. They headed towards the Occult Research Club to have a conversation with Serzex. After revealing his determination and triggering their memories of the past timeline, both remembered who Issei was and immediately embraced him, along with Asia, who was present with them. When Serzex inquired about Issei's reasoning for the reset, Issei shared everything from Rias's betrayal to the slander he faced from her and her peerage, with a few exceptions. Serzex and Grafia were appalled by her actions and those of her peerage, wanting to punish them. However, Issei convinced them not to take that route. He then informed them about the changes in this timeline and the different experiences he had encountered. After exiting the dimension, Serzex and Grafia made their way to the Hyudu residence, just as they had in the previous timeline. They apologized for their sister's actions, and Issei forgave them immediately. He celebrated and asked if he could sleep in Issei's room for a day. They discussed the upcoming peace conference and the enigmatic scientist Issei Dxd, who was trapped in the void. They then headed to school for Parents' Day, where even their parents were attending. After an eventful day, which included Issei creating a replica of the Welsh dragon statue and Serafal playing with her sister, Issei's parents suggested throwing a party and inviting both Serzex and Serafal. Upon returning home, everyone watched how the students were doing. Serafal mentioned how her sister embarrassed her, prompting her to retreat to her room. Issei followed her and engaged in a heartfelt conversation, convincing Sona to be more understanding of her sister, as this was her way of showing love. After a meaningful discussion with Serafal, Sona's bond with her sister deepened, and Serafal, seeing her sister happy, began to feel a growing desire in her heart. At Serafal's mansion, 5:30 a.m., she entered after the party at Issei's house, feeling a sadness she had never experienced before. She paced around, questioning why this was happening to her. She wondered if she was falling in love with Issei, reminding herself that he was her brother-in-law and that she must not let those feelings develop. To distract herself, she thought about her upcoming show shoot. The next day, in the Occult Research Club room at 9:30 a.m., Issei was with Rias and the other club members when Rias called them to introduce someone. They were curious about who it could be when a blue-haired girl in a school uniform entered the clubroom. Zenobia introduced herself as the Knight of Rias Gremory, and Issei, Asia, and Chara were surprised by her greeting style. They had seen this before in the previous timeline. Issei wondered if this would be the time when Zenobia became a better person or if history would repeat itself, but he resolved not to fall in love with her. Issei asked if Zenobia was the reason for their gathering, but Rias indicated there was another reason. Issei guessed it was Gasper, and Rias confirmed that her brother had asked her to release her second bishop, Gasper Vladi, a half-vampire and a recluse. As they approached the door where Gasper was sealed, Rias unsealed the barrier. Gasper was huddled in a corner, hesitant to come out due to his fears. Upon noticing Issei, he approached him, wanting to meet his brother. However, he hesitated, remembering Rias's betrayal, and controlled himself. Rias introduced Gasper as her bishop and family, but Gasper recoiled from her touch, expressing his discomfort. He remembered her betrayal and chose to keep his distance. Rias, confused by the hatred directed at her from Kiba, Issei, Chara, and now Gasper, felt tears welling up as she struggled to understand why. Noticing Rias's distress, Issei asked the Occult Research Club, except for Kiba, to leave. He then greeted Gasper warmly, who, relieved that the others were gone, immediately hugged Issei and cried, expressing how much he had missed him. Asia joined in, and Gasper recognized her as well, embracing her with affection. He had always seen her as the little sister he wanted. As they continued to catch up, Gasper noticed Raynare and Chara and asked about them. Issei introduced Raynare as his first girlfriend and Chara as his adoptive younger sister. Gasper was surprised to learn that Raynare was the same one who had once harmed his brother, but Issei quickly reassured him that they were not the same. He explained that Raynare, Sona, Surzex, and Grafia all remembered the previous timeline, and Raynare was now his girlfriend. Gasper was astonished and eager to learn about the many changes that had occurred since the reset. Gasper had managed to win Sona's heart, and their engagement was a testament to his determination. He had trained the ORC diligently, preparing them for the challenges ahead. His rating game against Riser had been a test of strategy and skill, where deception played a crucial role. However, the stakes rose when Ion Lava kidnapped Sona, leading to a fierce confrontation between Gasper, Riser, and Ion Lava. In the heat of battle, Gasper felt the overwhelming weight of despair, but Sona's unwavering support pulled him back from the brink. The Holy Sword project was another significant milestone, with Kiba unlocking his soul trait through his balance breaker. Finally, Gasper faced Kokabeel in a climactic showdown. Gasper was overwhelmed by the information he had just absorbed. The concept of resets and the myriad of changes they could bring fascinated him, much like a child discovering something new. Issei observed Gasper's glowing eyes, a smile forming on his face at the boy's curiosity. Issei mentioned that more changes were likely in the future. Gasper, intrigued, brought up Issei's growing friendship with Rias. Issei admitted that he was considering giving her a chance, noting her efforts to improve herself and become a better person. Gasper smiled, recalling how Rias had given him a second chance at life. He had always believed that people could change for the better or worse over time. As they prepared to leave, Gasper expressed his eagerness to reunite with his parents, Azazel, Baraquil, and Roswies, as it had been far too long since their last meeting. In the familiar forest, Rias gathered everyone, explaining that they would be seeking familiars under the full moon. Since Sona had already acquired hers the previous week, it was their turn. Issei hoped to find a good familiar this time, while Asia expressed her desire for a sprite dragon. Rias opened a portal, leading them to Zatuji, the familiar master who awaited them in the forest. Zatuji greeted Rias, inquiring about their visit. Rias explained that they needed to acquire familiars. As they entered the forest, Asia spotted a sprite dragon, the same one she had bonded with previously. The dragon recognized her and approached, snuggling against her as if they had met before. Asia embraced the sprite dragon, expressing how much she had missed him. Issei remarked on the time that had passed since their last encounter, recalling a moment when he had unintentionally harmed the dragon during a reckless phase. Draigg, the dragon within Issei, reminded him of that incident, but Issei noted that he had changed since then. Draigg revealed his own past, sharing a story of unrequited love with a female dragon who had chosen treasures over him. This revelation brought a somber mood, as both Issei and Trihexa empathized with Draigg's experience. Issei reassured Draigg of their support, emphasizing their friendship. Draigg expressed his gratitude for their kindness. Meanwhile, the sprite dragon playfully zapped Issei, who remained unfazed, much to the dragon's surprise. Issei gently approached the sprite dragon, reassuring him that he meant no harm and encouraging him to grow stronger to protect Asia. Zatuji was astonished by the bond forming between Asia and the sprite dragon, noting that it was rare for a sprite dragon to choose a master. Asia confirmed her choice, ready to accept the dragon as her familiar. Chara noticed a familiar flower nearby, prompting her to investigate. As she approached, a voice called out, recognizing her. Floey, once known as Asriel, had returned. The two embraced, having not seen each other for 400 years. Issei, who had followed Chara, arrived just in time to witness their reunion. Floey inquired about Issei, and Chara introduced him as her adoptive older brother, revealing her new name, Chara Hayu. Floey, feeling a mix of emotions, remembered his past actions. Chara comforted him, assuring him that he would always be her brother, just as Issei was. Floey expressed gratitude to Chara, while Issei shared his excitement about finally meeting Asriel, mentioning that Chara had told him a lot about him, including his tendency to be emotional. Floey, embarrassed, protested that this was supposed to be a secret. Chara playfully acknowledged that she had let it slip, winking at Asriel, who felt exposed by her revelation. Issei reassured Asriel that his secret was safe with him and inquired about his presence in the familiar forest. Floey explained that he had come seeking peace, feeling alone and without a place to go. Issei offered to take him along, suggesting that he could reunite with his sister and possibly their father, who was also coming for peace negotiations. Upon hearing that his father was nearby, Floey expressed concern about whether he would be accepted in his current state. Issei comforted him, sharing his own experience of being accepted by his parents despite his past. He spoke highly of Mr. Dreamer, assuring Floey that his father would be happy to have him back. After contemplating Issei's words, Floey decided to join him, feeling a flicker of hope for the first time in years. Issei welcomed him to the family and asked if he could call him Asriel, to which Floey agreed, suggesting he could call Issei Ise in return. Floey then climbed onto Issei's shoulder, feeling a sense of comfort and belonging. As they prepared to leave, Zatuji acknowledged Floey's choice of a master, and Issei confirmed that he would be taking him. Zatuji inquired about their next steps, and Issei mentioned that they would return since everyone else had found their familiars. Raynare welcomed Floey to the family, and Rias announced her intention to open a portal. Suddenly, a blast struck, but Issei quickly acted a barrier to protect everyone. A voice called out, and Draigg recognized it as Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, known for her destructive past. Issei braced himself, aware of her reputation and the danger she posed. The others were taken aback by her presence, especially Zatuji, who had not expected her to emerge from her cave. Issei confronted Tiamat, demanding to know her intentions. Draigg and Trihexa glared at her, recalling the devastation she had caused in the past. Tiamat was furious that Issei had come to her domain, and the tension escalated as Issei prepared to defend his partner and confront her. He instructed everyone to return to the portal, telling Floey to stay with Chara for the time being, as he had a score to settle with Tiamat. Floey agreed, and Rias and Raynare wished Issei safety, with Raynare encouraging him to take action against Tiamat. As the portal closed, Issei faced Tiamat, filled with determination. Zatuji, sensing the gravity of the situation, contemplated whether to call for reinforcements. Issei urged him to evacuate the familiars to safety and contact Surzex, warning that the upcoming battle would be intense. Zatuji nodded and teleported away, leaving Issei alone with Tiamat. Issei faced Tiamat, ready for the confrontation. Tiamat, furious, confronted him about his audacity to enter her territory and the loss of her treasure. Draigg intervened, reminding Tiamat of her past actions, how she had pursued innocent lives in her quest for revenge over a mere piece of metal. Tiamat threatened Draigg, vowing that he would pay, and that his host would suffer for his insolence. Issei, undeterred, challenged her, proposing that if he won, she would become his second familiar. Tiamat laughed at Issei's proposal, dismissing it as foolish. She believed victory would come easily to her. Draigg countered, asserting that Issei had faced and defeated foes far stronger than Tiamat. He lamented the harshness of their past relationship and the suffering of his previous hosts, who had perished due to her relentless pursuit. He warned Tiamat not to underestimate Issei, calling her a fool for thinking otherwise. Infuriated by Draigg's words, Tiamat launched an attack on Issei, but he skillfully sidestepped her strike and countered with a powerful blow to her stomach, sending her flying. Summoning Durandal, Issei engaged Tiamat in a fierce battle, using the blade to defend himself while delivering precise strikes. Tiamat struggled to keep up, realizing she needed to end the fight quickly. Meanwhile, Issei kept his full power a secret, aiming to stall Tiamat long enough for Zatuji to evacuate the familiars. Zatuji confirmed that everyone was safe, prompting Issei to prepare for the next phase of the battle. He donned his red armor, knowing Tiamat was his strongest opponent yet. With determination, he charged at her, delivering a heavy punch to her gut. He utilized the terrain to his advantage, landing a series of blows that left Tiamat reeling. Despite her attempts to retaliate, Issei's relentless assault prevented her from mounting a counterattack. Tiamat attempted to block Issei's strikes, but the force of his punches overwhelmed her. She evaded one attack, only to be met with a well-timed dragon shot that she barely managed to deflect. Recognizing Issei's strength, Tiamat realized he was not like the previous host she had faced. She knew she needed to eliminate him before it was too late. As she tried to go on the offensive, Issei effortlessly countered her attack with one hand, smirking beneath his armor. He delivered a powerful uppercut as Tiamat struggled to free herself. In a fit of rage, she unleashed a magical blast, but Issei used Divide to neutralize it, leaving Tiamat shocked and confused about how he had accessed Albion's power. Tiamat demanded to know how Issei had gained such abilities, but he confidently revealed that he had taken it for himself. Draigg chimed in, reminding Tiamat that even the impossible could become possible if one wished for it strongly enough. Frustrated, Tiamat lunged at Issei with all her might, but he summoned several wyverns created from parts of the dividing gear he had acquired in a previous timeline. These wyverns began to drain Tiamat's magical power, siphoning her strength to fuel Issei's own abilities. Tiamat struggled against the wyverns, but they overwhelmed her, leaving her vulnerable. Issei unleashed a devastating blast, sending her flying across the battlefield. Seizing the moment, he used Durandal to sever her legs, causing her to scream in agony. Helpless and furious, Tiamat glared at Issei, vowing that she would not accept defeat, especially not to a host of Draigg. In her fury, she transformed into her dragon form, determined to eliminate Issei at any cost. She then transformed into a pale blue western dragon with celestial blue scales. Issei observed her dragon form with awe. Trihexa urged Issei to take their power to the next level, and Issei agreed. Together, they activated their balance breaker, Trihexa mode. Issei's new form emerged, featuring 4 wings, 2 draconic and 2 fallen, along with blackish armor and a jet black tail. His armor radiated immense power, reminiscent of a dragon god. This was the first time Issei wielded such power, and he struggled to adapt to it, feeling the strain. He asked Trihexa how long he had before deactivation, to which Trihexa replied that he had about 3 hours. Issei felt confident, believing that was more than enough time to defeat her. Draigg wished Issei the best as he charged toward the Dragon King. She retaliated with Chaos Fire, attempting to damage him. Draigg cautioned Issei that the fire could burn even gods. Issei assured him that he would dodge it. Skillfully, he evaded her flames and landed a fierce punch to the dragon's jaw, breaking a few of her teeth. He then unleashed an extinction ray, but Tiamat dodged it instinctively. Issei quickly appeared in front of her and delivered a powerful blow to her head. After sustaining heavy damage, Tiamat decided to unleash her ultimate attack, the Chaos Bomb. She began charging the bomb, aiming to defeat Issei. Draigg warned Issei that this blast could level countries and continents, emphasizing the urgency to stop her before it was too late, as she would destroy the familiar forest if she fired that blast. Issei directed the wyverns to absorb the power of the sphere she was charging. However, the energy was overwhelming, and the wyverns began to falter, though they managed to weaken the sphere. Some even transferred the sphere's power to Issei. Realizing it was time to end the battle, Issei unleashed his extinction storm. A tempest of pure destructive energy enveloped Tiamat, obliterating the bomb and severely damaging her. She roared in pain as the energy pierced her body, forcing her out of her dragon form and into a regular human form, devoid of horns or scales. As Issei approached him, he noticed the fear in her eyes. She was now vulnerable. He was the first host to not only defeat her but also to dominate her. Issei inquired about her motivations for attacking Draigg's hosts. Tiamat revealed that Draigg had stolen her treasure, prompting her to seek revenge. Issei questioned her reasoning, pointing out that it wasn't enough to justify her merciless actions. Tiamat looked down, acknowledging that her hatred had blinded her. She had once loved Draigg deeply and feared for his safety, believing that other dragons might attack him due to her beauty. In her fear, she had rejected him, only to be devastated when she saw him move on. When he asked for her treasure, she had given it willingly, but when he lost it and perished, she felt abandoned. This led her to suffer from Dragon's Fall, and if it hadn't been for Azazel's intervention, she would have perished. Tiamat shared her story with Issei, leaving him and the other two dragons in shock. Draigg was heartbroken to learn that she had always loved him but had feared losing him, which led to her rejection. If he had known this, he would have never left her side to grow stronger. Issei remained silent, reflecting on his own past fears of women due to his experiences. He believed that only Draigg could mend Tiamat's heart and vice versa. To uplift them, Issei suggested that if they could forgive each other and give their relationship a second chance, perhaps they could rekindle their love, just as they had years ago. Issei expressed his surprise at Tiamat's suffering, prompting Draigg to speak. He admitted that he had never realized Tiamat loved him, thinking she had rejected him for his weakness. He explained that he had trained hard to grow stronger, pushed by his rivalry with Albion. He had sought her treasure to fight on equal terms, but the three factions had ultimately led to their downfall. He asked Tiamat if she still loved him after all these years. Tiamat, overwhelmed with emotion, declared that she had always loved him and had feared for his life, believing he had abandoned her. Tears streamed down her face as she expressed her longing for love, which had turned into hatred after Draigg's death. Draigg gently asked if they could start anew in their relationship. Tiamat looked at him, yearning for a second chance, and embraced Issei, who shared the moment with Draigg. In that embrace, Draigg felt as though he had found love again after all those years. Tiamat expressed her gratitude to Draigg and acknowledged Issei's presence. Issei requested to call her Tia, and she agreed, referring to him as her master. Surzex Lucifer and his wife Graphia arrived through a portal, with Surzex commenting on his late arrival. Issei playfully noted that he had just experienced his toughest battle and a heartfelt moment between two dragons. Surzex was surprised to learn of Tiamat's feelings for Draigg, and Tiamat confirmed her affection for him. Surzex, dismissing formalities, remarked on Issei's powerful familiar, to which Issei proudly noted that he had two familiars. As Issei began a chant, Tiamat became his second familiar, following Flowey. They opened a portal to reveal a concerned group waiting for them. The three girls embraced Issei, but their shock was palpable when Tiamat emerged from the portal. Sona questioned how Issei had managed this, and Issei introduced Tiamat as his new familiar, explaining that Flowey was his first. The group was astonished that Issei had tamed Tiamat, a dragon king, as his familiar, a feat previously thought impossible. Issei eagerly prepared to share his story, and Rias encouraged him to recount what had transpired. As he shared the details, the group felt sympathy for the Dragon King but ultimately rejoiced in the rekindled relationship. They then returned home to prepare for the upcoming peace conference scheduled for 2 days later. The next day, Issei and his friends gathered in the ORC club room to meet Rias and receive their familiars. Unlike the previous timeline, where Issei had not acquired a familiar, this time he had encountered Flowey, who had recently escaped the underground. After a reunion with Chara, Flowey joined Issei and his team. However, they were soon attacked by Tiamat, who was furious at Draigg's presence. Issei fought valiantly against her, using his powers to gain the upper hand. As the battle intensified, Tiamat transformed into her dragon form, and Issei activated his balance breaker, Trihexa mode, albeit briefly due to the strain it placed on him. He skillfully dodged her attacks and countered with his own, ultimately forcing her to revert to her original form. In the aftermath, Tiamat revealed the reasons behind her anger and actions toward Draigg. She expressed her belief that rejecting him was for his protection, and her devastation over his perceived abandonment led her to hunt down his hosts. Draigg, moved by her words, sought a second chance at their relationship, which Tiamat tearfully accepted. She then became Issei's second familiar, and they returned home, where Issei introduced her to his friends and family. They welcomed Tiamat into their circle, celebrating the reunion of Draigg and Tiamat. 2 days later, at the peace conference held at Kuo Academy, faction leaders gathered to discuss the rebuilding of the Christian pantheon and to resolve long-standing conflicts among the 3 factions. Serzex Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan represented the Devil faction, while Azazel attended for the fallen angels. Michael and Gabriel represented the Angel faction. As they began the meeting, they noted the absence of the Monster faction, which had been sealed away by humanity due to fear. The atmosphere shifted when Issei and his friends, along with Sona and their peerages, arrived at the conference, having also been invited to participate in the negotiations. Flowey and Tiamat followed Issei, as they were his familiars. Azazel and Michael were shocked. They had no idea Issei was strong enough to train the strongest Dragon King. Azazel's jaw dropped at the sight of Tiamat next to Issei, who was the host of Draigg, having cured her from the dragon's fall. Azazel wanted to ask what had happened that made her accept not only Issei but also Draigg, but they decided to keep it hidden for the time being. Suddenly, 2 energy spikes appeared, signaling the arrival of monsters who had come to negotiate with the peace faction. The king of monsters and his judge had arrived. Serzex greeted Askari Dreamer with enthusiasm, expressing his pleasure at finally meeting him. Askari noticed Chara and Flowey next to a boy with brown hair. He felt a strong urge to hug them and ask how they were still alive after 400 years. He was also curious about the Red Dragon Emperor and what kind of person he was. Just then, Sans arrived, dressed in formal attire, likely forced by his brother to do so. Although it was uncomfortable for him, he tolerated it as they prepared to begin the peace negotiations. Serzex explained that the devils no longer wished to engage in war or attack anyone. They were done with that. Michael added that they too wanted peace, but given the reports from Sona Citri and Rias Gremory about Kokabil's attack to provoke a war, he asked Azazel, the Governor-General of Fallen Angels, if he had anything to say. A few days after the peace conference, Issei was on his way home, reflecting on the chaotic events that had transpired. He had just learned about a new Sonic game that had hit the market and was eager to see it for himself. He purchased the game and headed home, excited to discover what Sega had released, especially since they had not announced anything new and Sonic Forces was still a year away. The past few days had been challenging for Issei, as the girls from his previous harem, except for Ravel, had made his life difficult by constantly apologizing. Thankfully, with Tiamat now involved, they kept their distance, not wanting to anger the Dragon King. Lost in thought, Issei arrived home, where he was greeted by Sona Citri. She asked where he had been, and he explained that he had gone to the game store to check for new releases. He mentioned finding a CD for a new Sonic game, which was odd since Sega had not announced it. Sona inquired if it was Sonic Forces, to which Issei replied that there was still a year until that game was released. He expressed his concern about the game's sketchy nature, noting that it was titled Sonic Txe and had torn artwork. The shopkeeper had sold it to him at a discount, possibly wanting to get rid of it for some reason. Sona cautioned him against playing the game, But Issei was determined to find out more and suggested calling Azazel or her sister as a precaution. Sona agreed and contacted both of them, explaining the situation. They assured her they would look into it and would head over if things went awry. Issei then inserted the disc into the drive. The Sega logo appeared, but the voice sounded distorted. He soon realized it was Sonic 1 for the Sega Genesis. Suddenly, a shocking screen appeared, causing both of them to jump. Sona exclaimed in confusion, and Issei insisted they needed to keep playing to uncover the mystery. They were presented with a player select screen featuring Tails, Knuckles, and surprisingly, Robotnik. Issei was particularly taken aback, as Knuckles did not appear until Sonic 3, and Robotnik was a villain who should not be selectable. The absence of Sonic only added to their unease. Issei chose Tails, believing it was the logical option, and was transported to the Green Hill Zone. However, the music played in reverse, and as he took control of Tails, they were horrified to see dead critters scattered throughout the level. As they moved forward, they finally spotted Sonic. Sona's instincts warned her to stay away from this version of Sonic, but Issei lost control of Tails, who moved closer to him. When Tails got too close, Sonic's eyes revealed a chilling blackness with red pupils, confirming their fears that something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, the screen distorted, and a sinister laughter echoed, reminiscent of Kefka's laugh from Final Fantasy. Sona urged Issei to stop the game immediately, declaring it was too disturbing. Issei attempted to close the game, but before they could remove the disc, a voice called out to them, asking where they thought they were going. Issei was bewildered by the voice, which claimed it had been a long time since it found new playmates and that they would make fine additions to its collection of toys. Sonic's arms reached out, pulling both Sona and Issei into the computer game. Asia, witnessing this unfold, immediately contacted Azazel to inform him of the situation. He arrived promptly, accompanied by Seraphal Leviathan, who quickly noticed that the duo was now trapped in a flaming forest. Azazel expressed his concern, fearing this outcome. Asia inquired about what had happened, and Seraphal mentioned the Sonic Dxd creepypasta. Tiamat, confused, asked how it related to Issei. Seraphal explained that when the evil pieces were first created, a devil had managed to kill his master, a pure devil. This devil became known as the first stray devil, captured by a cult, and his soul was divided into hundreds of copies of the Sonic 1 game. Since then, this stray had been hunting the unfortunate souls who played the game, haunting them for eternity. Thankfully, they had tracked down 99 of those copies, but the last one remained elusive. It was assumed to have been destroyed, but now it appeared that the final copy had not been destroyed, and Issei had stumbled upon it by accident, trapping both him and Sona. Flowey asked if there was a way to rescue them, and Azazel assured him that there was a way out. Tiamat expressed her desire to help her master in his battles, feeling disheartened about their predicament. Raynare comforted her, stating that Issei was strong enough to overcome this demon. Tiamat still felt hopeless, but Asia encouraged everyone to believe in Issei's resilience, reminding them that he always got back up, no matter how many times he fell. The others shared this belief, while Azazel and Seraphal worked on a plan to successfully rescue the duo. Inside the game, Sona and Issei awakened in a flaming forest, witnessing Tails fleeing from an unseen threat. They were disoriented, having been pulled into the game so suddenly. Suddenly, they heard a sinister laughter and spotted a demonic Sonic pursuing Tails. Sona insisted they needed to save him, and Issei, calling upon Draigg, activated his super speed to rescue Tails before Sonic could reach him. As he glanced back, he caught sight of Sonic's menacing smile, realizing he was being pursued. In a split second, Issei teleported away just in time. Tails, panicking, asked who they were. Issei explained that they were trapped in this world after being dragged there by Sonic and mentioned Tails' popularity in their world. Tails, still in shock, shared that he had approached Sonic only to see his eyes turn black with red pupils, indicating something was wrong. He had tried to escape but was chased relentlessly until Issei and Sona intervened. Issei felt sympathy for Tails, recalling how protective Sonic had always been of his friends. He and Sona understood that something sinister was at play within the game. Issei asked Tails who Sonic might target next, and Tails speculated it could be Knuckles, a red echidna. They needed to save him before it was too late. Draigg sensed something familiar yet wrong about Sonic. Issei, concerned, asked Sona if there had ever been a devil trapped in a game. Sona pondered and then recalled Exeterior, the first stray devil after the evil pieces were created, whose whereabouts had been unknown until now. Issei realized they needed to be cautious in confronting Exeterior to save Sonic. Determined, Issei set out to find Knuckles, but when they arrived, the Master Emerald was unguarded. The emerald revealed Knuckles' location, showing him running through a modern city, panic etched on his face. Issei clenched his fists, knowing they had to stop Exeterior. Tails recognized the area as Scrap Brain Zone, and Issei declared they would head there to save Knuckles. Tails and Sona agreed, and they rushed to the location, where they found Sonic Dxd already confronting Knuckles. Issei decided he would hold off Sonic Dxd while Sona teleported Knuckles to safety. Though unsure, Sona agreed, and Issei assured her that when she opened the portal, he would push both Knuckles and himself through. Knuckles, exhausted from dodging Sonic's relentless attacks, knew he couldn't keep this up much longer. The trio assisted Knuckles, Tails, and Sona as they opened the portal while Issei held off Sonic Dxd, who was visibly angry. This was not how he wanted to play, and the dragon was ruining everything. Issei then pushed Knuckles toward the portal along with himself, flipping Sonic Dxd off before they were teleported to the mountains. Tails and Knuckles embraced each other, though Knuckles remained cautious upon seeing Issei and Sona. Knuckles questioned their identities, and Tails quickly reassured him that they were the ones who saved him from Sonic Dxd and had devised a plan to rescue Knuckles as well. Knuckles expressed his distrust, recalling how Sonic had betrayed him and attempted to harm him. Issei clarified that it was not Sonic but someone possessing his body. Sona added that the entity was named Exeterior, the one responsible for their troubles. Knuckles asked how they had found him, and Tails explained that the Master Emerald had revealed his location. He then suggested that they might know where to go next. When Issei inquired who it could be, Tails mentioned Dr. Robotnik, also known as Eggman. Issei was surprised, questioning if Robotnik wasn't their enemy. Tails explained that he had hacked into Robotnik's computer and discovered Sonic Dxd heading there. Issei insisted they needed to save Robotnik, while Knuckles hesitated, reminding them that Robotnik was still their enemy. Emphasized the importance of preventing further deaths, and Knuckles reluctantly agreed, realizing he hadn't learned their names yet. Issei introduced himself and Sona, and then he opened a portal to Robotnik's base in space, determined to stop Sonic Dxd before he arrived. As they reached Robotnik, they found him attempting to escape while his robots and Metal Sonic struggled to contain Sonic Dxd. Issei urged Robotnik to join them if he wanted to survive. With no other option, Robotnik complied, and they all retreated to the mountains for safety and to devise a plan. Issei asked Tails if the Master Emerald could separate souls, to which Tails confirmed it could. Issei proposed luring the demon to the Master Emerald, but Knuckles reacted in alarm, fearing that Exeterior would use it to gain power. Issei countered that if Exeterior had wanted to do that, he would have acted while toying with Knuckles. Knuckles fell silent, acknowledging Issei's point. Issei explained that if they could lure Exeterior to that location, they could separate him from Sonic, saving him and then dealing with Exeterior once and for all. Robotnik agreed that it was a sound plan, surprising Tails given their past. Issei declared it was time to move, and they headed to the location where Sonic Dxd awaited them. The demon taunted them, and Issei boldly challenged Exeterior, insisting he would not win. Exeterior, enraged, lunged at Issei, who easily dodged the attack. Issei noted how easy it was to provoke Exeterior and instructed Sona to open the portal to the temple to lure him in. Sona complied, and Issei skillfully dodged Exeterior's various attacks as they made their way to the portal. Exeterior attempted to alter reality to gain the upper hand, but Issei remained agile, finally pushing him toward the portal where Sonic Dxd found himself directly above the Master Emerald. Issei called for Robotnik and Tails to act, and they confirmed their readiness. As Exterior tried to escape, Issei and Knuckles pinned him down while Sona used her water magic to restrain him. Exterior screamed in frustration as he was forcefully extracted by the Master Emerald, ultimately separating him from Sonic. Sonic appeared disgruntled, observing Exterior with anger directed at the brown-haired boy and the black-haired girl. Tails and Knuckles helped Sonic to his feet, and Robotnik joined them. Initially on guard, Sonic relaxed when Tails and Knuckles assured him that he was not their enemy for the moment. He glanced at Exterior, eager for revenge but held back by Issei's gesture indicating they would handle the situation. Exterior, now diminished, raged at them, declaring he would kill them. Issei taunted him, inviting him to try. Just then, a portal opened, and Azazel, who had been watching the events unfold, instructed Issei to send Exterior back to their world, stating he had done enough. Grateful, Issei complied and hurled Exterior into the portal, where he was met by a cadre of powerful beings, knowing he was doomed with a Devil King, a Dragon King, and many others waiting for him. Issei helped Sonic to his feet. Sonic expressed gratitude for being saved from the demon, and Issei brushed it off as no big deal. Sonic then wondered what their next steps would be, to which Issei suggested they fix the damage done, especially with Robotnik's assistance. Robotnik confirmed he would help, explaining that his goal was to conquer rather than destroy everyone. Sonic acknowledged this, and as the portal began to close, he realized it was time for them to part ways. Issei assured Sonic they would meet again, and Sonic, having been informed about Issei and Sona by Tails, thanked Issei for calming Tails down. Sona confirmed it was no trouble. Tails asked Sona if she had to leave, and she apologized, stating she had another world to attend to but promised they would meet again. Sonic and Issei shook hands before jumping into the portal, exchanging their goodbyes. Back at the Hyudu residence at 6:30 p.m., Sona and Issei returned to the portal, where they found Exterior defeated on the ground, surrounded by chaos magic and various weapons. Chara urged Issei and Sona to finish the monster. Issei agreed, and Sona declared that for all the crimes and suffering Exterior had caused, she, Sona Citri, heiress of the House of Citri, sentenced him to death. An explosion engulfed the demonic parasite, ending him instantly. Azazel remarked that it was finally over, allowing them to rest knowing all parts of the stray were destroyed. He inquired how Issei and Sona had obtained the disc, to which Issei explained he found it at a local game store for a very low price. Azazel decided to investigate further and advised them to get some rest, to which they both agreed. Some time later, the narrative recapped the peace conference that had taken place after Kokobeel's failed attempt to instigate a war. The conference aimed to create a peace treaty to end the long-standing conflict between factions. With the arrival of a new faction led by King Askari, negotiations began, and everyone agreed that peace was the only viable option. When asked about the opinions of the two dragon emperors, they expressed that peace aligned with their goals. Azazel sought the opinion of the Soul of Determination, who stated that his objectives would remain unchanged despite controlling the timeline. He explained his reason for initiating a true reset, which initially confused the Angel faction until Issei revealed that he had performed the reset due to the girl's betrayal and the resulting loss of hope, compounded by suffering from Dragon's Fall, a disease affecting dragons with unfaithful mates. The factions were furious with the girls but refrained from punishment at Issei's request. During the conference, Nilrium from the Cows Brigade attacked, managing to kidnap Gasper using his gear to stop time. Although Valle and Issei saved him, Kateria Leviathan appeared to disrupt the conference, only to be defeated by Sans, the judge of the monsters. Following the successful negotiations, Askari had questions for Issei regarding his children. After a reunion, he left them to discuss matters with Tiamat and Draigg. Issei then addressed the ongoing issues with Diodara and his peerage, expressing his intent to stop them. He later met with Askari and his parents, who were informed about the changes and accepted them happily. 2 months later, at the Hyudu residence at 6 a.m., Issei was asleep in his newly remodeled house, which featured a larger bed, a swimming pool, training area, and a gaming room filled with his favorite games, courtesy of Azazel. 3 girls, Raynare, Asia, and Sona Citri, were sleeping beside him, deeply in love with him. When the alarm rang, signaling it was time for school, the girls began to wake up, starting with Sona, who needed to leave early for her duties as the student council president. Sona greeted Issei, who yawned and noted the early hour. She explained her responsibilities required her to arrive at school before the others. Looking at Raynare and Asia, who were still peacefully asleep, Sona headed to the dining room where Issei's mother, Miki, was preparing breakfast. Miki greeted Sona and asked if she had slept well. Sona confirmed she had and mentioned that Issei was awake while the others were still sleeping. Shortly after, the boys arrived, and Flowey woke up due to his brother's stirring. He then went to rouse the others as it was the final day of school before summer vacation. Sona and the others planned to visit the underworld, as Issei still needed to meet his in-laws, but they also intended to train in case of any potential attacks. Even though the peace treaty had been signed, there was a strong sense that an attack or breach could happen soon. It was best for everyone to start training as soon as possible. Issei asked his mother if the food was ready, to which Miki replied that it would be in 5 minutes. The others took their seats, discussing the recent events and changes in their lives. Initially, they had expected only minor adjustments, but now it seemed that many significant changes were underway. Goro expressed his relief that the peace treaty had gone well, reflecting on how just 3 months ago, their home had been occupied only by the three of them. He was grateful for the newfound peace. Tiamat agreed, sharing her surprise at having not only repaired her relationship with Draigg but also found a family that loved her as their own. Issei noted that everyone faced ups and downs, but it was their determination that propelled them forward, regardless of the obstacles. Chara echoed her brother's sentiment, while Flowey brought up the arrival of a certain cat lady. Asia mentioned that the cat lady had said she would arrive that morning. Issei wondered what had delayed her, recalling that Valle had told him it took the combined efforts of his entire team to keep her from coming over due to her overwhelming excitement. As if on cue, the doorbell rang. Issei opened the door and was suddenly embraced by a familiar face. The mysterious lady snuggled into his chest, and Issei struggled to maintain his composure. Kuroka expressed how much she had missed him, and he reciprocated the sentiment, asking her to get down. The commotion drew the attention of the others, and the girls immediately felt a surge of jealousy, creating a tense atmosphere that made Flowey seek refuge behind Chara. Raynare, with a smile, inquired about Kuroka's identity. Issei realized he needed to explain the situation quickly to avoid trouble. Asia was aware of Kuroka's impending arrival but still felt a pang of jealousy, while Sona remained calm, trusting Issei's judgment. Issei hesitated before introducing Kuroka as the cat lady. Flowey confirmed this, and Issei urged Kuroka to get off him, noting the audience watching them. Kuroka playfully complained about Issei being no fun before finally releasing him. Kuroka was greeted warmly by the new residents of the house, and she was pleasantly surprised to see Tiamat and Sona Citri among them. The parents recognized her and welcomed her back. Outside, Valle felt a weight lift off his shoulders, knowing that Kuroka was now Issei's responsibility. As Valle prepared to leave, Miki insisted he take something with him, expressing gratitude for his help. Valle reluctantly agreed, and at the table he casually mentioned that everything was fine back home, though he missed the thrill of battle. Goro acknowledged this, and Valle turned to Issei, reminding him that Kuroka was now his problem. Issei felt a bead of sweat form on his brow, anticipating a long day ahead, especially if Kuroka joined them at school. Kuroka playfully defended herself, while Valle pointed out that it had taken everyone's strength to keep her in check. Issei choked on his juice as the girls glared at him, realizing he needed to defuse the situation before it escalated further. Raynare asked Kuroka who she was, and Kuroka proudly declared that she was one of the three who had loved Issei from the beginning. Raynare felt a twinge of insecurity, knowing that her past had not been her best, but she took comfort in being Issei's first. Raynare inquired if Kuroka would be joining them at school. Kuroka hesitated, expressing disappointment in her sister's actions and apologizing for them. Miki reassured Kuroka that it wasn't her fault, acknowledging her efforts. Kuroka felt a heavy weight of guilt for her sister's choices, wishing she had been there to support her. Meanwhile, Valley announced he had to leave, and Issei promised they would have their fight soon. After a fist bump, Valley departed, and Issei realized it was time for him to head to school as well. Gora bid farewell to the group, and they all exchanged goodbyes with their parents. As Issei walked to school, he reflected on how quickly he had been deceived by Rias and her peerage, except for Kiba. He thought about all his adventures, the sacrifices he had made, and the painful realization that everything had been a lie. Disappointment washed over him as he acknowledged how foolish he had been to fall for their deceit. That was when the dragons called out to him. Draigg reflected on the past, while Issei acknowledged the pain of betrayal that still lingered. Draigg expressed his confusion over the foolishness of their betrayal, noting how everything had spiraled out of control. Issei wished they had been honest with him instead of resorting to deceit. Draigg lamented their lost opportunity for happiness, mentioning that Surzex had limited his sister's control over the territory, leaving Sona with nearly full authority. Sona had to be informed of everything, or she would be forcibly removed. Issei acknowledged Draigg's words, feeling a mix of emotions. Trihexa then commented on Issei's choice to take a different path, contrasting it with Tiamat's violent actions. Issei's decision to rise above revenge was praised, and he felt grateful for their support. At that moment, Momo from the student council arrived, sent by Sona Citri to summon Issei for an important meeting. Issei sensed the seriousness of the situation, as Sona never interrupted his classes without good reason. He followed Momo, wondering who could be important enough to clear the room. As they approached the door, he sensed a holy aura emanating from the other side. Draigg confirmed his suspicion that Michael was present, explaining Sona's decision to send everyone away. When Issei opened the door, he found Michael, his sister, and the seraphim Gabriel waiting for him. He was puzzled by their presence at the school, especially in the student council room, which was off-limits due to previous disciplinary actions against Rias and her peerage. Michael greeted Issei and expressed his desire to ask questions about the past. Issei respectfully inquired about the nature of the questions. Michael wanted to know how Durandal had chosen Issei over other exorcists. Issei explained that he had simply picked it up during his battle with Kokabeel, and although he returned it to Zenobia, it had rejected her and returned to him, making him its permanent wielder. Michael listened intently and then asked about the true reset that Issei had performed in the past timeline. Issei warned that there might be changes in this timeline, but Michael insisted on hearing the details for precautionary measures. Issei then detailed the future actions of the church, highlighting the exorcist rebellion and the impending attack on heaven, which would lead to dire consequences. Michael was taken aback by the revelation that heaven would face an attack and that several exorcists were rebelling against the church due to their hatred of other races. Issei elaborated on the motivations behind the rebellion, explaining that many exorcists had joined the church out of a desire for vengeance against vampires and devils, only to find their discontent grow with the Kuo Treaty, which included vampires. Michael expressed regret for not intervening sooner and vowed to prevent such turmoil in the future. He then turned to Gabriel, asking if she had any questions. Gabriel, feeling the weight of the situation, wanted to know why Issei harbored resentment toward the church. Issei clarified that he didn't hate the church but felt disillusioned, especially after Asia was excommunicated for healing a devil. He expressed his frustration over the threats faced by Sona, Asia, and Raynare due to their affiliations. Gabriel sighed, acknowledging the church's mistakes. She explained that they never intended to excommunicate Asia, who was a gentle soul. They had wanted to help her, but the circumstances surrounding her actions had complicated matters, threatening to disrupt the church's order. They could not allow such things to exist, especially since the church was at its most vulnerable. If word got out that such actions were taking place, it would drastically reduce the number of believers, weakening the system and potentially leading to the collapse of heaven. Issei felt the need to apologize for the actions taken in both the previous and current timelines. They had intended for the exorcists to come and retrieve the stolen swords, not to provoke other factions. Both Gabriel and Michael bowed their heads in apology, acknowledging that their exorcists had caused significant problems for Issei's friends and the Citri heiress. Issei and the others were surprised by this display of remorse. He encouraged them to keep their heads high, assuring them that it was not their fault and that they had done their best after the unfortunate events that had transpired. Gabriel expressed her curiosity about Trihexa, asking how Issei had managed to convince the apocalyptic beast to join his side. Issei emphasized the importance of keeping the information he was about to share confidential, especially from the Cow's Brigade. The others nodded in agreement, understanding the necessity of preventing history from repeating itself if they wanted a better, more peaceful future. Issei recounted his experience during the dragon's fall, explaining that it was then he encountered the beast. Trihexa had offered him a chance to remove the evil pieces from his body and had even used his power to slow down the disease and aid in his recovery. Gabriel realized that what God had said about the beast was incorrect. Issei elaborated that God had acted out of fear, making many mistakes, including the sealing of Albion and Draigg. He explained that Trihexa had been sealed due to God's hatred and fear of serpents, particularly dragons, which also explained the existence of Samuel. He suggested that Trihexa himself could provide further clarification. Trihexa then spoke from the boosted gear, startling both Gabriel and Michael. They instinctively activated their angel wings, recognizing the beast's formidable nature. Trihexa began to explain his past, revealing that he had once been a dragon who grew stronger over time, reaching a level of power comparable to Ophis, the dragon god. The gods and the four Satans had feared him just as they feared Great Red and Ophis. He recounted how he had been attacked out of fear and, in self-defense, had fought back only to be sealed away by a powerful adversary. Raizavim had used his soul in a desperate attempt to control him, but after Issei and Asia defeated Raizavim, Trihexa was freed from that corruption. Draigg confirmed Trihexa's account, stating that God had indeed harbored a deep-seated hatred for serpents, especially dragons. Gabriel struggled to accept this revelation, her emotions overwhelming her as she grappled with the idea that her father had lied. Michael comforted her, understanding the weight of the truth and the secrets their father had kept to maintain loyalty among the angels and exorcists. He had chosen to keep this information hidden to prevent the church from losing followers. Seraphal and Azazel watched with sympathy for Gabriel. They knew how deeply she loved God, and Azazel, despite not being particularly close to his own father, recognized Gabriel's unwavering love for hers. He recalled a time when he had attempted to tease Gabriel, only to be met with divine punishment for his actions. Seraphal, while once a rival to Gabriel, felt pity for her in this moment, realizing that they were no longer enemies. Azazel reassured Gabriel that it was all right, acknowledging that their father had kept many secrets. He had been surprised when Trihexa chose Issei as his host but had ultimately accepted it. Michael inquired when Azazel had learned of this, to which Azazel replied that it had been since the previous timeline. Gabriel, wiping her tears, questioned why he hadn't shared this information sooner. Azazel explained that he believed they wouldn't have believed him and had hoped Issei would reveal the truth himself, thinking they were already aware of their father's actions. Michael, still processing everything, admitted that he was speechless and did not want to know the full extent of what had happened to the dragons. Father did not share much. He only instructed Issei to lead heaven after his passing. Issei felt it was important to personally apologize to Sona and the two dragons for their actions. Sona reassured Issei, stating that he should not feel responsible for what had happened. Michael then announced that it was time to leave, as it was a school day. Everyone bid farewell to the angels, leaving Issei alone with Sona, Seraphal, and Azazel. Sona had something else to share with Issei. She informed him that, with summer break approaching, they would be heading to the underworld for vacation and training. She invited him and the others to join them on the train to Citri Manor, where her parents had been eager to meet him for quite some time. Issei felt a wave of dread wash over him at the thought of meeting his in-laws, knowing that many boys share the same apprehension about such encounters. He anticipated a lengthy meeting ahead. Azazel encouraged Issei, insisting that it couldn't be that bad. Seraphal added that Issei had earned her respect, suggesting that he would be fine with their parents, especially since he had dealt with someone who cared for her deeply. Sona echoed her sister's sentiment, assuring Issei that he shouldn't have any issues with her parents. Issei resolved to give it a try. He then inquired about their training, asking if it would be the same in this timeline or if there would be changes. Azazel confirmed that, due to recent developments, there would be additional trainers alongside Tannen. He mentioned that Raynare would receive training from the captain of the Royal Guard of the Monster faction, as she had shown great skill with her spears. The training for the others would remain similar, but with minor adjustments. Sona reminded everyone that in 2 days, they would be heading to Citri Manor and advised Issei to inform his friends beforehand. As they prepared to leave, Sona urged her friends to get to their classes, as she had her own to attend. They all agreed to meet later. After the school day, Issei shared the day's events with his parents and friends, who wished him good luck, further heightening his nerves about the upcoming meeting with Sona's parents. With the anticipation of training and new challenges ahead, Issei knew that changes were on the horizon. The girls decided to accompany Issei, eager to see the Citri mansion and improve their fighting skills. After preparing, the group boarded the Gremory train, which would take them to the Citri household. Although they were reluctant to meet the Gremory peerage except for Kiba and Gasper, they understood they needed to face them for a while. Issei had previously asked Tiamat to refrain from acting violently towards the Gremory, and she agreed, not wanting to repeat past mistakes. On the train at 3:30 p.m., Sona reassured Issei, saying that her parents were not as bad as he feared. Issei admitted he was still nervous. Flowey and Chara looked around at the scenery, which was rather dull, so Issei handed them his 3DS to play. They enjoyed games like Pokémon ORAS and Super Mario 3D Land for a while. Tiamat, however, was impatiently waiting to be on solid ground, as she was not accustomed to traveling by train. Meanwhile, Raynare and Asia chatted with the Citri peerage about their training, while Saji expressed his excitement about becoming stronger to protect his friends. He realized he could not always rely on Issei and Tiamat to save them, so he aimed to unlock his balance breaker, just like Issei. When the Gremory peerage arrived, tension filled the air. Tiamat, Chara, and Flowey were ready to confront them for their past actions against Issei, while Kiba and Gasper, who had formed a strong friendship with the trio over the past 2 months, remained calm. Issei glared at the girls, who had their heads down in shame. Sona and Raynare held his hands to comfort him, while Asia turned her gaze away from the Gremory group. Issei then demanded to know what Rias wanted. Rias expressed a desire to discuss the past. Issei's aura flared as anger surged within him. He was frustrated that she brought it up when he was trying to move on. He wanted to keep his composure in front of others, so he asked her to speak quickly. Rias apologized for her past actions, pleading for forgiveness. The girls bowed their heads in remorse, but Issei was taken aback. He thought a simple apology could not undo the pain she had caused. He felt she needed to do much more to earn back his friendship, and he would never love her or any of them again. Issei expressed his disbelief that an apology could fix everything, recounting how he had nearly died multiple times for her sake only to be betrayed and belittled. He felt discarded, like a mere tool, and lamented the pain of knowing those he once cherished had turned against him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he cried, and his friends glared at the Gremory group with intensified hostility. Tiamat's eyes glowed with a draconic intensity, Chara's eyes turned red, and Flowey prepared his friendly pellets. Sona, Asia, and Raynare consoled Issei, who was still reeling from the betrayal. Sona stepped forward, explaining to Rias that her actions had broken Issei's heart, yet he chose not to pursue revenge. She urged Rias to leave before the situation escalated. Rias hesitated, but Sona's firm command left no room for argument. The Gremory girls fled, terrified of the consequences of staying, leaving only Kiba and Gasper behind to comfort Issei in his vulnerable state. Kiba expressed their frustration, stating they had tried to tell Rias to leave Issei alone, but she never listened. Gasper apologized, feeling guilty for the situation. Issei reassured them that it was not their fault and that they had done their best. They shared a heartfelt hug, grateful for the support from Kiba and Gasper, who wanted to become high-class devils to distance themselves from Rias's peerage. Sona gently rubbed Issei's head, understanding the suffering he had endured. Raynare and Asia joined the group hug, providing comfort. The group embraced Issei, reaffirming their bond as a family always. There for one another. Issei expressed his gratitude for their support, realizing that he would always have people who cared for him in this timeline. Just then, Azazel and Seraphal arrived, smiling at Issei's happiness, knowing he deserved this moment after everything he had faced. Issei and Saji were trained by the former Dragon King Tannen, while Issei also had an additional mentor, Vasco Strata, the Devil of the Vatican. They both headed to the Dragon Mountains to begin their training. Meanwhile, Chara, Floey, and Raynare were under the guidance of Undine, the former Royal Guard captain of the monsters. Other members of their group focused on enhancing their abilities according to their pieces. Sona and Tsubaki worked on strengthening their magical prowess and tactical skills for the raiding games. The Grammary Peerage also improved their innate abilities. Kiba became faster and more resilient, while Gasper grew more confident in venturing outside and utilizing his sacred gear. Asia concentrated on mastering her sacred gear, aiming for the balance breaker. After the training sessions, everyone noticed significant improvements in their abilities, especially Issei, Saji, Raynare, Floey, and Chara. They were informed by Lord and Lady Citri that the Youth Devil Gathering would take place in 2 days. The following day at Citri Manor, Issei returned to his room after a shower. He was excited to learn that he and his friends were invited to the gathering, eager to meet Sarorg for another match. As he walked by Asia's room, he noticed the door open and saw her huddled in a corner. Concerned, Issei approached her, causing her to wake with a start. He looked at her with worry. Issei expressed his concern, noting that she seemed off since the announcement of the Devil Gathering. Asia reassured him that everything was fine, but Issei sensed something was troubling her. He gently held her hand protectively, vowing to always be by her side. Eventually, Asia confided in him about her fears regarding the gathering, mentioning someone she dreaded might show up. Issei immediately understood she was referring to Diodora Astaroth, the infamous figure from the previous timeline who had caused her distress. He knew he needed to confront Diodora for his past actions and had Visser on speed dial for a potential testimony. Issei embraced Asia, promising her that he would protect her no matter what. He assured her that Diodora would not come near her again, and if he attempted to harm her, Issei would make him pay for his actions. Even the Satans had granted him permission to take severe measures if necessary. Feeling reassured by Issei's loyalty, Asia knew she had strong friends who would always support her. Issei then suggested they head to the dining hall, where the others were waiting. The next day at Citri Manor, as Issei prepared for the Devil Gathering, a Gremory crest symbol appeared, revealing Venelina Gremory and a red-haired man, Ziacides Gremory, who Issei recognized as Rias Gremory's father. Venelina greeted Issei warmly, and he returned the sentiment, curious about the man beside her. She introduced Ziacides as her husband and the leader of the Gremory household. Venelina then expressed their desire to apologize for Rias's actions in the past timeline. Issei was taken aback, realizing that someone must have shared details about the previous timeline with them. He concluded that Surzex or Graphia, or perhaps both, had informed them. Venelina was horrified to learn about Rias's behavior, realizing that she had treated Issei poorly. She felt a strong urge to protect him from Rias, understanding that her daughter did not deserve his kindness. Ziacides, too, was devastated to learn that his daughter had hurt Issei, whom he considered like a son. He resolved to prevent Rias from making similar mistakes in the future. After a heartfelt moment, they embraced Issei, who accepted their affection wholeheartedly. He reassured them that there was no need for apologies. Venelina encouraged him to call her mother, expressing that he was like a son to them. Ziacides echoed this sentiment, inviting Issei to call him father if he wished. Issei, however, clarified that while Rias had improved, he could never love her again. Venelina responded with understanding, expressing her happiness that he held no malice towards Rias and promised to keep her away from him during the party. Issei felt a mix of emotions as he faced his parents. He could never hate them, they were like family to him. However, he pleaded with them not to punish Rias, insisting that her past mistakes had been forgiven. Venelina firmly stated that Rias had crossed a line and would not be allowed near Issei unless he chose to approach her or she requested it. Ziacides agreed, emphasizing that as parents, it was their duty to DSPLN her when necessary. He acknowledged that they should have taken action sooner but felt hopeful that it was not too late to guide her toward change. Issei acknowledged their words, and Dxd playfully nudged him, mentioning that he had quite the impressive group of fiancés and girlfriends, including Sona, a fallen angel, a Nekashu, and a nun. Issei blushed at the teasing, while Venelina urged her husband to stop. She reminded Issei to prepare for the party, as others were waiting for him, wishing him enjoyment. After exchanging goodbyes, Issei got ready and joined his friends, all dressed formally for the occasion. At the Youth Devil Gathering Hall, the atmosphere was charged as Issei and his friends, along with Sona Citri and her peerage, prepared for the party. They were aware that representatives from Norse mythology would be present for a peace treaty, so they resolved to behave appropriately. Upon arrival, they were greeted by attendants, and soon encountered Seraphal, who mentioned the chaos in the young devil's room. She wanted to confess her feelings to Issei but was pulled away by the others. Determined, she promised herself that she would find a moment to express her feelings. As they entered the hallway, they were met with a scene of disorder. A devil named Zephador, dressed in a yellow suit, exchanged harsh words with another devil. Issei was not surprised by the confrontation, while Saji noted that a fight seemed imminent. Sona sighed, acknowledging that such chaos was typical among young devils. Tiamat commented on their liveliness, while Floey doubted that it was lively at all. Raynare found the situation intriguing, and Sona identified the source of the commotion as Seorg, the strongest among the young devils. Seorg intervened, warning Zephador and Sikvaria to cease their bickering. Zephador, feeling insulted, prepared to retaliate, but Seorg issued a final warning, stating that any further childish behavior would lead to consequences. Sikvaria calmed down, but Zephador lunged at Seorg, who swiftly responded by knocking him unconscious against the wall. Meanwhile, Asia found herself in a precarious situation, startled by the presence of Diodora Astaroth, a figure from her past who had caused her great distress. She instinctively hid behind Issei, who sensed her fear and prepared to defend her. As Diodora threatened Asia, Issei's protective instincts surged, and he warned Diodora to leave. When Diodora continued to provoke him, Issei struck him, sending him crashing into a wall and rendering him unconscious. Seorg remarked on Issei's display of strength, while Issei firmly declared that Diodora should stay away from Asia and his friends. He turned to Asia, checking if she was all right, to which she assured him she was fine. Sona commented on the chaos of the gathering, noting the damage done. Issei felt a twinge of guilt for the destruction but was met with mixed reactions from his friends. Seorg introduced himself, expressing a desire to fight Issei in the future. Issei agreed, intrigued by the challenge. Sona warned Issei about Seorg's reputation as the strongest young devil, but Issei welcomed the challenge, viewing it as part of the thrill of combat. Seorg left, allowing Issei and his friends to mingle with others. Issei apologized for the damage to the wall, prompting Sona to remind him to keep his emotions in check. Tiamat commented on the impact of the confrontation, both on Diodora and the palace. Floey and Chara agreed that Diodora had deserved what he got, while Sona called out to her friends, urging them to focus. Issei acknowledged Sona's sigh, fully aware that their situation would likely repeat itself. He hoped it wouldn't escalate further. Suddenly, he noticed Kaneko leaving in a hurry, followed closely by Kiba. Issei decided to follow them, drawing the attention of both Rias and Sona. Since the elevator Kaneko had taken had closed, he entered another one, with Rias and Sona trailing behind. He wasn't surprised to see them. Kaneko was Rias's rook, and Sona was concerned for Issei's safety. As they rode the elevator, Issei wondered how they had caught up with him. Sona explained that they had seen him running, while Rias mentioned noticing Kaneko's absence. The trio soon realized the gravity of the situation. Valley and his team were about to infiltrate the gathering. They understood that Kaneko must have sensed something was amiss, and Issei feared that Kuroka might lash out at Rias, knowing the influence she had over her sister. Issei insisted that Rias should return, emphasizing that they would bring Kaneko back. Rias, however, refused to abandon her rook. Sona warned her that Kuroka might act out of spite, urging her to let them handle the situation. Rias remained resolute, declaring she would never abandon Kaneko again. Issei resigned himself to the situation, expressing his concern for Rias's safety. They followed Kaneko to a location where she confronted her sister, Kuroka, who had once abandoned her and succumbed to power. Kuroka greeted them with a taunting remark, acknowledging Issei, Sona, and Rias. She recalled her past actions against Issei, which shocked Kaneko, while Sona remained unimpressed, having moved beyond her past as a stray. Rias was left confused by the unfolding events. Issei inquired if others were present, and a man in traditional Chinese armor appeared, cheerful despite his affiliation with a terrorist group. He introduced himself as Biko, and Issei recognized him, noting the time that had passed since their last encounter. Biko teased Issei about Rias's presence, prompting a mix of embarrassment and tension among the group. Issei explained that they hadn't wanted Rias to come, but she was determined. Kuroka retorted, reminding Rias of her own abandonment of Issei. Rias defended herself, but Issei interjected, revealing that Kuroka's name had been removed from the stray list, making her an ally. Sona supported Issei's claim, stating that Kuroka was now family and one of Issei's mates. Rias was taken aback, realizing that Issei had moved on and that her chances of rekindling their relationship were slim. Issei expressed his feelings, explaining that Kuroka had been there for him during his darkest moments, while Rias had let him fall. Kuroka blushed at his words, while Rias began to cry, and Kaneko looked down in shame. Sona, however, wore a small smile. Biko, sensing the tension, made a light-hearted comment about becoming an uncle, causing embarrassment for Issei and Kuroka. Kuroka reacted playfully, while Rias and Kaneko exchanged confused glances. Suddenly, they all sensed two powerful auras approaching, one familiar and the other unexpected. Issei's expression turned serious as he urged everyone to move quickly into the hall to prevent any potential conflict. Inside the hall, 30 minutes earlier, the leaders awaited the arrival of the Norse pantheon. It had been a long time since they had seen Odin, the Norse leader. Xerxes and Azazel discussed the ongoing challenges posed by the Cows Brigade, who were actively working against them. Azazel noted the difficulty of the situation, emphasizing the need to keep their secrets safe, especially with traitors potentially leaking information. Just then, Odin and his assistant Roswies arrived, signaling the beginning of a crucial moment in their gathering. Odin was dressed in traditional Norse robes, complete with a cap and an eye patch. His beard framed a cheerful expression as he was accompanied by Roswies, a Valkyrie in a business suit. She had silvery white hair and a figure that could rival anyone's. Odin apologized for their tardiness, explaining they had some matters to attend to. Roswies interjected, reminding him that he had been distracted by women, emphasizing that they couldn't afford to slack off in important matters. Odin teased her, suggesting this was why she struggled to find a boyfriend. Roswies, hearing this, dramatically fell to the floor, insisting she would find someone soon. Odin sighed, amused by her antics. He introduced Roswies, noting her tendency to take things too seriously and her ongoing lament about her lack of a romantic partner. As she composed herself, she found herself searching for Issei her love from a past timeline, but he was nowhere to be found. Just then, another faction arrived alongside the Norse. Askari, a towering figure, apologized for their delay, explaining they had their own matters to handle. He was accompanied by Toriel, a female monster who resembled him but lacked his golden hair. Azazel welcomed her, and Toriel expressed her pleasure at the gathering, noting the positive changes with the factions uniting. Askari suggested they take the stage, and the couple moved forward to meet Odin and Roswies. Suddenly, two magic circles opened, revealing uninvited guests who opposed the peace treaty. Odin recognized one of them immediately. Loki, dressed in a simple white robe adorned with blue jewels and yellow earrings, had light blue hair that floated behind him. He smirked, declaring that peace could not be achieved with those he deemed beneath him. Roswies urged Loki to voice his grievances through proper channels rather than resorting to aggression. Loki dismissed her, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. Odin intervened, warning Loki to leave peacefully, but Loki insisted he was the one preventing a mistake. With a wave of his hand, Loki summoned his children, Fenrir, and his grandchildren, Hati and Skoll, ready to unleash chaos upon the devils present. The devils prepared to counter the impending attack when a voice interrupted the tension. A young man with silver hair, styled in a braid, appeared. He wore a silver robe adorned with intricate details. Both Surzex and Grafia recognized him instantly. Surzex was taken aback, questioning Euclid's presence. Euclid responded, revealing his intent to reclaim the soul of determination for his own purposes. The king and queen of monsters bristled at the threat to Chara, ready to defend her at all costs. Ajuka quickly intervened, using a seal to imprison Euclid and his companion, sending them to a secluded location. Surzex inquired about the seal's duration, to which Ajuka replied that it would hold for a day, strengthened due to the nature of their adversary. Grafia, overwhelmed with emotion, cried at the realization that her brother was alive yet now their enemy. Surzex comforted her, understanding the depth of her feelings. Just then, Vale and his team arrived, accompanied by Issei, Rias, Sona, and Kaneko. Vale announced his intention to join the assault against the duo threatening the peace. Issei noticed another monster with Ascari and assumed she must be significant to him. Toriel spotted Issei and wanted to discuss the possibility of seeing their children. Roswies was thrilled to see Issei again but maintained her composure. Issei informed them of their plan to confront the rogue god and devil, noting Grafia's tears and the inevitable appearance of Euclid. Surzex acknowledged that their friends, along with Sona, Rias, and their peerages, would be the ones to face the threat. Issei confirmed this, and Azazel remarked on the collaboration between the White and Red Dragon Emperors against a greater danger. Valley expressed his desire to confront Euclid, fueled by a need for revenge against his grandfather and father for their past actions. Issei understood Valley's pain and offered his support. Valley thanked Issei, who assured him he would always be there for him. As the group dispersed to prepare for battle, Issei encountered Toriel and Roswies. Roswies eagerly hugged him, having missed him since their last meeting. Issei returned the embrace, while Toriel patiently awaited her turn, knowing Roswies had longed to see him more. Roswies expressed how much she missed him, and Issei reciprocated her feelings. She then inquired about the changes Azazel had mentioned. Issei prepared to share everything that had transpired, from his date with Raynare to his engagement with Sona, his encounters with Asia, and the battles he had faced along the way. Roswies listened intently, processing the information. She was surprised to hear about Raynare's change of heart and asked if the others were aware of these developments. Issei nodded, knowing Roswies was the last to learn of everything, but he understood her absence was due to the need to avoid causing drama in another faction's territory. That was when Toriel spoke up. She asked if she could call Issei by the name Ise. Issei confirmed that was fine but inquired about her identity, having seen her with Ascari. Toriel introduced herself as Toriel Dreamer, the queen of the monster faction. She explained that Ascari had informed her about everything that transpired at the faction meeting. She expressed admiration for Issei, noting how he had endured so much without seeking vengeance, calling him a wonderful soul. Issei thanked her, and Toriel encouraged him to call her either Toriel or Mother. Issei felt a bit awkward but agreed to call her Toriel. Toriel then made a request to meet her children. Issei readily agreed and led her to the room where Chara and Floe, also known as Asriel, were staying. He asked Toriel to wait outside while he went in to speak with them. Inside, Issei greeted Chara and Floe, letting them know that someone wanted to meet them. He signaled for Toriel to come in. Both Chara and Floe were shocked to see their mother after such a long absence of 400 years. They felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Issei confirmed that Toriel was indeed their mother and encouraged them to go to her. With tears in their eyes, Chara and Floe rushed to hug Toriel, who reciprocated the embrace, crying tears of joy. Toriel expressed her sorrow, believing they had been lost to her due to the actions of humans so long ago. She lamented how she had hurt Asriel and apologized for not being there for them. The emotional reunion continued as they held onto each other, sharing their long-lost connection. Issei and Roswies decided to give them space, knowing they had much to catch up on. As they left, they encountered Ascari, who asked Issei if he had seen Toriel. Issei pointed out that she was with Floey and Chara, suggesting that Askari join them. However, Askari felt they deserved some private time and chose not to intervene. He then commented on Issei's growth, noting that he had become even stronger. Issei confirmed this, mentioning his improved use of Durandal. Askari proposed a sparring match, to which Issei gladly accepted, feeling honored by the challenge. Askari summoned his trident, and Issei summoned Durandal, ready to begin their spar with Roswies acting as the referee. In the previous chapter, the teams had been preparing for the Youth Devil Gathering, where everyone was invited. Asia had expressed her nervousness about attending, especially since Diodora Astaroth might be present. Issei reassured her that he would always protect her. The following day, before the gathering, he encountered Lord and Lady Gremory, who apologized for their daughter's actions in both the previous and current timelines. They informed him that Rias would be keeping her distance. When the youth gathering commenced, chaos ensued as the young devils and heiresses gathered. A fight broke out between the heirs of Glasslia Labelos and Agars, which was interrupted by Seorg Bale. During the commotion, Asia accidentally bumped into Diodora Astaroth, causing her to recoil in fear. Issei stepped in to protect her, warning Diodora to stay away. When Diodora mocked him, Issei retaliated, knocking him out with a punch that sent him crashing through a wall, much to everyone's astonishment. Afterward, he informed Seorg that a match between them would take place soon. Issei noticed Kaneko running away and was soon followed by Sona and Rias. They discovered Kaneko speaking with Kuroka, who wanted her to leave with her to escape Rias. After a brief conversation, Kaneko expressed her happiness to join Issei and Sona, confronting Rias about her past actions and revealing that she was no longer a stray devil. Suddenly, they sensed a shift in the atmosphere, indicating the arrival of Loki, the god of mischief. They rushed to address the situation. Meanwhile, the Norse god Loki attacked alongside his children and grandchildren, shocking everyone. He was later joined by Euclid Lucifuge, the leader of Nilrheim and brother to Graphia Lucifuge, leaving her devastated. Fortunately, Ajuka managed to seal them away before they could cause harm to the devils or the gathered crowd. Issei, along with the Valley team and Rias, Sona, and Kaneko, prepared to confront Loki and Euclid. After a heartfelt reunion with Roswies, Issei encountered Toriel, who had been waiting patiently. He informed her of the recent events and changes. Toriel expressed her desire to meet her children, which Issei facilitated. After their emotional reunion, Issei and Roswies left the trio to reconnect. They then met Askari, who inquired about Issei's progress, leading to a friendly sparring match proposal. A few hours before the fight at the Youth Devil Gathering Hall, Issei and Valley observed the teams engaged in chaotic battles. The leaders were visibly stressed as Kuroka taunted Raynare, while Biko provoked Tiamat, who was on the verge of losing her temper. Arthur mocked Chara and Floey, who were using their abilities to counter him, while Lu Fei teased Asia, who was close to tears. Issei remarked on how they had not gotten along in the past, and Valley agreed, noting that they still thrived on chaos. Just then, Roswies arrived, commanding everyone to stop bickering and focus on the serious matter at hand. Her authoritative presence silenced the group, and they returned to their rooms to prepare for the challenges ahead. Roswies gave a thumbs up and left the duo, who were left in awe. Both Valley and Issei thought that she needed to teach them that skill. Issei and the others began preparing for the fight against Loki and Euclid. They all understood that this would be the battle of their lives, and even Roswies volunteered to join in, eager for some action. They were teleported to the location where Ajuka had sealed away the Norse god and the devil of the Lucifuge family. As they watched the seal begin to crack, it eventually shattered, revealing a furious Loki and Euclid. Loki expressed his frustration about Beelzebub's seals, while Euclid noted that they were facing children in battle. Loki then declared that he could summon Ragnarok much faster now. Issei was determined to stop him, asserting that he would not let that happen. Euclid taunted Issei, recognizing him as the infamous Red Dragon Emperor who had thwarted their plans. He also urged Valley to join their side, reminding him that his grandfather was on their team. Valley vehemently rejected the idea, expressing his disdain for the man who had ruined his childhood. Euclid reacted angrily, defending Lord Ryzavim. In response, Euclid unleashed a magical blast at Valle, who effortlessly deflected it. The others then launched their assault on the two attackers, who were surprisingly staggered by their efforts, particularly Issei's. Loki summoned Fenrir, along with Hati and Skoll, as well as the Midgard serpent. Meanwhile, Euclid called forth a host of Nilray magicians to assist him, pushing back the teams. They were instructed to stall Loki until Odin could send Mjolnir to seal him away for good. In a flashback, Odin took responsibility for the situation and revealed his plan to Surzex. He intended to ask Thor to send Mjolnir, the only weapon capable of sealing Loki, and noted that only the Red Dragon Emperor could wield it. Issei accepted this responsibility, promising to help take down Loki, while Raynare reassured Odin that he was not to blame for Loki's actions. As the flashback ended, Issei rallied his team, instructing Valle and Arthur to focus on Fenrir first, as he posed the main threat. He assigned the Sitri and Gremory peerages to handle Hati, Skoll, and the Midgard serpent. With their roles established, Issei motivated everyone to give their all. Roswies pleaded with Loki to reconsider, but he insisted that he was preventing a mistake. With that, the battle commenced. Valle's team and Issei faced off against the Nilray magicians, defeating most of them with relative ease, though the magicians did manage to slow them down. Just then, a significant player entered the fray. Euclid introduced Walburga, who was tasked with capturing the soul of determination alive. Issei recognized her immediately, recalling her sadistic nature and persistence. As the battle ensued, Issei fought against Euclid and Walburga, using his strength to keep them at bay. They were taken aback by his skill, realizing he was a seasoned fighter. Walburga suggested retreating, and Euclid reluctantly agreed, vowing to return and capture the soul for Lord Ryzavim. Issei defiantly told them to try, expressing his disdain for Ryzavim. Meanwhile, Valle and Arthur were engaged with Fenrir, who was struggling against a collar that controlled him. Valle instructed Arthur to focus on removing the collar while he distracted the beast. They charged at Fenrir, knowing they had to free him first. Fenrir fought back fiercely, but Valle devised a plan to use half-dimension to reduce Fenrir's size. Despite the risks, he was determined not to leave Fenrir in Loki's hands. Using half-dimension, Valle successfully shrank Fenrir, giving Arthur the opportunity to cut off the collar with Caliban. Once freed, Fenrir regained his senses and recognized both Valle and Arthur. Fenrir leaped at Valle, who affectionately liked him. They had missed each other for so long. Valle expressed his relief at seeing both Fenrir and Arthur, suggesting they regroup with the others to defeat Loki. Fenrir was eager to confront his father for the subjugation he had endured. The group soon encountered Rias and Sona, who were engaged in a fierce battle with the Midgard serpent. With Sona's peerage and the Gremory peerage, along with Tiamat, Issei had requested Tiamat's assistance against the two wolves, Hati and Skoll, who were as formidable as Fenrir. Tiamat readily agreed, taking on one wolf herself while the peerages focused on the other. Hati growled menacingly at the Dragon King, who effortlessly evaded his attacks. Tiamat found amusement in toying with the wolf, knowing that if Hati and Skoll were to face her master, they would not stand a chance. Tiamat, feeling bored, decided to unleash her full power. She lunged at Hati, using her strength to break the wolf's jaw. With swift movements, she tore at his flesh, and the wolf howled in pain as she continued her relentless assault. Tiamat slammed her hands onto Hati's abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. The wolf struggled to withstand the barrage of punches, each one inflicting more damage until he finally succumbed to the injuries and passed out. Tiamat, unimpressed, wondered how the peerages were faring against Skoll. She observed that their combined efforts were inflicting serious damage. The rooks held onto the wolf while the knights chipped away at his defenses. The bishops unleashed their magic, significantly weakening him. Kaneko landed powerful punches that dislocated Skoll's jaw, and with her senjutsu, she dealt massive damage, causing him to falter. Saji used his absorption line to immobilize the wolf, aided by Gasper's forbidden Baylor view, which trapped Skoll in place. Saji declared that Skoll could not escape his abilities, urging everyone to finish the fight. The rooks continued to strike, while the bishops targeted him with magic, creating severe wounds. Kiba and the other knights slashed at the wolf with their swords, causing deep cuts. Eventually, Skoll could no longer withstand the relentless assault and fell unconscious from exhaustion. Though exhausted, the group knew they had to press on. Loki and his allies were still out there. Tiamat joined them, congratulating them on their victory and urging them to help the others in their battle against the puny god. Meanwhile, Rias, Sona, and their queens faced the Midgard serpent, aware that the battle ahead would be intense. Rias noted the challenge they faced, while Sona cautioned her not to underestimate their opponent. As the serpent attacked, Tsubaki skillfully deflected its strike, allowing Akino to unleash her holy lightning, temporarily incapacitating the beast. Rias used her power of destruction to weaken the serpent's defenses. Frustrated, the serpent retaliated with its tail, sending the girls flying in different directions and causing injuries. Despite their recovery, the Midgard serpent used its power to keep them at bay. Just then, a voice echoed, causing the serpent to lose its strength. Fenrir seized the opportunity, launching himself at the serpent and delivering a powerful blow that hindered its regeneration. Arthur followed up with Caliban, piercing the serpent's flesh and causing it to roar in pain. Vala checked on the girls, confirming they were mostly fine with only minor injuries. Rias reassured him that she had just a few scratches, and Akino and Tsubaki affirmed their readiness to continue. Valley rallied them, and they all focused their attacks on the wound Fenrir had created, intensifying their assault until the serpent struggled to fight back. Arthur declared it was time to end the battle. With skill and grace, he wielded Caliban to slice through the Midgard serpent, revealing the true nature of the creature. The combined efforts of the group ultimately led to the serpent's defeat. In another part of the battlefield, Issei and his team faced Loki. Floey managed to restrain the mad god, preventing his escape. Raynare unleashed her light spears and spear storm ability, striking Loki multiple times and inflicting significant wounds. Kuroka utilized her Tuki, while Biko wielded his staff to deliver powerful blows that injured the god further. Lu Fei unleashed a multitude of spells against the Norse god, including some designed to slay gods. Loki let out a pained scream as the spell struck him, inflicting significant damage. His chances of victory dwindled, especially while facing a dragon god, a four-winged fallen, a flower, 2 humans, a valkyrie, and 2 yokai simultaneously. Despite his dire situation, Loki declared that he would not lose, especially not to those he considered meddling kids. Issei observed the scene with a smirk, mocking Loki's struggle. The god, furious, insisted that he was not puny. As the battle raged on, Loki noticed that the collar on Fenrir's neck had been removed, and both of his grandchildren lay unconscious on the ground. The defeat of the copy of the Midgard serpent left him in shock and anger. Issei informed Loki that Ragnarok would never happen because he had lost. In a fit of rage, Loki screamed that they must die. He unleashed a barrage of attacks at the group, who managed to defend themselves. Roswies and Raynare utilized their defensive magic, while Fenrir shielded Asia from the onslaught. Arthur and Kiba engaged the attacks directly, and as Chara saw an opening, she charged at Loki with the intent to strike. Issei shouted a warning, but Loki reacted quickly, firing a blast that struck Chara, causing her to stagger and fall. He then followed up with powerful punches, breaking some of her ribs, and kicked her against a rock. Fortunately, Asia and Fenrir were nearby. Loki proclaimed that the human would die, prompting Issei to cry out for Chara and demand that Loki leave her alone. Just as Loki aimed another blast at Chara, a green shield materialized around her, revealing that Asia had acted it. Fenrir stood beside her, ready to protect her if the shield faltered. Asia, now clad in her balance breaker armor, had unlocked her Twilight Saint affection. Armor, driven by her longing to protect her family. Loki was taken aback, questioning how Asia could possess the soul of kindness. Issei, with newfound determination, stated that Loki would pay for hurting his sister and called upon Floey to join the fight. Floey transformed into his Omega form, a grotesque hybrid of plant tissue, human organs, and machinery. The sight was unsettling, causing Asia to nearly lose her composure. Issei mentally noted that this form should only be revealed when absolutely necessary. Flowey, aware of the reactions around him, felt justified in keeping this form hidden, as only Issei and Chara appeared unfazed. With resolve, Issei commanded Flowey to help him defeat Loki. Flowey agreed, expressing that no one would hurt his family. Issei summoned Durandal, lunging at Loki, who attempted to fend him off with magic. However, vines ensnared Loki, preventing his escape. Issei struck Loki with Durandal, inflicting severe wounds, while Flowey unleashed missiles that exploded upon impact, causing further damage. Loki screamed in pain as his wounds sizzled, and Issei unleashed an extinction ray, intensifying Loki's suffering. Flowey summoned buzzsaws made of grass, further incapacitating the Norse god. Despite the pain, Loki fought to stay conscious. Flowey used several vines to restrain Loki, allowing Issei to unleash the Welsh dragon flare, burning the god while protecting Flowey. Issei followed up with an annihilation barrage, causing even more severe injuries to Loki. Desperate, Loki pleaded for mercy, but his cries were interrupted by the arrival of Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, sent to seal him away. Issei seized the hammer and brought it down on Loki, effectively defeating him and sealing him away. With a final declaration, Issei stated that Loki's wish would be granted. Loki cursed the red dragon and Flowey as he was sent to Asgard's prison, locked away. Issei took a moment to reflect, realizing he may have gone too far, but his focus remained on Chara. Fortunately, Phoenix tears, along with some healing from Asia, restored Chara to full health, and she felt great. Chara expressed her apologies to Issei, who, along with Flowey, embraced her, relieved that she had survived. Issei firmly requested that Chara never put herself in danger like that again, to which she agreed. Soon after, Sona, Rias, and their peerages joined them, sharing in the relief and exhaustion after successfully defeating the Norse god without any injuries or losses. They were then teleported back to the hall, where the faction leaders awaited them. Everyone was worn out from the battle but relieved. They deserved a few nights of rest, especially since summer vacation was still ongoing. The faction leaders were pleased with the outcome, as most had managed to intervene before it was too late and Ragnarok could unfold. However, they informed the group that Euclid had escaped along with a rogue magician named Walburga. Sensei inquired if Issei's report was accurate. Issei confirmed that it was true, explaining that they were after the soul of determination but had failed to locate it. Azazel noted that the wielder of Incinerate Anthem on their side could pose a significant threat. Issei expressed his concern that they might return, driven by their longing for the soul. Sensei asked for their next steps. Michael suggested they remain vigilant and wait for the enemy to strike, emphasizing the need to understand their intentions regarding the soul of determination. Azazel speculated that they sought foresight, intending to capture or experiment on the soul to extract information. Issei added that he believed they were after hate, which shocked the faction leaders, as they understood how dangerous and volatile it could be. Consumed by hate could turn someone into a destructive force, leading to a loss of sanity and humanity. They knew that souls of determination often became targets for hate due to their traumatic pasts. Sensei questioned Issei's theory, to which Issei reiterated that hate could grant immense power, and the Chaos Brigade leaders would do anything to fracture their alliance, even if it meant risking dire consequences. Sensei acknowledged this. Azazel then encouraged the young ones to rest, assuring them that they would handle the situation and that their friends were waiting for them. Issei thanked Azazel and took his leave, leaving the faction leaders to contemplate their next moves. Sensei asked what they should do next, and Azazel suggested that if history repeated itself, they might be attacked during the raiding game between Gremory and Astaroth, with Astaroth as the traitor. They needed to mobilize their forces to prevent such a betrayal from happening again. Michael proposed sending in his forces as well, indicating he could transform Astaroth into an angel if necessary. Azazel sought confirmation, and Michael assured him he could handle the powers if Astaroth betrayed Issei again. Sensei agreed to relay the plans to the other Satans, while Azazel and Michael prepared to inform their respective allies. The next day at Citri Manor, Lord Citri expressed his pleasure in meeting everyone, especially Issei, while Lady Citri invited him to visit again. Issei promised he would. Chara reflected on her enjoyable visit to the underworld, finding it surprisingly pleasant when one was not dead. Flowey echoed her sentiment, and Raynare mentioned her newfound strength, revealing that she had unlocked another pair of wings, which would surely please Azazel. As they boarded the train, Sona asked Issei about her parents, to which he replied that they were kind and cheerful. Sona then posed a hypothetical question about whether Issei would accept another girl if she fell for him. Issei admitted he was uncertain but felt it could happen. Sona reminded him of their upcoming annual sports competition and inquired if he would train with Asia this time. Issei replied that they could not predict what would happen next. Sona agreed, noting the many changes they had experienced across timelines. Upon arriving home, Mickey greeted them, eager to hear about their training in the underworld. Issei excitedly shared how much they had learned and the new abilities they had acquired. Tiamat added that they had fought a rogue god and emerged victorious. Mickey rushed to check on Issei and Chara for injuries, relieved to find none. She expressed her concern for their safety, to which Issei reassured her that they were fine. Chara described the experience as unforgettable, while Mickey sighed, acknowledging that they always seemed to find themselves in danger. Sona asked about her father, and Mickey informed them that he was at the office. She then invited everyone to dinner, having prepared a meal for them. At the dinner table, Issei recounted his training experiences and his positive interactions with his in-laws. He shared the techniques he had learned, including several abilities with Durandal. The others discussed their improvements, with Raynare revealing her spear abilities and additional wings, Chara becoming more agile, Flowey unlocking his Omega form, and Sona and her peerage enhancing their strength and magic control. Asia had also unlocked her soul trait and balance breaker. Mickey felt proud of her family's growth and resilience. After dinner, everyone settled down for the night, with Kuroka joining them in bed. Thankfully, the bed was spacious enough to accommodate them all comfortably. They slept peacefully, knowing they would live for another day. Chapter End had undergone the most significant changes among all the characters. In her past, she had made the grave decision to eliminate Issei, believing him too dangerous to be left alive. She had also harmed Asia in her quest for power, only to be defeated by Issei and ultimately killed by Rias. However, after the reset, Raynare experienced a profound transformation. Instead of killing Issei, she found herself falling in love with him. Her close relationship with Azazel influenced her decision to reject Kokabeel and her former allies, choosing instead to watch over Issei from a distance. She felt deep remorse for her past actions, even going so far as to confront her former self in anger. Now, she was compassionate and loving, especially towards those she cherished. Raynare had a fondness for Issei and his family, her Acherm sisters, Asia, Sona, Kuroka, and Roswies, Kingt, Flowey, Thistle, and the Grigori. She maintained a neutral stance towards the Gremory family, with the exception of Rias, as well as the Angels, Yokai, Devils, Kuro Academy, and other factions. However, she harbored a strong dislike for Rias and her peerage, excluding Kiba and Gasper, as well as most high-class devils and anyone who spoke ill of her family. Her hatred was directed towards her former friends, Kokabeel, warmongers, and anyone who engaged in bullying or assault. Ice cream was her favorite food. Raynare possessed several abilities, including the light spear, which could daze and severely damage devils, and the light web, which ensnared and trapped enemies. She wielded a light sword, a weapon of pure light capable of cutting through foes, and she had many other light-based abilities at her disposal. In her fallen form, she sported 4 wings. Gasper Vladi had not changed in appearance between the timelines. After witnessing the actions of the ORC towards Issei, he developed a strong animosity towards them, except for a few who remained loyal. He realized that resetting the timeline was necessary, as the previous one had been a disaster. Following the reset, Gasper became even more reclusive, wanting to distance himself from the ORC. However, Kiba convinced him to stay and wait for Issei, who eventually came to him after Gasper was released from his seal. Gasper viewed Issei as an older brother figure, as he had helped him overcome his introverted nature. Gasper liked Issei and his HRM, his family, Tiamat, Kiba, the Gremory family excluding Rias, the student council and Valerie Teeps. He remained neutral towards other factions and Ko Academy but disliked the ORC, particularly Kaneko and Zenobia, as well as Irina and the Teeps faction, except for Valerie. His hatred was directed at Rias, Aquino, Lord Vladi, the Vladi clan, and the outside world. His favorite foods were chocolate and blood, being a damper. Gasper had abilities such as the Forbidden Baylor View and Bat Transformation, with other powers locked away. Asriel Dreamer, the son of the king and queen, was a powerful boss monster well-suited for leadership. Raised in the capital city of New Home, he was known for his kind and carefree demeanor despite the dire circumstances of monsterkind. He was the adoptive brother of Chara and had died 400 years ago due to a false accusation of killing her. After his death, a monster scientist injected the flower that contained his dust with determination, resulting in the peerage of Flowey. This version of Asriel lacked the ability to feel love or any emotion, becoming a psychopath until he absorbed the souls of 7 humans and became a god. He broke the barrier, releasing all monsters, and eventually reverted back to a flower, beginning to feel emotions for the first time. He later found refuge in a familiar forest in the new timeline, where Issei and Chara discovered him. Asriel liked Issei, his family and friends, Chara, the Dreamer family, the Citri peerage and family, and Tiamat. He remained neutral towards most other factions but disliked the ORC, except for Kiba and Gasper. He hated anyone who harmed his family physically, mentally, or emotionally. His favorite food was cinnamon pie. Asriel possessed various abilities, including fire control and manipulation, vine control, and the ability to interchange between his forms. He had powerful attacks such as the Chaos Buster, which fired waves of projectiles, and the Chaos Blaster, an upgraded version that was faster and more potent. He could summon enormous blades and unleash devastating storms of stars. His strongest attack, Hypergoner, allowed him to transform into a terrifying form that could consume entire timelines. Only a select few could challenge him in his Hyperdeath form. It was evident that some characters could hold their own against Asriel as well. The soul trait was a unique combination of integrity, kindness, bravery, perseverance, justice, and patience, manifesting as 6 souls within one body, constantly changing colors. Previously, a fierce battle unfolded between Vala's team, Sona, Rias, and their peerages, alongside Issei and his friends, against Loki, the Norse god of mischief, and Euclid Lucifuge, the leader of Nilrame and younger brother of Graphia Lucifuge. The fight began with the duo, and after a PRD of being overwhelmed, Loki summoned a copy of the Midgard Serpent along with Fenrir, Hati, and Skoll. The teams decided to split up. Vale and Arthur faced Fenrir, Tiamat took on Hati, while Rias's and Sona's peerages excluding their kings and queens confronted Skoll. Rias, Sona, and their queens battled the Midgard Serpent, while Issei faced Euclid. Issei managed to defeat Euclid, who, despite teaming up with Walburga, a stray magician, was overwhelmed, forcing them to retreat. Issei then joined the remnants of his team to confront Loki. Meanwhile, Vale and Arthur freed Fenrir from Loki's control by removing the collar that bound him. Tiamat easily defeated Hati, while Skoll succumbed to the combined assault of the Citri and Gremory peerages. Rias and Sona, initially struggling against the Midgard Serpent, were eventually aided by Vale, Arthur, and Fenrir, who together defeated the Serpent. After joining the fight, Issei and his friends began to overwhelm Loki. However, witnessing his allies defeated on the ground pushed Loki to desperation. In a last-ditch effort, he unleashed all his magic to destroy the teams. Chara, reckless in her determination, charged at him but was pushed back. In a moment of bravery, Asia, driven by her longing to protect her friends and family, unlocked her balance breaker and soul trait of kindness, shielding Chara. Following this, Flowey and Issei managed to defeat Loki, leaving him begging for mercy, which Issei granted by sealing him away with Mjolnir. With Chara healed, the group returned to the Citri Manor to rest. After informing their leaders about the events, The leaders took action based on the previous timeline to address the impending threat of Diodora Astaroth. A train arrived to take them home, where they shared their experiences with Mickey, their mother, before heading to bed in their usual sleeping arrangement. 1 week later, at the Hyudu residence, everything was going well for everyone except Raynare, who had been plagued by nightmares for the past week. These nightmares had escalated into night terrors that prevented her from sleeping. As Raynare walked through what felt like her mindscape, she saw images from a different timeline. Among them was a memory of her date with Issei, during which she heard herself ask, "Would you die for me?" In a shocking twist, she saw herself transform into her fallen form, something she was certain had not happened during their date. In a moment of despair, she summoned a light spear and hurled it at Issei, witnessing him fall. In a panic, Raynare rushed toward him, but it was too late. She woke up screaming, though she stifled her voice enough to avoid waking Issei. Breathing, she reflected on the nightmare, realizing it had returned. When Issei asked if she was okay, Raynare brushed it off, apologizing for waking him. Despite his concern, she insisted he go back to sleep. After he complied, she went to the bathroom to wash her face. Looking in the mirror, she was startled to see the version of herself from her dream, dressed in regular clothing yet feeling like a stranger. In a moment of frustration, she shouted at the reflection, demanding it leave her mind. Thankfully, the bathroom door was closed, preventing anyone from hearing her distress. Raynare pondered the nightmares and hallucinations that had haunted her since the battle with Loki. They seemed to stem from her past, perhaps from a previous timeline. She hesitated to confide in Issei, not wanting to burden him further, and hoped these visions would fade with time. After washing her face, she returned to bed. Seeing Issei sleeping soundly brought a small smile to her face, and she settled in, hoping for a restful night. The next morning, as the clock struck 8 a.m., Issei greeted Raynare with a cheerful morning. Sona joined in, asking if she had slept well. Raynare admitted that the nightmares persisted, revealing that she had seen herself kill Issei during their date. The trauma of those visions left her shaken, tears streaming down her cheeks. Noticing her distress, Issei wrapped his arms around her, offering comfort. He reassured her that those memories belonged to a dead timeline, urging her to take it easy. Asia echoed his sentiments, reminding Raynare that they were all there for her and that the past was no longer present. Grateful for their support, Raynare joined the others as they conversed about their lives. Surrounded by her family, she felt a sense of happiness despite her lingering memories. She tried to shake off the past as they made their way to school, determined to move forward.